Alright, stream should be up. Give me a second here. As it starts up. Oh my god. Sorry. I can't. I just can't help but laugh. What's up, Vex? What's up? Glad you're here. Whew. So, before we get started, I got some splaining to do, right? Cause we finished. Yeah. We finished Cold Steel 4. Like, it hasn't even been 2 weeks, right? Like, I'm pretty sure we finished that on July 2nd. And I really went ahead and made this video saying that I'm taking at least a month away or longer to do other things. And, boy, you want to talk about an update video that aged a little poorly. I couldn't have timed that any worse. So, I need to explain a lot, so give me a sec. So, this is not a full playthrough of Trails in the Sky FC. I'm not doing the whole thing yet, but this is a very special occasion and circumstance in general. So, a couple days after finishing Cold Steel 4, right? We had a great time with that. Shoutouts to Fruit Punch Ronin. He's been in the chat several times. He added me on Twitter about this project that was going on, and I think it was the exact same day where they had an announcement tweet about it. And it was for this really cool thing that was called Trails in the Dub. And I gotta tell you, man, life works in mysterious ways, and sometimes you just have to take an opportunity and try for it anyway. I saw that they were still doing auditions, but the, I was about to say article, the application, ended up requiring a demo, so I thought, well, I don't have a demo, so I don't know if I can really do this, just because I'm not prepared. So, in that case, I didn't know what to do, right? Like, I did auditions on Casting Call Club back in 2019, so I was like, I don't know if submitting a profile page is legit or not, so I didn't do it, but then apparently the director, Sean Paulson, really cool guy, he got in contact with me because he saw the back and forth between me and Ronan on Twitter, and, you know, basically just told me to send the profile anyway. I filled out the application, and got approved, which was already pretty sick. I don't have anything too crazy yet. I believe so far, one NPC role for Chapter 1. So, not in this prologue. I do not have anything recorded for this prologue, because this has been going on since last year, I want to say. Casting was in 2019, but I doubt it took much form since probably early this year, because I've definitely learned some things over the course of this project where I'm like, man, this is kind of cool. So I want to just explain it before we start. I want to preface this. Also, thank you, Words on the Line. Glad you're here. But yes, I will at least be voicing something in this fan mod. But, yeah, me and Sean kind of hit it off in DMs. We talked for a while. And I didn't really think about this too much, but it does raise some interesting aspects to sometimes when you join a project or any sort of project, after CS4, what? Yes. So I didn't realize that I do have a somewhat unique perspective, right? So there's a lot of actors in the Discord that I'm in for this project, and the time loop arc. Yes, what's up, Fry? But there's a lot of people, but some of them haven't really played the series, which is understandable. It takes a lot of dedication, you know. But I didn't realize that, yeah, I do have this unique perspective where it's like, okay, I want more experience with voice acting, but I've also played the series, so I forget how exactly it happened because it's been a few days. He ended up casually mentioning playtesting, and I pretty much just told him that, you know, if he needs anybody, I'm down. And long story short, because I played the series and, you know, kind of knew what to check for, because for those who haven't played the series, there's a lot of contextual things that can change if you maybe have certain party members or certain ways you interact with the game. There's like a lot of like different dialogue that can happen. There will be like examples even in the prologue. As early as this, there's like a lot of contextual things that'll like change scenes completely. Aside from the dialogue choices, right? So I ended up being a playtester, so I basically ran through the prologue before the release happened, just to check for things, because for those who don't know how this works or have not checked the page, also let me see what else I missed in chat. Stream the entire series again? Yes. Well, you know, I can't say that much, but there's probably a big guarantee that I will play it through the entire Sky arc again. Just very, very slowly, right? If time permits it, I would like to showcase, you know, every time a chapter is out for this game. Just because, you know, I think as the Sky Gang put solely, yes. Because, you know, this doesn't really have the spotlight like a Geofront project does, right? It's not a massive scope thing. It's just, it's a fan project. It's a passion project by Sean. He loves the trilogy. He loves the whole series. Again, I talked to him with DMs, so we're both big fans of the series, but it's definitely, you know, a labor of love, and it's something that, you know, like most fan mods, it might not get that attention, which is fine, right? It's not supposed to be an official thing. But even with me already playing this, I gotta say, and I think you guys know me by now, there is no overselling, right? Like, it's just, when I was playing this and playtesting it a couple days ago, I wanted to tell you guys on Twitter so bad. I had the stupidest smile on my face. Because a lot of the casting choices are actually really good, right? Like, I don't really know what to expect sometimes when it comes to, like, unpaid, you know, fan projects and whatnot. But it's actually pretty solid. There is gonna be an issue where, like, you know, nobody's in a high-quality recording studio. Even then, like, nobody's going to the same, like, thing, so mics are gonna sound a little different, but the balancing is overall pretty good. I tried to make sure of that and gave them some notes if there was anything that seemed out of place. But, the mod once 100% done. Oh yeah, for sure. For me, it's just a case where, like, if I'm working on it, then I might as well stream it afterwards to, put some spotlight on it, because I don't think enough people know about this existing yet. So, it's a thing where it's like, I'm just gonna casually stream this to let you guys know that it's out, maybe quote retweet an announcement tweet. But I'm not gonna scream like, hey, you should really check this out until the full thing is done, at the very least the first chapter. It'll sound like CS4. A little bit, Vex, a little bit. Mums in Making. Only heard it from Ronan's curry tweet. Yeah, it's taken a while. It's taken a while for a number of reasons. One of the big ones is the scripting, from what I've heard from Sean, has been pretty hellish. Just because... Okay, so let me explain this a little bit. We'll get to the game soon. But the scripting took a long time for him because of the fact that this is basically... Like, the idea started from the Japanese Sora voice mod, which of course I used and many others used when I was playing SC in the 3rd back in 2019. I actually didn't know about it for FC, so I played that game without voices, and it was good, but man, it would have been cooler if I had the Japanese voice mod. So, Sean basically had the idea, okay, we could use that mod and just replace the OGG voice files, and that should work, right? And that seems like a simple idea on paper, just record and replace files if your own actors. That seems really easy. However, when it comes to how the game uses those voice files, it's weird. There are some voice files that are used multiple times for different scenarios, so you have to script and properly pick a word in English that will actually apply to all of the situations where that specific voice file is played. It's really specific how he has to do it, so the scripting took a long time. Especially for Sky the Third, he gave me an example of one where he literally had to give up and just say thanks to call it a day, because like the context for each one was different, and I was like, this is, yeah, I can't imagine how long it would take to just compromise and pick the one that works for all of them. So it's not as easy as some people would believe at first. But hey, what's up, Libby? See if I missed anything. And this says a little bit, yeah, it's kind of like that. So yeah, all that to say that this is basically a fan dub project for this. It's basically using the Sora voice mod as a base and kind of running with it. I think this is really cool, and I hope by the time it's over, this will be a fun way to play it. I'm never gonna say it's gonna be the absolute way to play, right? Because it's a fun alternative, and I truly believe that when I was playing through this prologue and playtesting it, because the Japanese voices are great, of course, it's professional, it's all consistent, but there is a part of me that would have liked it dubbed. I'm one of those people, and maybe a minority, maybe not, I don't know, but English dubs do help me get immersed more than Japanese voices. That's just a personal thing. So playing through this, even if it was a fan dub, I was really getting into it. I was laughing at some of the jokes and like quips way more. It reminded me of the writing that I liked in the Sky arc so much compared to the Cold Steel games and everything that happened afterwards. It just brought me back in a way that was good to revisit, so I think it's going to be a fun way for people to revisit these games, or if they haven't, maybe check these out too. What's really cool as well is that the battle lines are actually replaced too. So you're not going to have this Cthulhu version of Japanese voices and then randomly hearing Johnny Ing Bosch English, right? Like, that's not going to happen here. They actually replaced the battle lines, which is sick. But yeah, just to preface all that, where a lot of the casting choices are good, but they're different, right? Might not be for everybody, but I personally enjoyed most of them. Good to have options for accessibility too. Previously, you may not have been able to play this game or this fan dub due to various help stuff. Yeah, that too. It's just, it could also be seen as an accessibility thing. So, sub-elitists forget this aspect time and time again. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with options. And that's the beauty of PC mods in general, is that you can kind of freely choose, right? Even a good example being, if you don't want the new battle voices done by this cast, you can always keep the original files for the battle lines and just keep that too if you want. You can do both. You can mix and match. But yeah, it's all that to say, I think it's a pretty cool project. It's incredibly, it's humbling and it's a pleasure, It's not an official work or anything, but it's still something that, I mean, you guys know me. I love the Sky series, so I want to make this the best it possibly can. I'm not the director, of course, but at least on the final pass before you guys ever get it, I want to make sure it's as good as it can possibly be. So, it's kind of funny how this happened. It was so sudden, like, just casually, Sean told me, like, oh, you could be a playtester if you want. And, just ended up doing it. Oh gosh. Hi, Ribos. You just shut up when I explained it. So, yeah, this is, well, if you want, you could input the command there, !dub, to take you to the website, but this is basically a fan dub for Sky First Chapter. Currently, it's still in development. The prologue portion just released yesterday, and I'm playing through it because I was basically a playtester for it. He's playing a new game that looks cool. No. I've never heard of this Trail series, man. But no, it's basically a fandom mod for PC, Ribos. A lot of voice actors showed up for this, and from what I've playtested of the prologue portion at the very least, it's a fun alternative way to play it. I just wanted to show it off because it doesn't have a lot of eyes on it yet, but it's still far away from, you know, being complete. For anybody who hasn't checked the website, I should mention that too. The plan is to finish FC by the end of the year, and then go on to SC, and then Sky the Third. If we're lucky, it'll be done, all 3 games done, by next year. Probably like half of next year, or maybe like the later half of, you know, 2022, who knows. But that is the plan, since Director Sean, he's mainly finished all the scripting. It's just now we need to record the lines and get people in there. So, that's basically what's going on with that. Pretty good schedule? Yeah, it doesn't seem that bad. I think it's pretty reasonable. But, you know, life and stuff can get in the way, who knows. It actually is a surprisingly amount of lot of actors for this, but it is Trails, right? So I think Sean knew that, being a fan of the series, that it's gonna take a while. But, yeah, I'm probably just gonna get started here, unless anybody has any questions. You could always ask while I'm playing through it, but, like I said, the casting is good, it's just gonna be different. But I think it's overall solid. Will be on the horizon? Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there's only normal, hard, or nightmare in this. I'll probably go normal. No, I'm not doing nightmare. I'm trying to do this all, like, today. And by that I mean I want to showcase it, not get stuck and halted because I'm dying. Like, listen. I'm not here to do that. Normal. Yeah, man, there's a lot too. Remember when S-Crafts, if you usually got 100, it would kill? Playing through FC, I was like, man, right, I forgot how different this is. So, yeah, we'll be checking this out. Just going through it. Let me know on audio, guys. There is... Let me double check one thing. Oh, I did not mean to... Hold on. Did not mean to press that button yet, because I was going to check the audio settings. Give me a second. This is actually important. Because, for audio balancing reasons, I had to... Well, not I, but there is a bit of a quirk at the moment. Played this 5 years ago. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes. So, this is important, for the mod. Sadly, and I don't know if we need some, like, audio wizard, or I don't know how Falcom did it with the Evo voices for the Sky games and everything else. But they made the files louder than what he could mix for this project. So, for the purpose of this mod, we actually had to lower the background music a little bit, just to make the voice files audible. And I checked the files, like, as well through, like, Audacity, or, like, other editing programs, and it's in the red. Like, it's close to peaking, so I'm like, I don't know what Falcom did to make it sound better, for the Evo voices. No idea. But, back when the Trails fanbase was small enough. Don't need to hear about Falcom Reddit. Oh, man. But okay, I had to double check that. So, we're just gonna go with it. Let me know on audio, by the way. We should be good.
Daddy's really late. I even got a message from the guild saying he'd be home today, too.
Is that a thunderstorm outside? Sorry, got distracted. I was gonna say, though, for anybody who wants to know who, voiced each character, if you happen to like a role, feel free to put an exclamation mark and the character name. So, for example, if you want to do exclamation mark Estelle, you'll know who voiced the character. Shoutouts to Hannah. She did a really great job. But, yeah, that was definitely my biggest fear. As someone who, you guys know, Estelle is like my favorite main character in all the arcs. I was wondering, like, okay, how is this gonna go? Am I actually gonna like her as Estelle? And I think she nailed it, to be honest. She did a really good job.
And Cher's gone traveling around the kingdom on some kind of training. I'm so bored. Maybe I'll just practice with my staff a bit more before dinner.
Also, I wish there was auto advance, but sadly, the series is too old, man. It is funny going backwards.
Hey, I'm home.
Pretty good job. Oh, yeah.
Daddy!
Also, Cash is voiced by D. Tyler Fultz. He also did a very good job as well.
Did you take good care of the house while I was away?
Of course I did. Did you run into any trouble, Daddy?
Nostalgic? Yeah. Man.
You didn't get hurt fighting the bad monsters, did you?
And like, that's the thing, even for me, when I was playtesting this and just getting to this, like, first portion, I couldn't stop smiling because I was like, this is, like, the best. I told Livy in DMs, like, this is the best fever dream. I can't believe I'm finally playing a Sky game with, an English dub. It's so surreal. I wanted this for years now, you know?
Nope. I'm as fit as a fiddle. That reminds me, though. I brought you a present.
For me, it's been since 2019.
Really? What kind of present? A new fishing pole, sneakers, something for my training?
Maybe I raised you wrong, Estelle. Aren't little girls supposed to like clothes and jewelry?
Get C Gaming, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day.
I like pretty clothes, but they just get dirty. And jewelry breaks when you go play outside with it on. Anyway, Daddy, what's with the big blanket? Is that my present?
Good lord, every time I see it on Twitter, I laugh.
Ooh, you're a sharp one. Now, why don't you come have a look?
It's exactly what she wanted.
But he, and I...
This is what I mean too. The ad-libs are pretty great, I have to say.
Well, here you are. Quite a handsome boy, don't you think?
Whoa. Why is my present a boy?
Don't make such a fuss or you'll wake him up.
Wake him up? You mean he's still alive?
Your present is a boy. I'm like, what do you even say to this?
Looks kind of dead if you ask me.
I've treated his wounds, so he should be in stable condition. In the meantime, however, we'll need to let him rest. I'll put him to bed, so if you wouldn't mind heating a kettle of water on the stove, I'd appreciate it.
You say yes. That's exactly right, Livy.
Okay.
100%, no doubt.
He sure sleeps soundly, and he almost looks the same age as me. This is the first time I've ever seen black hair like that, too.
He certainly does have a nice head of dark hair, and a pair of amber eyes to go with it.
That's nice and all, but how about you come clean and fess up?
Fess up?
Yeah, who's the kid anyway? And why is he hurt? Why did you bring him to our house? And is he an illegitimate child or something? Did you betray Mommy?
Lord. Very good. Hannah's very good.
Where have you been picking up these kinds of words? No doubt from Sherazard, I assume.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, for heaven's sake! That girl is going to get me into trouble one of these days with all her nonsense. Actually, I just met this boy while I was out on business, and I don't even know his name.
You mean bracer business?
Something like that. Oh, look.
Huh?
He's waking up.
Man, I forgot how much I kind of missed the old art style for these games. It's been a while.
Wow. His eyes really are the color of amber.
I think after a while playing the Cold Steel games, I forgot. Oh, right. Portraits with very good expressions. I've forgotten what it feels like.
Huh?
Or rather, looks like, I guess.
Where am I?
They voice chest text. Actually, Sean did mention that apparently they did figure out that if they wanted to, they could actually voice all the NPCs in the game if they wanted to, but that is just insane. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That is so much work. So it's just any point where it's been voiced, you know, in the actual, I guess Evo voices, but, you know, the Japanese voice mod.
So, you're awake now, are you?
Good Digimon avatar. Yes, he's a fan of that series, Vex.
Welcome to my humble home. You'll be safer here, so please just try to rest.
Hey, what's up, Nerdick? Way better than Cold Steel. Get up there. Even TS4 seems less expressive. Yeah, I believe it. Also, welcome.
What are you trying to pull?
Huh?
You must be out of your mind. Why didn't you leave me there to die?
Why? Now that's a question I don't know how to answer. Does things just worked out that way work for you?
Don't toy with me, Cassius Bright!
Also, good time to check. Is audio okay? Audio balancing, we good?
Do you have any idea what you're getting yourself involved in?
Hey! You're sure shouting a lot for someone who's supposed to be hurt.
Also, shoutouts to the comical sound effect. I don't even know what they're going for. Just Falcom things.
Running your mouth like that is just gonna make it take longer for your body to heal.
Cool. Thank you.
Huh? And just who are you supposed to be?
I'm Estelle. Estelle Bright.
She's my daughter. Don't you remember me telling you that I have a daughter your age?
Now that you mention it... Wait a minute! Don't try and change the Ow!
The combo.
Quit yelling!
Alright already! But you jumping on me like that isn't going to make me heal any faster either!
I don't hear you yelling again, do I?
This is what I mean. Like, I missed this banter. I really did.
Look! Jumping on me like that is just going to make things worse!
Do I hear yelling?
Maybe.
Never mind. Just forget it.
As a word of advice, it would be wise not to argue with Estelle while you're in this house. Even I wouldn't stand a chance if I made her mad enough.
Yeah, I can see that.
By the way, aren't you forgetting something?
Huh?
Your name! You know, that thing people call you? I told you mine already, so don't you think it would be unfair and impolite not to tell me yours?
This is the greatest exchange between characters in the whole series, I think. Oh, I believe that. Yeah, editor. I love it. Like, it's so charming with the Sky Arc in particular. Like, there's just a lot of that banter that I can't get enough of. It makes me love the characters so much more. Just better hearing a voice. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Like, I don't know about you guys, but it's like, I'm not fake shilling here. I genuinely think this is really fun.
It seems like the logical thing to do, if you ask me. Trying to hide it now would only serve to your detriment.
Fine. My name is...
Man, I actually had the opening disabled for testing reasons, but made sure to keep it on. 3-minute long opening. It's a mouthful. Can't do it. Oh, man. Where does the time go, people? Like, where does it go? Jesus. Back when I started Sky FC, it was back in 2019 when I was still playing on my laptop. Like, oh my lord. Still the same room though, but different setup completely. Yo, shoutouts to low bitrate and 720p too. Like, I didn't know what my ISP could handle back then. So in a way, it is nice to come back to this, even if it is going to be slowly over time, when the chapters get updated. Because it'd be a nice way to kind of revisit with actually decent streaming quality. Good lord. That being a vocal song, generally one of the best in the series. Oh yeah, I do like it, Vex, because it sets up a lot of intrigue. Minute-long opening, but that's too long, so we just call him Joshua. where I was like, yeah, you just get 8. Oh, man. So nostalgic. Yeah, not my favorite, but it is nice to set the scene a little bit, you know? Just let you take it all in, whatever it means. God. Still love that leitmotif. That's one of my favorite things of the Sky soundtrack, is that they use this everywhere. Especially in FC. Like, that part is literally the main theme of the first game. They use it to great effect. Have brainworms. Oh, Azure's is pretty good. God. I honestly can't wait to revisit this with the dub. There are certain moments that I can't wait for. And there's too many to count. I'm actually wondering, I'm looking at this opening and trying to think if it spoils anything after FC. I don't think it does. That's my brain on loop. I don't blame you. First 5 Trails games. Man, that's very specific, Livy. But I know what you mean. Yeah, friendly glasses, man. Nothing's gonna happen. Seems pretty cool. Alright? Seems pretty cool. Let's see, illusion, maybe? True. The games still exist, play them. Man. Here we are once again, where it all began.
It's so bright in here.
Look out for the glass of Skull and Calvard. Every arc full set off. Only one of them hasn't wanted to kick my teeth in, yes. Egg in that pan, absolutely.
I slept like a rock.
Here comes a new challenger.
That must mean it's Dad's turn to cook this morning.
Hey, it's the man of the hour. Shawnee Voices, aka Sean, the director of this fantastic project. Give him a warm welcome, everybody. But, yeah, what's up, man? How's your day been?
I wonder if that means Joshua's still in bed. Guess that's a no. Well, I guess I better get ready myself then, too.
Gonna write nice. Yeah, I kind of gave him the rundown of what this project is, more or less, at the beginning. But, man. I think so far chat is enjoying it. I'm watching a bit. Ah, okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, because I know you said you were still at work, so I wasn't sure if you were gonna make it. But we just started, so. Hey, what's up, Logan?
Nice, Joshua. Bravo!
This one got me too, the way Hannah just like... I don't know if that was like just her idea or not, but just like rolling the R's just kills me.
Good morning, Estelle. I hope I didn't wake you.
Nah, I was already up when I heard you start to play.
Popping in before I go to work. Ah, no worries. I should ever play that on enforcement missions to creep people out. Imagine hearing that in the middle of the night running through the woods. Who knows?
I can't believe how awake you are, though. Even the roosters still have bags under their eyes. Not that I mind, but with that siren song of yours gently lulling this beautiful woman from her slumber.
Oh, man. Most of what Estelle does is Hannah's idea. Hey, speaking of. Hannah, thank you for the follow. Once again, man, you killed it as Estelle. I couldn't be happier. Really good job. Honestly, everybody's done a really good job.
What do you mean, woman? We're the same age and I'm hardly a man.
How wrong you are, Joshua.
Like, every line is just great.
We may be the same age, but I am clearly the woman of the house.
Far too kind words. Oh, I mean, like you said, it's my pleasure too. I'm just glad to be part of the crew on this, because I've loved this series, so to see a project like this, you know, made with real love for it is great.
And that makes you something like my loyal follower. Wouldn't you agree?
Though it's also a good experience for me with voice acting, because I'm looking forward to, eventually in a few more days or so, I actually got to record my lines for NPC in Chapter 1. And then auditioning. There's still a few roles that I gotta check out, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, how fortunate for you.
You could at least try and sound a tiny bit sincere. It's a really nice tune, though. Cheerful, yet somehow wistful.
God, I gotta tell you though, this was definitely the point, like even just this little scene. This was when I knew it was gonna be fine, right? Like, above anything else in this fandub, I needed to see how Estelle and Josh were gonna be, because these are the two stars of, you know, the 3 games, more or less. If you want to get technical with Sky the Third, you know, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, Sean and Hannah did great, so my mind was at ease when I was playtesting this. I was like, okay, already this is in good hands.
I like your other songs too, of course, but this one's my favorite.
It's like a litmus test, you know?
What is it called again?
All the voice lines must take ages. Oh, it takes a while, yeah. Took me a few hours.
The Whereabouts of Light.
Ah, that's right. The Whereabouts of Light.
And then just think, the prologue's pretty short. The chapters would get pretty chunky, so yeah, that might take me a few days to properly check for everything.
I wish I could play the harmonica like you, Joshua. Sadly, it's a lot harder than it looks.
Whereabouts of Light. I know, Vex, I know.
Compared to what it takes
If
to
you
use
know,
a
you know.
staff, I think the harmonica is much easier. It's really just a matter of concentration.
Oh, also, I didn't see what Sean said. Should stick around, gotta get back to it. Pop in again once I'm off. Oh, no worries, Sean. Have a good one.
You're probably right. I guess my problem is just that if I don't do something that uses my whole body, I start to feel drowsy.
God, I love it, man.
Okay, playing the harmonica is fine and all, but how about getting some exercise, too? All of your hobbies are sitting around kind of stuff, like reading and music. No girl is gonna be impressed with just that.
Well, excuse me for being so unpopular with the ladies.
Exercise. That's a mood, though. Since I took that hiatus from streaming, I've been getting into the exercise routine again as well.
Although, I feel like I should be the one lecturing you about your hobbies. I mean, what kind of boy wants a girl who loves fishing, collecting bugs, and has a fetish for sports shoes?
Well, you know, comments that age poorly. Yes, haha. Fry pretty much. Cause, man, it's not like she's my favorite character in the entire series.
That's enough talk about hobbies for now.
So the answer is yes, Joshua. There are people out there. Many.
And for your information, I graduated from bug collecting a long time ago.
Really? I'll believe that when I stop finding beetles in the hallway.
Hey, Estelle! Joshua!
Morning, Dad.
Good morning, Dad. Is breakfast ready?
Talking about himself.
It's ready and waiting. Why don't the both of you hurry on down before it gets cold?
Okay.
I'm on my way.
Thanks for the grub, Dad. Boy, I'm stuffed.
Are you eating or inhaling, Estelle?
Like, it's just... I feel like sometimes it's just unintentionally funny, but the localization by Xseed is, it's really good.
Like people say, kids who eat and sleep a lot grow a lot.
Well, make sure you get enough to eat. But don't forget to pour that energy into your work, too.
These are no voices? No. This is not me. I'm not the director of this. This was all Shawnee voices. He was here a minute ago. he directed this project. There's a lot of people on staff. Again, if you want to know the credits and people involved, put an !dub. But no, I'm simply a playtester, and starting from Chapter 1 and onwards, hopefully, a voice actor involved. At least with NPC roles, nothing too crazy yet, unless I audition for certain roles. But that's all I am. I'm just checking the game before it comes out with each chapter update. But as of now, the current plans are to do the Sky Trilogy. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Editor. But yeah, I'm just a small part of this bigger project. So that is not up to me. And also, I don't think I would do that, because directing projects like this with this many voice actors is, I don't think I'd be cut out for it. It's a lot of management, right? So, yeah, already with the 3 Sky games, that's a lot of work. Thankfully, the scripting has been done for the most part, so finishing all 3 by the next, next year seems like a lot, but I think it is doable. Because it's not like Geofront, which, shout out to Geofront, they do great work. But it's not like we're going in there and coding and adding quality of life features. It is simply just replacing voice files, and, there's a few issues that can happen with that, but it's not as intensive as that, for example.
That reminds me. You two are finishing up your training at the guild today, aren't you?
That's right. It'll be a review of everything we've learned up to this point.
And once we're finished, we'll be bracers, just like you, Dad.
Feel they're ready? Confirmed the major ones for even 3rd already? I don't know. I haven't asked Sean specifics yet.
That means I'm not going to let you treat me like a kid anymore either.
But I do know there's a few that haven't been taken. But it's like, a lot of them are NPCs as well, so... it was a whole list. I couldn't tell you off memory. It's been a few days.
You still lack understanding, Estelle. You can only become a junior bracer in the beginning. Or, in other words, a trainee. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you should work extra hard in your training to become a full-fledged bracer.
Although, this is a very specific thing, and Sean will agree with this. If anybody out there that happens to watch this, if you can do a really good, old man voice, please apply. It's in short demand, and they kind of need it with this series, so... That's just a general thing, honestly. Stick around. Work to stop smacking it. Oh, they're slacking at, sorry. We're getting too fast. Gotta go, see ya. Good luck with the stream. It's been a technical job on the dub on the team. Oh, thank you, Livy. Take care and have a good one. That's Russell, maybe? It's just a lot of old characters, in general. Yeah, anybody with a voice, too.
Well, I'm not afraid of a little hard work.
So just in general, if anybody could do it. Old Man Marcos, no. I tried, but I haven't practiced it enough, so it wasn't what they were looking for, And it's hard, you gotta practice that.
Just you watch and see what I'm capable of, Dad. I'll be so successful that it won't be long before I pass you, too.
Because it's not just about doing a voice, you also have to maintain it for several hours. And with a series like Trails, who knows how long that might be. So, yeah. It's not a matter of just doing it, it's also maintaining it.
That's the spirit. Let's see what you're made of then, shall we?
Yes, is my opinion. I mean, yes.
Let's not start a rivalry here, you two. And Estelle, keep your focus on the task at hand. We have a test later on today, remember?
Old people are not into old school JRPGs, not surprising. I mean that too, but...
Huh?
Man.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what test?
Please tell me you didn't forget about the test, Estelle. You know, the one that checks whether or not we've mastered the skills we've been learning in training. Don't you remember Shara saying that if we failed, we'd be stuck with a ton of extra homework?
Principal at the academy, or did I dream the character up? Yeah, I was gonna say, he was definitely a thing.
Crap. I totally forgot.
Oh man, speaking of Royal Academy, I can't wait to see... Oh god, now I'm thinking of the play and all these other... Oh, there's so many good, fun moments in the Sky arc, dude. I can't wait.
Now that you mention it, I guess I kind of remember her saying something like that.
And for some reason, one of the ones that comes to mind is, I believe it was an FC, if I'm not mistaken, is, when they're going into that tournament with Zin and Estelle's just super duper pumped. I can't wait to see how Hannah handles that particular line. I love that exchange between her and Joshua. It's like, listen, it's not a big deal, chill.
Don't sweat it. I'm sure we'll manage somehow or another.
But there's a lot of good lines, man.
I honestly don't know how you've survived this long, Estelle. Your brain is like a sieve.
Double do it. Yeah, I don't know how Sean's gonna handle that.
Papa's sad. How could any child of mine end up with such a careless, over-optimistic personality?
Ha! You're the one who raised me, so I definitely got it from you.
I swear the two of you act so much alike, but whatever. We should probably head over to the guild soon, Estelle. Shara's going to be waiting there for us.
I'm looking forward to Gilbert. Yeah, I don't know who's cast as Gilbert, if they've already been casted.
Sounds like a plan. You know how crazy scary she gets when someone keeps her waiting.
I'm dangerously close to, if not Gilbert, I'm dangerously close to voicing an NPC that works alongside Gilbert. So, I'm dangerously close to that happening in my timeline. I'll have you know.
Oh, before I forget, it's my turn to cook dinner tonight.
You here to see how well terminology pronunciation is done? Oh, well, actually, Ribos, if you have any notes, feel free to let me know, because, yeah, it is so weird to finally have this up where I was like, man, I had to ask him too. I was like, how do you pronounce the next town over? Is it Bose, like Rose, or is it like, Bose? I don't know. I always said Bose when I was playing in 2019. That just felt so natural. But yeah, I was like, man, there might be a few mispronunciations, who knows? But, it's a lot. Although, Sean has played the whole series, so I think he'll get most of them done fine in scripting, because he is a fan of the series. He's played all of them.
Is there anything in particular that you'd like to eat, Dad?
Your proximity rating of 2? Yes. But I was like, hose? Yeah, that too. Yeah, hose or rose, you know, it's like a kind of that same,
Any requests?
same, pronunciation. Or phonetically.
Something I'd like to eat, huh? How about Rouen-style scalloped fish in a balsamic vinegar sauce?
What's that?
I think that's a little more than Estelle's cooking skills can handle. Or our stomachs.
You're right. I just wanted to see what kind of reaction I could get.
By the way, just wanted to say really quick, thank you guys so much for tuning in for this. I really wanted to give this a proper spotlight, so I appreciate it. I didn't know who was going to come through, you know.
I'll just have the usual fried fish and omelet. No need for anything fancy, but do try to make something edible.
Like both with a T, but with a Z. Probably be perfectly acceptable in English. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
How rude! But I can't actually say he's wrong.
Actually, I do have one favor to ask before you head out. I'd like you to pick me up a copy of the Liberal News from the General Goods Store. They're supposed to be getting the latest edition in today.
Got it. One copy of the Liberal News from the General Goods Store.
Here, I see. Bro, quit roaring, you're scaring the...
If there's any money
Oh
left
my
over,
God.
you can have it as your allowance.
Is it weird that it was actually so helpful right now? See the kind of got out of buzz? Oh no, that's totally, yeah, understandable.
However, that means no wasteful spending.
All right. Thanks, Dad.
Okay, we're heading out now. See you later, Dad.
Work hard and give Charizard my regards.
Remember what to do in a JRPG? Feels all voiced like that? Yeah. God. Also, shoutouts to Ribos. Very cool dude from the Geofront crew. And soon to be released, Trail Sim Zero next year. If that's not on your radar, it should be. Really should be. Let's see. Crossbell stream. Are there Steam? Yes. I'll definitely be buying my copy when it comes out next year. I'm excited. God, it is funny, though, to be involved with this fan project, and it's like, man, I really just had barely a 2-week break from the Trails series after finishing CS4. It's like, nah, you thought you were done with us? You're coming right back. Walk that back, Marcos. You're not leaving. I'm like, you can't make this up, man. You really can't. Oh, wait. 999 saves. Wait, did I save over... Hold on. Spoilers! I'll save over these anyway. Because these are the playtest files anyway. So, I'll start from here. He dragged me back in, yes. Also, what's up, Samantair, I believe? Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing that.
By the way, Dad, is it going to be alright if you stay home like this instead of going to the guild today? You haven't been there for a couple of days now.
Unfortunately, I have a lot of paperwork to sort out. But don't you worry. I'm carrying a big enough workload that the guild's not likely to fire me.
Yeah, it must have sucked. A little bit. But, I don't think I was that sleep deprived or anything. That's the thing, Fry. You know how FC ends. And the ending of FC, it's like, dude, you're awake. Like, I don't care how sleep deprived somebody would be, you're awake after that.
That's not exactly the most convincing thing I've heard come out of your mouth.
Man.
How about yourself? Shouldn't you be getting over to the guild? Sherazard is waiting, right?
I love how this is all just English voice now. I cannot stress enough how... This still just feels like a fever dream, man. God, I wanted this for so long. It's so cool. I'll just keep going. Oh, I will be getting all AP in this run, but, you know. Mueller, Olivier, things like that. Yeah. I'd imagine Sean would just use, like, you know, the Cold Steel games as, like, a base of reference for that. Yeah. If I ever notice anything, you know, I'll pass it on to him too. But we're both fans, so that is the one nice thing too. Is that like some of the actors obviously haven't played these games, but thankfully there are some you know, among them. Funny joke. There are some among them that are fans of the series. Sorry, I was trying to dodge the obvious Among Us joke and I couldn't. I failed. I'm sorry.
Estelle, Roland City is in the opposite direction. You're not sleepwalking again, are you?
How about you just be quiet and keep your comments to yourself?
Or else you will die. God, I love how even those are voiced as well. It's very nice. I was wondering if he was gonna bother with making them record those, and I'm like, yes. I intentionally went the wrong way a lot, just to hear it. Hey, what's up, Marks of Foray?
Like
for a second, I thought that was an S. How do? But, I'm doing okay. Dasha should know Estelle's a big stick and she ain't afraid to use it. Yes. Mueller, we need Mueller Vander Schreiber voiced. There's no context for it, Vex. Oh, man. The music feels like home. Absolutely. That's what's up, Kanopagan.
Not too early or too late either.
We just barely graduated from Sunday school.
Being home again after a long trip. It feels like it, man. Feels weird coming back to this.
I never dreamed we'd have to study so hard to become bracers.
But it's so comfy.
Well, you're in luck. Today is our last day of training.
Like, that's the thing. Sky FC is a slow burn, but man, if you just settle in, like, you're in.
Truth be told, though, you're the one who signed up to be a bracer in the first place, so I don't know why you'd expect to get away with any less effort.
Well, yeah, I guess I did. All right, then. Let's get to it and make it through this last hazing from Shara.
You look ready to me. Let's go meet with Shara at the Bracer Guild over there, then.
Let me see, was there anything to do here? I think we can't shop yet. Doesn't seem like it. Leads to the Fire Sky Sea, yes. Any new ones in stock? The new Estregas? Absolutely obsessed. Unbelievable. Actually, I already forgotten why we came in here to begin with. Not here to shop. Supposed to be buying a copy of the Liberal News for Dad, right? Been collector of those shoes, haven't you, Stell? Afraid that the new Estregas aren't out yet. After the latest issue of the Liberal News, though, I should have them in around noon. Yep. Basically, no buying yet. According to these lines? Huh. Oh, I think I know what it is, Hannah. There is something similar to this later. Where we do talk to him, and it's kind of like this. So that's probably what you're thinking of. It's a mandatory thing. Like, this is mainly a main scenario. There's a few things that are voiced from NPCs, that isn't this, but this is what I mean, where it's like Sean said, like, we could voice the NPCs if we wanted to, but it is so much more work than I think anybody would reasonably want to do. But yeah, so there was a few things I had to test, obviously, like, even if it is just like, a voice, file replacement mod. Any active NPCs that had voice lines that weren't in the main scenario, I had to make sure to talk to them, make sure all the lines work. So, I think there's a good example here? If she's in yet. No, she's not in yet. She comes in later. Okay. But I had to check for, mysterious blue-haired girl. Right? Right. Let's see. We could just go to main scenario. Merchant from Bose came here to buy lumber to get enough ready for the order I received. I'll save here for the hell of it.
There you two are. Good morning, Estelle. Good morning, Joshua.
Oh, also, I won't be, like, talking to every NPC for this, playthrough. I just obviously want to showcase the mod, so... Yeah. Yeah, the next day.
Morning, Ina.
Good morning.
Is Shara here already?
Yes, she's waiting for you upstairs. Once you finish today's training, you'll finally be recognized as members of the Bracer Guild. Good luck to the both of you.
Thanks.
We'll do our best.
Also, shoutouts to, I believe, hope I'm not mispronouncing it, Alan McCabe. She did a great job as well as Ina. Definitely, oh, Kaylin. I was like, I think I'm forgetting their letter. There is, oh my goodness. Like, I gotta remember, like, 40 different names, or like 40 plus, so I apologize if I mess it up. I'm only human. Please forgive me. Yes, we get to be cops. But no, she's great. Apparently she's been doing voice acting for, I think on her site it said for like about 10 years, which is impressive. Man. But, yeah, she did a really good job as well.
Once you finish today's training, you'll finally be recognized as members of the Bracer Guild. Sherazard's waiting for you upstairs. Good luck to the both of you.
Alrighty. That will happen, words on a line.
The Star and the Hanged Man, the Hermit and the Magician, and last of all, Inversion through the Wheel of Fortune.
Shoutouts to Artsy II. She also, once again, I keep saying this, but I genuinely mean it, they did a great job.
This is a difficult combination. How should I interpret this?
Good morning, Shara.
Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua, this is a rare occasion for the both of you to show up so early.
Since it's my last day of training, I figured, why not? I'm ready to get this show on the road and become a bracer myself.
That's right.
I'll give you credit for your enthusiasm, but I'm going to work you hard today in every way I can think of to make sure that high-spirited attitude of yours holds up. I hope you're ready.
I can feel that enthusiasm dropping already.
Like, I just can't stop chuckling with these lines, man. I really can't.
Quiet, you!
It's very hard. Kind words? Oh, absolutely. It is my pleasure. When I was playtesting this a few days ago, I had the dumbest smile on my face.
Every time I teach you something,
Everybody
you
did great.
somehow manage to forget it. This training is my way of trying to keep some of that information in your head instead of letting it dribble out your ears like it usually does.
Oh, Joshua! Shira's picking on me.
Don't worry, Shara. While Estelle may hate studying and rarely ever does her homework, acts rashly, is overly naive, and has a tendency to stick her nose into everything.
I hate to see the girl being a punching bag for these two. Oh my god.
Her instincts are sharp, so I'm sure she'll pick up on how to use an ornament with some practice. Eventually. Probably.
I guess there's not much I can do now except hope for the best.
Hold on a sec, Joshua.
Set yourself up for it. Oh, for sure. But that's what makes her likable. Like, the reason I like the Sky arc is because I genuinely love, I'm a sucker for underdog stories, so Estelle's arc through 3 games is great. I love it. Well, in particular, the first and second games, you know.
Somehow I get the feeling that you weren't standing up for me.
Well, that reminded me of how I felt when I first played Cold Steel 1. I can imagine, yeah. I think I felt that too, where it's just like, man, finally seeing these characters with an English voice, and it's like, even if this is a fan project, like, this is, like, any way you look at it, this is really cool.
Well, that's odd. I'm positive I described all your best traits accurately.
Whatever. By the way, Shara, what were you trying to predict with your tarot cards? Your face was really intent.
Oh, this? I was just trying to get a vague reading on what might happen in the near future. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have been in the right mindset to interpret the cards correctly.
You couldn't read the cards?
Now that's surprising to hear.
Actually, the more profound the meaning of the cards, the more difficult they become to interpret. But that's not important now. I think it's time we start your final training.
Very feels good, yes. I can't wait
all
for
the
more.
information we've covered in your previous training. This is the minimal level of knowledge that bracers should have in order to function effectively.
The man Olivier? Or Oliver? Yes. God, he is great.
And Estelle, make sure you pay especially close attention to what I'm going to say.
Hey, what's up, bag of Oreos? I don't know what to say to wow, but, wow yourself.
Yeah.
That's all I got. Hope you're doing alright.
What would you like to know about? Orbments are mechanical devices which operate by
The
using what is
lore.
known as orbital energy.
Not really the lore, but, get yourselves, seated in class, children.
A variety of effects can be produced depending on their structure and the type of quartz, or process septium, installed. Although it's only been about 50 years since their invention,
Trails 101, yes.
these devices play an integral role in all facets of life, from lights, heaters, and other everyday products, to weapons, magic, and even airships. In connection, this technological reform is commonly known as the Orbital Revolution.
Gonna be a test? Maybe. I mean, yes, but not for us.
What would you like to know about? Bracers are investigative and combat specialists who work to protect civilians and maintain the stability of their respective regions.
Also, man, I never noticed this, but for some reason when I look at, I'm guessing he's supposed to be a bracer, on the left there, like, you know, protecting the sister. It kinda makes me think, like, man, if he just changed the hair a little bit, that could be an Adol design, right? From, Ys. I could see that.
They aid the community in various ways, such as exterminating monsters, preventing crime, finding lost items, and escorting people and goods. The Bracer Guild, which has established branches across the continent, manages the affairs of the bracers in each region. What would you like to know about? The Kingdom of Liberal, which we live, sits in the western half of the Sumerian continent and abounds with nature and deep-rooted traditions. Liberal is proud to be one of the leading producers of septium on the continent and is known for its high level of technology used to develop orbments.
Also, I always say Liberal really lazy, but, it is funny to hear it, like, slightly more emphasized in, certain words.
Orbment technology has also been a key pillar of support for Liberal in protecting its independence, as it has contended with neighboring nations.
Could be Grant, I could see it. Hope it's multiple choice and not essay style tests. Oh my god, I sucked at those,
10
yeah.
years ago, when Liberal was invaded by the Erebonian Empire, it was the use of orbital-powered airships that saved the kingdom from defeat.
At least with multiple choice, you can gamble.
Consequently, even now, our relationship with the Empire is somewhat sensitive. But thanks to the Queen's political finesse, Liberal enjoys peace. What would you like to know about? Let's see. Since we've got a mountain of stuff to do today, I'll let you off the hook this time with a condensed review. I'm going to speed things up now and move on to the practical portion of your training.
Shara? How is today's practical training any different from the training we've done before?
Since it's practical, that means you will be experiencing things firsthand. Therefore, I'm going to have the both of you run through everything as if this were a real bracer job.
No pressure.
So, what you're saying is.
It's the obligatory sewer level.
There won't be any studying at a desk involved?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. This time, you'll have to go out and make a physical effort to accomplish your task. I'll make sure to have you work up a sweat. So I hope you're ready.
Yes! That's seriously just what the doctor ordered. I didn't know what I was gonna do if I had to sit another day with my tush parked at a desk.
Mood. Estelle's a mood, man.
I guess I got all worried for nothing.
Well, suddenly you're all bright and cheerful, Estelle.
Funny joke.
Let's just hope that smile on your face lasts until the end of today's training. Okay, let's get cracking on your first objective, shall we?
Let's have at it!
Your first objective will be to confirm the details of the job you will be performing. But before that, there is something that we need to give the both of you. Aina, are they ready?
Yes, they are.
All right, you two. Go get one for each of yourselves. Quit wasting your time and go get them.
I love this too. She's so tired of your BS. Just get it over with.
These are very important, so make sure not to lose them.
Bracer notebooks serve as the official way to record the status of your current jobs. Also, anything you may hear or anything you may find and where. These kinds of trivial things can often become clues.
Should I try leaving? Oh, I still can.
No matter how insignificant something may seem, always write it down.
Understood.
Crap. This sounds like it's gonna be a pain.
Oh?
I can't get over, like, finally this has an English dub. God, it's so funny.
Please tell me it was my ears playing tricks on me, because I swear I only got one response.
I'm sure there were two.
Keeping an accurate account of events is an important duty for all bracers. So, get with the program and stop trying to make this out to be more than it really is, Estelle.
Okay, I got it.
Make sure you do.
Immediately lose them, yes.
All right then, let's begin. Look over by the door. You can see that there's a bulletin board standing there. First, I want you to go and check the job description posted there.
Yep.
The bulletin board is over there.
Quit screwing around and check the job description. And just where do you think you're going? We aren't finished with training yet.
You will die. Potentially. God. She's very tired. Can't blame her, though. I love Estelle, but man, sounds like a handful.
Very good.
Has a whip and ain't afraid to use
It
it.
looks like you were able to see what was posted without any trouble. Checking the bulletin board is one of the most basic functions a bracer performs in their job. Checking regularly to see whether or not there are any urgent tasks which need immediate attention is also an important duty for bracers.
Man, all this talk about duty is starting to cramp my style.
Sure, there are a lot of rules to follow, but there's an equal level of responsibility in the jobs themselves. I think being a bracer calls for much more than just someone with a half-hearted attitude.
If only. Game over before even the first battle. God, that'd be something.
I guess you're right. I'll just have to be more motivated.
Is that so? Had a change of heart, have you?
You betcha.
Well, before all that motivation sneaks off somewhere, let's get to work on your next task.
What'll we be doing this time?
We'll be heading across the street to Mr. Melders' Orbital Factory and learning about how to use its services. He has graciously taken time out of his work schedule to explain things, so make sure to be on your best behavior.
Okay.
Here is where you will learn how to use an Orbital Factory's services. At an Orbital factory, you can modify your orbments and synthesize support quartz in order to use Orbital arts.
Never heard
Arts
from
have
again.
a wide range of effects, and if mastered, can be extremely helpful. The bracer business is a pretty risky occupation, so the guild has had a long-standing relationship with these Orbital factories. Anyway, this is about as much as I can explain. I'll leave the technical details to the expert. So, Mr. Melders, if you wouldn't mind taking over from here.
No problem. Leave everything to me.
Now, sadly, I only had a bit of time to make a few of the commands. So I do not have a command for Melders, sadly, but you did a great job as well. You could just use the exclamation mark dub for any NPCs you might be curious about, because they all do a really good job too. But there's a full cast list on the website.
So, what is it that you would like to know about? Orbments are mechanical devices which exhibit an array of effects through the personal installation of various types of quartz. By definition, that means that lights, airship engines, and so on are also types of orbments. However, the ones we'll be discussing today are battle orbments, which enhance the user's physical abilities and make it possible to use magic. Since each orbment is adjusted to match the owner's personal aptitude, the structures for these devices also differ for each owner.
Also, let me fact check though. I do have the text document at least. So, Melders, let me look. Who voiced them? Is Melders not here? Oh, it's Homik Smash. Or Homik spelled Homyk, and then Smash. Did a very good job.
Simply put, the shape of the fixed elemental slots and lines which connect them vary. At any rate, that's the layman's explanation. In order to install quartz, you must first have an open slot. By default, the central slot is open, but the other slots must be opened at an Orbital factory, like this. It'll take a fair amount of Sepith, too.
The dude who really talks with his hands in big motions.
EP, which is needed for magic, will also see a max increase according to the number of open slots. I recommend opening them all as soon as possible. So, what is it that you would like to know about?
I'm doing all of this just to show it off, though. They put in the work, damn it.
Simply put, orbital arts are magic which can be discharged exclusively through the use of battle orbments. In other words, a number of peculiar effects can be produced by using the orbital energy stored within these mechanical devices.
That is true, Fry, yeah. They went for, like, the green, I think, starting with Crossspell. Actually, no, they did it here. But yeah, you don't see it too much.
Since orbital arts can be a mouthful, they are almost universally referred to as arts. Probably ought to have been called that from the get-go. There are several types of arts, but in order to be able to use them, their corresponding quartz must first be synthesized at an orbital factory. Orbments are also set up so that once a particular quartz is installed into a slot, the owner will be able to use those arts. The type of arts one can use also changes depending on the elemental value and the combination of the installed quartz.
Yes, drinking game whenever Melder says arts or quartz or Sepith.
Basically, if you want to use water arts, all you have to do is install quartz with a water elemental value.
You'd be dead. Well, actually, I think he only says like Sepith like a few times, but yeah, arts and quartz alone, it's like, oh boy. That's a losing battle.
In reality, orbments are much more complex than what I've described. But I think this information should suffice for now. So, what is it that you would like to know about? Quartz are circuits made from Sepith. Quartz have a vast number of effects and raise the owner's abilities while simultaneously making it possible for them to use arts. However, you will not be able to harness any of these effects until quartz has been installed into a slot. However, there are also fixed slots, in which only a certain type of elemental quartz can be installed.
Virtual pet device that looks like an orbit. Oh my god.
This being the case, when you synthesize a new quartz, be sure to check your orbit and decide where you will be installing it ahead of time.
Yeah, like, when is, God. When is there going to be an orbital Tamagotchi? When are we getting that in the series?
So, what is it that you would like to know about?
Kia would be absolutely obsessed. It's being a lot to take in. I was just like, shut up, can I try it? No, not until battle. Yeah. It's definitely a thing where, yeah, some JRPGs like get a little wordy with the tutorials. It is what it is.
Sepith are fragments of septium, which are dropped by monsters.
Tio is this old band in Zero. Spent all this, yes. That is also true.
They are divided into 7 types: earth, water, fire, wind, time, space, and mirage. Sepith can be exchanged for Mira almost anywhere. But at the Orbital Factory, it can be used to synthesize quartz and to open orbit slots in which to install the synthesized quartz. So, what is it that you would like to know about?
I'm trying to remember though, Rabos. Was it as... I don't think it was as long-winded as this for TO. Because I think it could also be a thing where it's just like, you know, first game in the series and Falcom's just like, do we need to over-explain this? And
It looks like Mr. Melders has
they
answered
didn't
all your
have
questions.
to, but they did anyway.
If there's nothing else, then let's have you both try and use the services here.
Times before Sepith Mass existed, yes.
For that,
Oh god.
you're going to need some Sepith.
I do miss Sepith Mass. Yeah.
With that amount, you two should be able to synthesize a few quartz. Now, I want you to begin by first making an elemental quartz that will work with each of your particular orbments. In your case, Estelle, any elemental quartz is okay, but for you, Joshua, it has to be a time elemental quartz. Normally at a shop, you would be able to exchange Sepith for Mira, but for this training, you will not be able to use this service.
Yep. So, I remember this was actually the first instance of having a mislabeled line. Just because sometimes, you know, you have to check for, like, talking to them again and making sure the line repeats correctly.
Now, I want you to begin by
but it
first
is
making
fixed
an
now.
elemental quartz that will work with each of your particular orbments.
Because, like, at this point, I believe what happened was that the line would be playing with, you know, in your case, Estelle. Doesn't matter what quartz, more or less, like that line.
In your case, Estelle, any
It played,
elemental
like,
quartz
one-
is okay.
one line
but
earlier
for
than
you,
needed to.
Joshua, it has to be a time elemental quartz.
So this part got all thrown out of whack. But, it's little things like that that, you know, I had to check for.
And just where do you think you're going? We aren't finished with training yet.
Notebook in Zero Azure. Or something I made sure we're good. They'd explain all of it again through the intro outside to your front. Battle system and the manual notebook. Nice. Yeah, I'll look into that at some point, Rivos. Although here's hoping, yeah, the notebook stays intact for the release next year. Although, if you mean like the general, by notebook, do you just mean like this whole layout? Because when I did play, it was really good. Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought they looked really good. So we're doing well in your training. Modify your orbits. Please select the Modify Trade Service. Alright, so... I'm probably gonna make Estelle tanky once again. But for this purpose of the tutorial, I have to give her HP. Oh, and I guess make an action for Joshua. The text editing, proofing, all that. Yeah, no, it looks super clean. I was like, man, this feels like I'm just having a strategy guide. It's really good. Hell, yes.
All right. It looks like you were able to synthesize one.
That's also why I didn't equip Joshua. Because again, there's a lot of specific lines you have to check for. Also, I believe I just got a message. Oh, it's just a reminder for an appointment. Never mind.
Next, I want you to increase the arts you can use. Now
Spid.
install a quartz into your orbment so that you can use both recovery and attack arts. Now install a quartz and look at your orbments and make sure that you can figure this out by looking at the arts and quartz charts in your bracer notebooks in order to figure out which quartz you need to install. If you're lacking the necessary quartz, then you can synthesize them at an orbital factory.
God. So much of this is voiced and most fans are just gonna be like, nope, I'm skipping through tutorial. Right? That kind of feeling.
Alright, it looks like you've got both recovery and attack art set up.
Graph attack spreadsheets, checklists, as well as final graphics for both games. Balls in their court. Nice. Yeah, I hope, because you guys did a really good job. It's what I stressed when I was playing it. It was, for all intents and purposes, as official as it was gonna get. So, I'd be surprised if they felt they needed to touch it up, because it was already very polished. In my opinion.
If you balance your arts out between each other like you've done here, it should make dealing with monsters much easier. Additionally, your Bracer notebooks contain information about which quartz allow you to use which arts. If you'd like to use more powerful arts, check out the arts and quartz charts in your Bracer notebooks and find something that works for you. Alright, our training here is almost finished. Last of all, I'm going to have one of you open a new slot in your orbments. The more slots you have available to you, the broader range of choices you'll have. Since EP, which is consumed by using arts, can have its max value increased by opening up slots, it would be a good idea to open them all early on.
Also, for any fellow actors in the chat or watching, don't worry, I'm zoning out too. It's tutorial.
Now, I want you to use the Sepith and open a slot on each of your orbments.
The feeling is mutual, I assure you.
Go ahead and decide which slots you're going to open.
We've all been there. Second one is alright. Gaming. But the part of gaming that you'd rather forget. Oh wait, I didn't get the, what was I gonna give her? Oh wait, I can't make anything else. Did I mess up already? Tutorials, yes. Oh man, I locked myself out of getting defense. Man, I'm good at this. You know what? It's fine. We'll do hard mode. For a little bit.
I see you've managed to open one of your orbment slots, Estelle. Since your central slot is not limited to a particular elemental, you are free to install any type of quartz you like. This concludes your training here at the Orbital Factory.
Have HP? Oh, I know. But I usually set it up where she had HP and defense 1. But,
Now, it's time to move
Good
on to
goof.
what you've both been waiting for. The qualification test.
it's not really required. Oh man, sewers is gonna be way harder, you guys. Like, it's gonna be impossible now.
Pardon? Did you just say test?
You can't honestly tell me that you forgot about the test again, can you? Didn't I remind you just this morning?
I mean, to be fair, I'd forget if I had that many words in, like, tutorial, Joshua. I can't blame her.
Now that you mention it, I vaguely remember some sort of talk along those lines at the breakfast table.
Sometimes I fear for the future of the Bracer Guild. And humanity. Oh well, no sense in worrying about that now. Let's head over to the testing area.
You mean like now? I don't know if I'm ready for...
How about a little less yapping and a little more walking?
God.
Joshua! Help me!
Just some of these moments I've been wishing we'd get this, man.
Mr. Melders, Freddy, thank you for all your help.
Don't mention it. And good luck with that test of yours.
We'll be rooting for you.
I'm going to remember that you left me high and dry like this, Joshua!
All your training has finally come down to this.
It's so dumb, I love it.
Your qualification test will begin here. I expect to see you both use what you've learned up to this point.
Understood. What's wrong, Estelle?
Covers I get to play this the first time ever with the dub. Oh yeah. Like, once it's all said and done, I really hope it's something that new players can consider along with the Japanese voice dub. Or voice mod, rather.
Shara?
Like, honestly, there'd be this really cool thing, but I don't know. Maybe anybody who's, like, done coding, like, you know, like Ribos or anybody at Geofront would know how to do this, but it'd be really sick if somehow, like, you could stitch both mods together to kind of have this like pseudo like dual language support. If you wanted that, although I feel like at that point you just pick and choose which one you want before you even install any mods, but it would be a neat idea if it were possible.
What now?
I have no idea how it would be done though.
I was kind of wondering, but, is there not going to be a paper test or something?
Did Cassius drop you on your head or something? You just read what it said on the bulletin board not that long ago, right?
Yeah, and?
And I even made you jot down what you read in your bracer notebooks. Unless you forgot that, too. I'm pretty sure the job listing mentioned searching for and retrieving an item from the sewers. Ringing any bells yet?
None.
Oh.
I love it. Better integration into, say, the settings UI. Yeah, same. That's what I was thinking of too, where I was like, that's where it's probably going to be really, a little more tricky. So I was like, it's a neat idea, but yeah, probably a bit of a hassle.
What a relief! Oh, divine Adios! I give thanks to thee for thy infinite grace in bestowing upon us such wonderful gifts as sewers.
Did I mention Hannah's very good? She's very good.
So what you're really saying is that you thought it was a paper test. No wonder you were acting all crazy back at the Orbital Factory.
Ah, I can already feel the nostalgia. All those horrible days stuck in a classroom are starting to feel like grand memories indeed.
I'm really starting to wonder if we'll even be able to graduate at all.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have to go and say something like that when I'm trying to reminisce about positive things?
Alright, that's enough jabbering, you two. This is supposed to be a test, so how about the both of you try to at least look a little anxious? Just so you know, though, if you do happen to flunk the test, you don't even want to imagine the kind of homework I have in store for the both of you.
Overflow of warm feelings. I can't help it though, I genuinely do mean that.
We'll be fine.
That's the beauty of streaming, right? Like, it's all genuine. Some people put on this persona and all that stuff, but for me, I'm like, listen, man, I'm never more real than when I'm streaming, you know?
Just tell us what you want us to do and let us loose.
Well, if you're so confident, then how about proving that you're not just blowing hot air with the results of your test? Anyway, as you both saw on the bulletin board, this test will be a search conducted in Roland's sewers.
Yes, real Marcos. You might be able to find it at your local store, but probably not. It's very elusive. You'll probably find the one that's half real, sadly. It's the cheaper alternative.
Your objective is to retrieve the contents of a chest which has been placed somewhere within that area.
Also, please leave it in the fridge.
The layout of the sewers is extremely simple, so you don't need to worry about getting lost either. However, there are real, living, breathing monsters down there. So, if you get careless and let down your guard, you will be sorry.
The real Dark Souls starts here.
Also, let me give you this before I forget.
What's this book for?
It's called a monster guide, and it's used to record information about monsters and other opponents you meet. Whenever you figure out an enemy's attributes, you should make an immediate note of it in there.
Sounds pretty straightforward to me. He who controls the flow of information controls the tide of battle, right?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You've really got a good head on your shoulders, Joshua.
That's some pretty useful advice. Thanks for the tip, Shira.
We'll put it to good use.
Alrighty then, let's get pumped and knock out this test.
Let's. Don't forget though, this is an exam. We should make sure we treat it as such.
Man, so this is already another good example of the minutia, I guess, of like the things I really did have to check for. Right here. So I'll probably reload this just as an example, but most players would probably do this.
Wait a minute, Estelle. There appears to be a recovery point over there, so we should use it if our HP or EP become low.
Yep. So this is pretty standard.
Sounds like a plan to me.
But if you knew or played the game already, right, you would reload this and not miss that corner and go for it straight away.
There appears to be a recovery point set up over there. Let's use it if our HP and EP become low before engaging in any further battles.
which is more or less, yes, the same dialogue, but it does matter because he does not say, wait a minute, so... It's little things like that that I had to make sure all the lines were playing correctly. Because this series is contextual as all get out. If nothing else. Oh god, that's a bot. Vex, kill it, please.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Oh no, I know I haven't seen anything, because this is really basic. Listen. I'm not saying it was hard. I'm just saying it took some time. Listen. Every time... Man, try not to say my pain is worse than yours challenge whenever you mention anything. Right? We all do it. No, I can't begin to imagine how much of a pain it was with Geofront, because that's a coding effort. That's a lot of, like, text overflow. There's a lot of jank that shows up. That's why I'm like, well, thank God if I'm doing playtesting, it's something relatively lax like this, right? That's more so what I'm getting at. But nevertheless, did have to be, meticulous on a few things. Just making sure to check for all scenarios, basically.
Monsters at 12 o'clock.
Be careful not to let them take advantage of your blind side.
But as much as I respect Geofront, I don't envy the work. I really don't.
Got it.
I respect it. Oh man, the old tutorials with like the orange and yellow highlights. I don't even. Battle theme is still a banger. Cool. Absolute dirty rat. And yet it looks nothing like a rat. Maybe from behind I can kind of see it, but man. I don't know what's going on with the headpiece. Credit card details to the bot just in case. Yeah, gotta make sure it works, right? Gotta make sure. Sadly not in range, though.
That's that then. Let's move out.
I love... God, it is just a cherry on top of having, like, the battle voices be replaced. I love it here. It's so cool.
Well, that was easier than I thought.
Level 3, yes. Very small.
All right, let's keep up this pace.
Return to Monkey.
Estelle, wait
Sky
a second.
FC edition.
We should write down the information about the monsters we just fought in the monster guide.
You're right.
God, me getting excited about, like, the battle voices being replaced is the same energy I had when playing Trails from Zero and looking at the options menu. Like, Jesus Christ. It's the nerdy stuff, but it's really cool.
This monster.
I don't even know if that could be heard well on stream, but even, like, the ad-libbing there is, it's really charming.
Okay, that should do it.
Actually picturing Estelle and Josh is saying, it's my turn like in Cold Steel. Pretty sure that's a challenge in itself to do. Yeah, Sean mentioned he actually wanted to. I guess they couldn't quite figure out how they would implement it. But he was curious for a while if there was a way to, like, add more battle lines as opposed to just replacing the ones that are already there. So, like, for example, he wanted to do one for, like, a lot of the NPCs that show up in the Sky games. So, like, Dorothy, for example, clearly has a line she says when she's about to snap a photo in combat. So he wanted to do something like that, but I guess he couldn't quite figure out a way to implement that. I wouldn't know. So, the joys of not knowing how this engine works and not being a programmer, you know? kind and amount of step if dropped upon defeats. Yeah. Straightforward dungeon.
Here comes some more.
It's probably possible. It might be, yeah. The thing is, Val commented, it's like, who's gonna... That's why I was like, man, Geofront's the real ones, because I'm like, who else is gonna dig in there and figure this out?
Depending on the enemy, some physical attacks may be ineffective. Let's use arts, not physical attacks.
Like, that's some dedication, man.
Okay.
Arts are used, EP can be recovered by resting. Yep. Inns or hotels. I'm trying to think if I ever used a hotel in the Sky games. Probably once or twice. The Mudjik. I have. Fry's like, I'm a proud hotel user. Or many so much.
Piece of cake.
Very nice.
Estelle, let's try using crafts this time around. Since crafts have other effects besides just dealing out damage, they're worth a shot.
Vectoral and sewers, the bright house to heal. Waste some beer on the hotel. Yeah, that's what I did. Like, even when I started playing in 2018, I was like, well, I could just go back to the sewers and cheese it a little bit.
Roger that.
I'm like, listen, I will save money. I will do it. Yes. Rivals is like, I do want cake. That sounds great. Broad range effects. Seal approval, yes. No, it was very meticulous. Like I said, Sean's like a fan of it because he also asked me, like, even when it came to like Estelle using what was the line? Good to go, or like, you know, we're good to go. He actually double checked with me like if it's used not only for victory but also for when using an item. So we checked for that kind of stuff too, just to be really sure. I love it though. Like, the biggest assurance for me when it came to being on this was just the fact that he was a fan, right? Products are cool and all, but sometimes you just want to know they care, right? Do not partake in the sewer cake. God, sounds lethal.
All right, we rule.
I love it here. Alright, back to the classics. Are you ready? Chest is empty, because of you. Nice work, hero. God. I never thought I'd be looking at Sky chest messages again. What is going on, man?
Oh, what a surprise. Another creepy thing.
Cold Steel could never. Yes.
I wish there was an easier way to take care of them.
Can you imagine if the chest messages were voiced? That would kill me.
One blow using an S-Craft or S-Break should do the trick for just about any enemy.
But at the same time, I think part of the appeal of chest messages is actually that they aren't voiced, because I like to imagine their, like, almost snooty attitude, right? Like, sometimes there are some things that are better left to not voiced, to be honest.
The catch is, our CP has to be at least 100 to pull off one of those moves.
Yeah, it'd be a lot. To be honest, English narrator to voice chest messages, oh my god. That would be something. Alright. And time to show off the S-Crafts too, because of course they re-recorded the S-Crafts. Oh god, it's slightly misaligned. Whoa, that's weird, it pauses here. I thought my game crashed for a sec. I forgot it's like this. Oh, Jesus Christ. I freaked out. I was like, wait. I was about to alt-tab. I was like, did it crash? I had the same reaction when I was testing it, and it happened again.
Here I come.
Very nice. Yeah, we could take this one out. Yeah.
Let's do this! Ha!
God. It's so good.
All right, we're good to go.
God. Surreal, man. I love it here. Nothing there, though. Tutorial, the one you can skip to complete Mr. T.O. Chestplate lore? True. Did I skip it or go for the tutorial? I'm trying to remember on my playthrough. One-liner is, want to see what I got? Oh, yeah. I can't wait, but that's an SC, right? We don't get Wheel of Time until SC, I believe. Cool, cool. Yeah, I know Sean said one of his favorite things, or like the most immediate favorite thing to do for this was definitely the battle voices, which I totally get. Because it's immediate. Like, it's immediate satisfaction. You don't have to wait for other lines from other characters to finish a scene. Like, you just hear it, you edit that stuff, and immediately can test it. And see how it sounds.
So that's the treasure chest we're after, huh?
Run no more. Oh, I love that one too. Yeah.
If we've made it this far, the rest is gonna be a piece of cake.
Seems like we've got a little breathing room at least. Let's pay close attention to our battle order this time around.
It's Cold Steel 4. Got him.
There should be a number of ways to get more mileage out of our actions.
Bonuses could be a lot of turns. Attention to how Joshua's voice differs between FC and SC. I'd like to think so. Rivals Kashan is, he is a fan of Joshua. He even mentioned a few funny things that I did not know about, where apparently some of the voices for SC and the third are actually in the files for FC that I never knew about that. So he did mention that it was funny how there's like this hilarious like tonal change in the voice files when you look through them. Apparently Kevin's voice files are there too, yeah. Super weird. Documented back in 2016, nice. I expected no less from Ribos himself. Good stuff. SC Joshua Uchiha, you're not wrong. Get replaced in place? Yeah. Let me see. Oh, probably do the arts first. That means battle voices back then for Trilogy. Ah, cool, cool. God. Makes me appreciate, because I'm like, I know you're super in there when it comes to serious Rapos, but man, I respect it. Never mastered Evo though? Ah, okay. God, it is weird to go back and not have counterattacks from misses, though. When did they first introduce that? Was that in Zero that they introduced it? Oh wait, we don't have the CP for this, sadly. It's still decent damage. Rude. Also, the damage is not insignificant. I forgot, things actually hurt a little bit more than I expect. Like, the notable enemy is like those like red bug-looking enemies when you're trying to go for like the chest on the right side of the tower, or what is it called? Was it the Malga Trail? I forget what it's called. Those enemies hurt for early game, like Jesus. What do I want to do here? Oh no, I know it was Smells Tower, but I'm forgetting like what the name of the actual part in the joke, I guess, the trail is. I'm sorry. hear the death lines. You'll hear them as I play. You won't hear them now, where it's on a line. I could use those same bugs to show it off anyway.
All right, we're good to go.
Dying tutorial. I mean, how rough is Nightmare for early Trails games? Is that something you actually have to imagine, or you can make real?
That's weird. There's a couple of boxes inside the treasure chest.
Very rough. Oof. In like what kind of way? Like a damage sponge kind of way, or just like everything just hurts? Or both. Could be both.
The fact that there's not just one but two is kind of interesting too. I wonder what's inside.
Remember, Estelle, our mission is to search and retrieve only. I'm pretty sure looking inside those boxes doesn't fall under our mission objective.
1-2 shot you. Oh my god, that sounds rough.
You're no fun at all, Joshua.
That actually reminds me, for the purpose of not making the playtest test like take too long, I ended up not doing as many fights, so when I went to the Josette fight at the end of the prologue, yeah, physicals were doing barely any damage. I had to just use arts, that's all I had. And that was still on normal. I'm like, yeah, I can see that for Nightmare. Ugh.
This has nothing to do with our mission. It's what I like to call good, honest curiosity.
Frickin' Joshua's dual strike did like 6 damage per, like it was not good.
You know, we're the only ones down here. We could get away with a teensy-weensy peek, right?
Generally better than physicals in the sky anyway, yeah.
If you feel like flunking today's test, then by all means, be my guest.
Did you just say the F word?
There it is! There's so many memes, man. There's so many good ones.
Yep, opening one of those boxes could result in an automatic fail for the both of us.
God.
If this were a real job, the contents of those boxes would belong to the client. And as long as they were nothing illegal, we would have no right to open them.
I know you're right, Joshua, but I just can't help myself.
If you absolutely have to know what's inside, why not ask Miss Scherer when we get back? But for now, we need to focus on getting out of here.
All right, all right.
Oh, what's this one? Looking inside this chest again, you flunk. Just kidding. Can you imagine? God. Just instant game over when you try to read that chest. Damn in hell, she has the right to the right to say fuck if only. I guess I can do this. I don't really need to, but it's free. Much like how you can check out this mod now, or when it's fully complete later. Joys of PC mods.
Good work, you two.
So everyone tune in. Try to pop in again later. Oh, no worries, Hannah. Thanks for stopping by. I wasn't expecting it, but yeah, have a good one. I think people are thoroughly loving your performance, which I had a feeling, right? Like, I already know playing this series what people are gonna love, so I'm glad to see people like it. Goodbye and good job. Thank you for your voice. It's a good way for exposure. That is a good idea. I'll tell them about that. Actually, Rabos, you know anywhere else it could be posted, or usually just Steam guides and that's it?
As a rule of training, I'm going to need to confirm the items in your possession.
Because yeah, I didn't think about that last night. I should let him know. Because I think for me, I'm playing on GOG, so like, I forgot that, yeah, you're super right. You could have posted it there.
Yep, they're the real deal, all right. I don't see any evidence of tampering either.
Yeah. The social media, of course.
That was a close one.
I figured she would try and set us up like that.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations to the both of you. You have successfully passed your qualification test.
It's in the right hands of Hannah, trust. Trust, she's gonna kill it.
You didn't really think something that simple would be a problem for us, did you?
people look when they get a brand new game to play. Gotcha. Yeah, good tip though, Rabos. Appreciate it.
So, Shara, what's in those boxes you had us get?
That's for me to know and for you to find out after your training is finished. That's enough chit-chat for now, so let's get back to work. You two still have some things left to do.
Seriously? But didn't you just say that we passed the test?
You still have to learn how to report the results of your work. I'm aware that you're both tired, but this is no time to shirk your duties. Let's get back to the guild.
When is this day going to be over?
Mood.
Oh well, no sense in giving up when the finish line is in sight.
Agreed. It seems like we're within reaching distance of our goal.
Your final training is how to report to the guild.
Voice acting stuff, gonna hop off for now. Thank you for the stream. Hope to tune in to another stream soon. Yeah, no worries, Marks. Take care, have a good one, and good luck with the recording.
Whenever you finish a job, it is your duty to report the results of your work to the guild. Reporting how you solved the situation and the steps you took to get there are all part of your job as a bracer. You can report your results to the front desk in each guild branch. And, as you already know by now, Ina is in charge here at the Roland branch. In addition, this is where you will be paid for your work.
I look forward to seeing great things from the both of you.
Now that we're here, why don't you both go ahead and report the results of today's training?
I mean, I could, but I could also leave.
And just where do you think you're going? We aren't finished with training yet.
Okay. But even with that, like, even if it is the same line, I did have to check for that.
Hey, you two, hurry up and report.
In a way, I'm using the stream as a glorified second run through the test. I don't know. It's working out.
If you passed your qualification exam, then there's one thing left to do.
Oh yeah, that was another thing too. Just hearing Ina say the word pass, I remember if there were any plosives, I had to tell Sean to like, all right, can we tweak this a tiny bit?
When you want to report that you finished a job, please select the report option.
It's good to play while wearing headphones, at least. So I'm like, there's a lot of people that do that nowadays. I'm trying to think. Actually, that's a good question. Is there anybody here that doesn't play games with headphones? Like, do you play with like your, I don't know, laptop speakers or something? I'm curious. The 9th class, man. Starting from the bottom.
Good job, you two. It seems like you're able to complete your objective without running into any major problems. Another thing to take note of is that depending on how you handle a job, you may see an increase or decrease in the amount of pay you receive. When you report the results of your work to the guild, pay in the form of Mira isn't the only thing you will receive. You will also accumulate points, which are known as BP, Bracer Points. BP are an indication of your achievements as a bracer. When these points exceed a certain value, you will advance in rank as a bracer and be awarded with a piece of special equipment by the guild.
Well, I forget, do you even usually get Mirror for these side quests? I don't think you did.
The ranks of a junior bracer start at
You
9
got a few,
and go all
but-
the way up to 1. Please set your sights on making first rank and work hard. The amount of Mira and BP you will receive will be recorded in your bracer notebooks, so please have a look sometime later on.
All that's left to do now is to finalize your training. Let's head back upstairs, shall we? I'll talk to you later, Ina. And sorry about putting more work on your plate today than usual.
Yeah, from reporting.
Don't worry about it. Training new bracers is important for the future of the guild.
And I was saying, I was like, oh god, that's right, I gotta report these again.
I fully intend to work these two to the bone in any case.
To the bone?
And knowing Shara, it'll involve the whip.
Let me say it again.
Why is
Good
Joshua
work, you
happy
two.
when...
You have now officially completed the entire training course.
I'm like, Joshua, you shouldn't be happy about that.
From now on, you will be learning from your own real-world experience.
I have many questions and no answers.
Well then,
Aren't those boxes the ones?
in answer to your question, yes, these are the boxes you retrieved during today's test. You seem awfully curious to find out what's inside, Estelle.
Are you saying that it's okay if we open them?
That's right. Why don't the both of you have a look and see what's inside?
Sweet!
All right, let's have a look.
There we go.
This crest is...
So does this mean that we're...
Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright. Beginning this day at 1500 hours, You are both hereby appointed as junior bracers within the Bracer Guild.
And then everything changed several years later.
From here on, you will work as members of the Bracer Guild to support
Still
the
not
livelihood
A-rank.
of those around you, defend peace, and uphold justice.
I will forever be tight about that.
Congratulations, you two, and welcome into the fold.
Did you hear that, Joshua? We've become members of the Bracer Guild.
Better be promoted for real.
So, I'm a bracer now, huh? I think the realization is only now just beginning to sink in.
Come on, Joshua! You should be jumping for joy or running around and screaming at the top of your lungs like this. Look at us now, world! We did it!
Aggressive font.
I was happy until you made my eardrums bleed.
I hate to interrupt the celebrations, Estelle, but I need to take off now. I have some backed-up work that needs my immediate attention.
We understand. You have been spending a lot of extra hours with us during this busy time for the guild. Before you head out, Shara, I just wanted to say thanks.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Susumu. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But welcome.
Likewise, I appreciate all the trouble you've gone through for us, Shara.
Don't mention it. Training new recruits is one of a bracer's many duties. Believe it or not, I was once in your shoes a long time ago when your father, Cassius, trained me.
So that's why you have so much respect for my dad, huh?
There's actually much more to it than that, but I'll save that conversation for another day. As for the both of you, work hard to become full-fledged bracers early on so you can help guide those new recruits who come after yourselves. And, in time, I hope to see you both become respectable bracers like your father.
Much more to it, yeah.
Anyway, I'll leave you with that thought.
I just don't get it.
Get what?
This is Sherazard, aka the Silver Streak, one of the most skilled young bracers we're talking about. So why is it that she holds Dad in such high esteem? He just seems like nothing more than a no-good middle-aged man who is always out doing who knows what instead of being a father.
Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. Returned till I had to dinner. Oh, no worries, Sean. Yeah,
A no-good middle-aged man, huh?
it's all good.
From your viewpoint, it doesn't come as a surprise that you would see him in that fashion.
Huh?
Never mind. Let's hurry and head home. We should let Dad know that we qualified as junior bracers.
Right.
I was actually gonna say, too, one of the things that I do love about this project, and I think a lot of people in chat will agree as well, is, just the simple fact that this is a mod, right? Like, over the years, I've seen many fan projects where, like, if it's, like, a fan dub, like, it might just be, like, a video on YouTube and call it a day, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You gotta work with the limitations. But, the fact that this is a mod for the game is way cooler. And, you know, speaking of Sean as well, like, we're in agreement where it's like, it's the interaction aspect of a video game, right? Let alone a JRPG. Like, you pick your party, you have your favorites, and you can't really get that with a YouTube video unless it's really redundant and has every single... I'm imagining, like, the most cursed, like, YouTube video upload where it's, like, every single possible combination of characters ever conceived, and then record that. And it's like, that does not sound like a good idea for a YouTube video. The immersion's lost, you know? But the fact that it's a mod means that, especially for SC, right? Like, a good example being when you split the path and pick Shara or Agate, right? That's a very good example of when it's cool for it to be a mod. So you can just experience it the way you want to play it. It's my absolute favorite part about this fan project, is the fact that it is a fan mod. Let me see. I can save over here. Play every 30,000 voice line in sequences in Sky FC. As a YouTube video, can you imagine? Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yeah, with the party choices, especially Sky the Third with a bigger cast, you know, and they'll have, like, their own little lines to react, you know, as you play. There's just a lot of instances like that. So, yeah, it's my favorite part about all this. Along with, you know, obviously the really good talent on board for this project. But, that's the biggest aspect of it. Working with you in the same capacity. Cells as well. Back to work now. If there's something you don't understand, give me a holler. Any quests here? Nope, there's nothing.
Congratulations! You two are now official members of the Bracer Guild.
44,000 SC. Yeah, I forget. What was the comparison they made to Lord of the Rings? There was like a certain game, or like, I think it was an arc. I'm trying to remember. Let me know. There was a comparison to that, and I was like, it's insane. That's right, the youngest ever to pass the Bracer exam.
From now on, I'm going to be passing jobs out to you like candy.
Wouldn't that later be Fee, though, Fry?
Bring it on, is all I have to say.
I look forward to working with the guild.
I mean, I don't need to save again, but oh boy. Character's voice in 3rd Evo. I can see that. Middle mage should be a bracer. 16. True. You would think someone else would have tried. But oh well. Oh, did I talk to her already?
From now on, I'm going to be passing jobs out to you like candy. I hope you'll work hard for the guild.
Nothing else to report. Let's get out of here.
Hurry up and come on! Wait for me, Luke!
Huh? Oh, it's you two.
God, it's been so long I forgot about Pat and Luke. There's a lot I had to remember again from 2 years ago.
Oh, great. It's Estelle. Hi there, Joshua.
Okay, you little twerp. What's with the, oh great, it's Estelle remark? And what's the big hurry? How about telling us where you're headed?
It's in between CS2 and 3. I thought she's a bracer. It makes sense.
You're not thinking about wandering out of town alone, are you? The roads are full of monsters, I hope you know.
You're such a pest, Estelle. Don't you know there's no room for girls to be sticking their big fat noses in boys' business? Quit acting like you're a bracer, you wannabe.
Rude.
How wrong you are, Luke. How incredibly wrong. You're more wrong than a fool who thinks there's better tasting milk in Literal than the milk that comes from the Purcell farm.
The smug confidence in this voice.
What? No way! You're full of it, Estelle.
In fact, as of just a few minutes ago, we qualified to become real bracers. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Real bracers!
More like bracers in training, really. Don't think you should be getting on your high horse just yet, Estelle.
Oh,
now
man.
a high pony, on the other hand.
Quit being a killjoy!
Wow, you two are great. I'm so happy for the both of you.
Oh, Pat, you're such a good little boy. Unlike that smart aleck and cynical brat you call a friend.
Bracers in training. You BIT.
This isn't fair. I was supposed to become a bracer first. I can accept that Joshua became a bracer before me. But getting passed by the likes of Estelle?
What's the likes of Estelle supposed to mean? Just so you know, you can't even be a bracer until you're 16 years old. Get it? Only mature people are allowed. And that means no little kids who are still going to Sunday school.
I don't know how I should put this, Estelle, but Sunday school is dying to have you back.
Christ.
You'd better watch out, Estelle. I'm going to go train at my secret base, and before you know it, I'm going to be a bracer too. Come on, Pat, let's go! All right. I'm coming. See you later, Estelle. Bye, Joshua!
That boy, Luke, he's always trying to pick a fight with me. I wonder if he just plain hates me or something.
Nope.
Rather, I think it's the exact opposite.
What do you mean by that?
Don't worry about it. It's just a boy thing.
Which, honestly, I agree with this, because, man, I sure had that phase when I was in school and really young, right? Like, you'd act like you hate him, but really, you know, maybe you had a crush or maybe you were into him or something, but it's like, a lot of boys actually do this, from what I've noticed.
At any rate, what do you think Luke meant when he said secret base? I don't know why, but somehow it makes me a bit curious.
I know exactly what you mean.
A secret base sounds really intriguing. The pure heart of a young child can be so inspiring at times.
Yes, that's exactly what he meant.
That's not really what I mean by curious.
We could head there, but I will show off the line when going the wrong way.
Estelle, let's head home. We should let Dad know that we qualified as junior bracers.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
And also another NPC. Well, actually, 2 of them. Oh man, I forgot to show off Klaus in the first part. Whoops, my bad. I did check for that, though, when I was testing.
Whew! I finally arrived here in Roland. I think the first thing I'm going to do is have a look around.
And that's it. But shoutouts to Bekamatsu. I know, like, you guys aren't hearing our, many Josette lines right now, but she did a really good job. Like, by the end of the prologue, I was like, oh, I love to hate Josette. It's all here. It's all here, people. How do, sir?
Compared to other cities, Relent is certainly rural with no distinct features. However, I love this city. There's just something warm and inviting about Relent. I want to build a city that gives importance to that atmosphere.
I forget that the houses had chests and you can't open them. Man. I forget. I think I made a command for Klaus, too. If anybody wanted to know. But, yeah, did a good job as well. Let me see. What was I gonna do? Yes. I was about to say Isengard, but I second-guessed for some reason, because, it's a lot to remember. Chess message that reveals the Grand Master's identity? Absolutely. Yeah, nothing else here, actually. Let me get out of here. I'm not going to do any NPC rounds. If I want to do this all today, I need to just beeline it to, what I gotta do. There is one thing I could show off, but I'm actually not going to for the sake of this run, but there is, like, different dialogue here if you don't have the money to buy the paper. So, I'll just go with the, normal run-through, more or less. Identity is... The rest is too scratched up to read, yes. You'll never know.
Hey there, Estelle and Joshua. How can I help you? Did you manage to become bracers?
This is what I mean by, like, different mics. Sounds good. Actually, hold on. Let me get the text document up. I gotta give proper credit where it's due. That is Wesley Bryan. He did the voice for, I believe it's Renan. I'll find out how it's pronounced here in a sec. I've forgotten. My apologies.
You bet we did. Maybe I should have you start calling me Hyper Bracer Estelle from now on.
This is where I'd make a joke about Estelle being a monster deviant from Monster Hunter, but, I don't know how many people would get that joke.
By the way, Mr. Renan, did the liberal news come in?
Yeah, it came in a little afternoon.
You voiced the chapter 1. I mean, I'm probably not going to go for anything crazy. From the context of what it is, I'll probably go for something, a bit, normal voice. Like, you'll know it's me, more or less.
Don't brush me off like that, you two.
It's only a few lines. It's nothing crazy. But it does involve, the mayor. Mayor Maybell in Bose. Shoutouts to her. She was a very good mayor.
Oh, whatever. I'll take one copy then.
That comes to 100 Mira, please.
I'd expect his voice to be deep. That's the thing, though, right? It's like, what would they be? It's interesting for this fandom to be like, I'm not sure what they would be, going for, but, there's freedom with the project. It's like, of course, he doesn't want any impersonations, he just wants unique takes for these characters, and rightfully so. It's so much more constricting to have to try to imitate something than just go for a certain tone or feel, to the role.
I know my dad always buys a copy of this magazine.
Future Gilbert that learned to time travel. Yes, Rodrix, yes. Also, what's up? NPC is kind of elected to let people have some freedom, do their own thing. Yeah, like NPCs, it's like, it's free reign, you know? It's like, what basis is there, right?
But does it really sell that well?
It sure does. The Liberal News has an excellent reporter and camerawoman who have done a great job reporting the latest and most reliable news. They're even supposed to have a running story related to Queen Alicia's birthday celebration. One more thing before you go. This gift is my way of saying congratulations. It's a free sample item I received with my shipment of goods. But don't hold the free part against me.
What's this supposed to be for? There's a ton of blank pages.
It's a recipe book, isn't it?
You got it. When you get hurt fighting, if you just limit yourself to healing balms all the time, it's going to cut pretty deep into your wallets. This is where a recipe book comes into play. If you eat food to recover your strength instead, it's basically free. Assuming you have all the ingredients anyway. So, if you eat something new, write down what's in it, and you'll have lots of recipes in no time.
Yeah, recipe system's kind of the same, but it's a little weird going backwards.
So, how about we try this out? Go ahead and eat this cookie, Estelle.
It is so weird to hear him just say, go ahead and eat this cookie to Estelle. I was like, man, we're finally here.
Well, I have made it a personal rule to never turn down sweets.
It's a demand.
Basically, all you have to do is eat the food to learn the recipe. It's as simple as that.
No, right, boss. I just mean it's a conversation between that character and the mayor. But no, it's a send NPC. I think it's part of a side quest. But I haven't recorded anything yet. I will in the next few days.
As you're traveling about, you should
that would be
whatever
hilarious.
Food you come across that you haven't had an opportunity to try before.
I actually do wonder. I don't know who is voicing Leela.
Well, that sounds pretty
or
convenient.
Is it Lila? Fun times.
It's not that I don't like cooking and all. It's just that I never seem to get any better. I'd sure love to be able to increase my repertoire and really be able to shock my dad's taste buds for once in my life.
That's the spirit. And in passing, if you're in need of any ingredients, I'd be delighted to service your cooking needs.
You really know how to solicit your customers, Mr. Renan.
Thank you for the recipe book. We'll put it to good use.
Either works as long as you're consistent. Cool. Actually, Rybos, I doubt it's gonna happen much, but if there ever is any pronunciation mix-up, like, is it alright to fact-check with you on Discord if I ever need to? Just in case. It's always good to have someone in the know. Meals don't be eaten spot and to-go meals. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Feel free? Cool. What a store acquired from monsters. Gotcha. Nothing else here. I know that today was our last day of training. In a certain sense, both you and Joshua are like celebrities here in Roland. Good to hear a lot from customers coming through here. Shouldn't have expected anything less from Roland. Grapevine around here is seriously something to be reckoned with. Women here especially love to gossip. Leela? Japanese literary. Her presentations also are affected by the European influence. Best to deep dive there for more complete picture. Gotcha. Oh, I can't buy the... Oh, that's later. I was like, why can't I buy the news yet? Yeah, it's not yet. Okay. That's how we're pronouncing the name. Nice. Actually, if you guys don't mind, hate to do it, but I am human after all. So give me 5 to 10 minutes. I just gotta take a bathroom break. But approach the leeway though. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm like, how are you planning to do that? I couldn't tell you either. But yeah, I'm gonna take a bathroom break here. Give me like 5 to 10 minutes. Use Cold Steel's choices. I don't know if you're serious with that, Rivos. Oh, man. But I guess it would make it fit, right? I guess if you had to pick one, it's probably better to keep one that's consistent. If someone were to happen to play this mod and go forward. But yeah, BRB for now, guys. I won't take too long. Just gotta use the bathroom. Actually, let me double check that the scene works before I go. Okay, back. Also, for some reason, pressing the unmute button on my stream deck causes the map to show up. Weird. But yeah, I'm back. Let me switch scenes. Thank you, Agus. Also, hello. Is anything in chat? Oh, also, I did turn on the AC. It's getting kind of warm in this room, but hopefully it's not too audible with NVIDIA broadcast. So, yeah. His name is dropped a couple times voice lines serious. Oh, I know. It's just... I wasn't sure if it was a half joke to Ribos when he said it. But, room speaker's happy, try to shorten the second syllable. Who's called him, go ahead and be done with it. Well, explanation on why I believe you. Well, with that? Okay. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Bronco? Played this game 6 months ago and it already feels nostalgic. Oh yeah, true. You said you played it recently, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to revisit the Sky games after playing Cold Steel 4 2 weeks ago, but I guess Trails is never over. Trails is forever. But willingly, I'm actually very glad I'm part of this project. Dinner though? Yeah, no worries, Sean. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in so far. Oh yeah, I forgot about these two. They're pretty nice. Well, today's your last day of training, isn't it? Do you remember you saying something about it last time I had you run the store? Emblem on your chest means you shouldn't have expected anything less from Cash's kids. We're still bracers in training. The BIT. You're gonna have to give up your part-time job here sooner or later. I'm really sorry about that. Don't sweat it, knew it'd happen eventually when I hired you on. It's a shame, though. There's hardly anyone out there with as good an eye for weapons as you. That's the path you've chosen, so get out there and show us what you're made of. That's it. Unplug my TV and stuff, Jesus. Man. Go to Masterpiece. It's very good. I guess we'll just go through with main scenario, though. So, we'll just proceed. I don't think there's anything else major. So, we'll just head out here.
Estelle, Joshua, am I glad I found you two.
Oh? Hi, Aina.
Is something wrong? You seem to be in quite a hurry.
We've got a bit of a problem. Is your father at home today?
Yes, he is. He said something about having to sort out a bunch of documents. But what's going on?
You know Luke and Pat, right?
Sure we do. In fact, we saw them not that long ago.
What's wrong? Are they in some sort of trouble?
I don't know how to say this, but I just heard from Uni that Luke and Pat ran off to the tower that lies on the northern outskirts of Roland.
Sounds like a great idea.
You mean the Tower of Asmalis? Isn't that supposed to be a breeding ground for monsters?
That's what they say. Unfortunately, at the moment, Sherazard is out on other bracer business, so I want to ask your father to bring the boys home safely.
It's very hidden, Ribos. Nobody will ever know.
What are you talking about? There's no time for that. Joshua and I will go after them and bring them back.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. The two of you only just qualified to be junior bracers today.
With all due respect, I believe that Estelle's judgment is correct in this situation. If the two of us hurry, we may even be able to catch up with the boys before they reach the tower.
I understand. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. As an emergency request from the Bracer Guild, I ask that you lose no time in bringing about the safe return of these children.
Roger that.
Understood.
The Asmalis Tower can be reached by taking the western path of the junction along the Malga Trail. You can get onto the Malga Trail through Roland's northwest gate. I'll be on standby at the guild, so if you run into any trouble, you know where to find me.
This is our first real job. Come on, Joshua! We don't have any time to lose!
I'm right behind you.
Yeah, no, there's nothing else. Oh yeah, it was the Malga Trail. That's what I was thinking of, and I just forgot. Oh, actually, I guess let me learn that recipe while I'm at it. Really quick. Oh man, I almost do wish Elisa would be voiced. I'm trying to think, does she ever get like a side quest or something? Is there ever a chance for that happening? I'm trying to remember. There might be one. It's just been a long time for me. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? Something going on today? Could it be that you're on a date together? Yeah, right. But anyway, check this out. Officially a real bracer? Congratulations, Estelle. I wouldn't be surprised if Estelle lost that badge on the first day. Showed it off so much. Ever since you were a kid, haven't you, Estelle? Bracers have a lot of dangerous jobs. Something like that. Don't overdo it. Watch out for each other. Has a tendency to get in over her head. Very good observation, Elisa. Only problem is that Estelle doesn't realize this herself. Something right here, you guys. Josh and I just care about you, Estelle, that's all. Don't get too full of yourself and end up getting hurt, okay? Man. What even is wholesome pasta? Sometimes I think about these recipe names too much. Is it like, I don't know, whole wheat noodles or something? I don't even know what they do with this stuff. Pasta, that's wholesome. Man, you're right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Incredible. Oh yeah, I guess before heading out, let me make that defense 1 quartz. Congratulations, you two. Finally become bracers, huh? Way too proud of yourself. I always have to ruin the moment, Joshua. Should be this happy because I earned it. Please let me bask in the glory for a minute. Sometimes you can be just so... But Estelle, I'm a bracer. You're gonna have to get over your little, problem with orbital arts. And you too? That's code for barrier. She's gotta get over the barrier. Why do you have to go and spoil my day by saying things like that? Have any other business needs? Don't forget to stop by. Yeah, I guess I'll go for defense. Some enemies surprisingly do hit hard early on. Oh, a little bit. Alright, so for real, we'll get a move on and go the wrong way for a second. Because I don't think there's anybody voiced at the landing port. I'll do a few fights, but not many. I guess I will unironically show off the death lines with those bug enemies showing up soon. Because, man, that's just gonna happen. No. Well, maybe? So, yeah, I guess this is, I'm pretty much the only playtester at the moment. I don't know if he's gonna get more. But, I'm a playtester for this, this mod. And also, part of the voice acting crew. So I'm gonna be voicing NPCs, beyond Chapter 1. Or Chapter 1 and beyond, sorry. Wording. So, yeah, I'm just involved in that. So, I guess when each chapter is done, I will, you know, maybe stream them if possible for you guys. So, in the long run, I might be doing the whole games again. But very spread out.
That's that then.
But the plan is to have the trilogy out by next year, so at least finish FC before the year ends, and then start on SC, and then you know, third and so on. But I'm definitely willing to go all in on this because already just playing the prologue, this makes me very happy. I love it. Like, that's not even because I'm working on it, it's just, I genuinely think this is a really cool project. I could fight one of these once. Although we don't have fire, so this is a little awkward. And it'll probably be fine. Might give Joshua the fire one later.
Come on!
Probably could have done it later. Man, imagine not having brave orders, you guys. Imagine a world with no brave orders. What if I told you it's real? No sledgehammer. No nothing. It's not here. Is he gonna be in range? Oh, he will, actually.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Nice. Bird sky combat? Yeah, it was simpler. But yeah, it definitely felt like things hit harder. Just in general. And do I really need to save? Well, I'll save at the fork. I'm gonna need to save at the fork because, God, those insects move really fast. Super easy to break? Yeah. Not a thing remains in the chest except a lonely dead spider. Well, that's, unfortunate. I never noticed those signs were actually legible before. Oh, wait. Yeah, like I could see the Amalgamine here, obviously, but I wonder what the resolution is of this texture. Be like, oh god, I can see it, I can read it, but man, it's probably not pretty when it's blown up. God, yeah, these things right here. Whew. I think starting off, they should do like 60 damage. Like, these things hurt. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Game really said, nope, don't go in the fork in the road. I will intentionally kill Joshua just to show off the voice line. Estelle could cast Tear, but she won't. Okay, if the game lets me do it, right? Let's get to that first. Let's do that. I'm just stalling here.
Not now.
Good lord. Man, I forget how, I'm trying to think. No, every Trails game did have that, like, danger, theme. I was trying to think if there was one that didn't have it. But I don't think so. I think they all did. I guess I'll revive, but, like... Well, actually, you know what? No, if I'm gonna show off both of their lines, I might as well do it now in one fight. Oh my... I can't make this up, you guys. I can't. Come on. I just want to die. Let me die again. Falcom would never. What's happening? There we go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Ugh, pain. It's all pain. I guess I'll do title screen. Just for sake of time. I'm just gonna go around and get that chest early. Or should I? I don't think anything really does poison right away, so... I could probably just come back later. I think I'll just come back to it later, actually. There's really no... Nothing really does poison for a while. If I remember correctly. I'll just go this way, because it's like, I would have to awkwardly avoid those enemies, and it's not a good time. For the pacing, rather. The chest is empty. I wonder whose fault that is. Mystery. I can't fight these guys. That was weird sprite overlay. Trail series ended because of a mere bug. Yeah. I wonder how many, like... That bug is like the newbie killer, right? It's just like, alright, better deal with getting half your health taken away. Going down here. If you bother going down this path. Sky or Crossbell arc overall? Oh, I would say I prefer the Sky arc more still. But Crossbell is great. I think it's just that I do love Estelle and Joshua and all the banter between them so much more. But Crossbell has great stakes. There's a lot of good things I could say about it. I still love the cast, you know. Crossbell is great. Yeah. Sky Supremacy.
That's that then.
I mean,
Let's
I'll
move
agree
out.
none of them are perfect, but you gotta pick the one that's for you, right? That's kind of the beauty with the arcs, is that you can pick a favorite. And for me, it's absolutely this one. So when I say I love working on this project, like, oh god, it's I really want to do these arcs justice, you know. I want to make sure it's the best it possibly can be for everybody when they decide to mess with this mod. I'm like, don't worry, you have someone with the Sky bias on staff. It'll be good, trust me. I'll make sure of it. I have the inside bias. Sick. Flashbacks to CS4. Pain. Actually, let me see how much damage this does. Should almost one-shot them? Okay, now it's like in the 80s. Oh yeah, we can just do this.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Strength buffs affect arts to an FC. Yeah, that took me a while to realize too. It's weird. Let me heal him up. Here we are, at the Smellest Tower. Yes, and I'm mispronouncing it. Just put one L in there.
It looks like we've come all the way to Esmalus Tower. I didn't see any sign of them along the trail. So do you think they wandered inside?
Introduce ATS as a buff? I believe so, that sounds about right.
It's quite likely that's the case. Let's go in. It looks like we'll need to hurry.
Right.
I guess I'll save here just in case, but it's pretty straightforward. You never know what can go wrong. That is the benefit, though. The game will absolutely work fine with this mod.
It's dark
just,
in here.
like, in some ways, it's a blessing that coding is not involved for this. It's just simple file replacement.
I'm scared.
Because, hoo boy. I can only imagine the things Ribos and crew saw working on the Crossbell games. I've only seen a few of them on Twitter. God, that looks like something alright.
Quit being a baby. We're only on the first floor of this place.
Did you hear that? They really did come in here.
Estelle? Are you alright?
Luke! Pat! If you can hear me, answer me now!
But of
Those
course.
little brats. Are they pretending they can't hear me?
They might have climbed up to the second floor. Let's hurry and see if we can find them.
Man. Chadius comes in at the end, yes. The Glory Hound.
What are we gonna do?
You don't even get to really go through the tower the first time.
Somebody, help!
Yep. Pulse in the direction of the voice. I did do both for testing. Obviously, man, it is funny to be so reckless, but No, it's simultaneous.
Let's go, Joshua.
Right, I've got your back.
You monsters, go somewhere else! No! Shoo! Shoo! Leave us alone!
Chew on this!
Man.
What are you doing here?
I remember I made a dumb joke about how, like, everybody's one-shotting these enemies in the Cold Steel games, and it's like, man, when can we do that? And yet, you know what? Tradition started in Sky FC, and I just didn't remember.
Joshua! You're here too!
I'm like, alright, sick. Can I do that, please?
Get back, you two. These monsters aren't playing around.
We'll take care of them.
Yep, this mechanic, which I did not miss. Versus Racer 2. Impressive. Hey, you know what? Get just some Jewel Strike. Why not? I guess I could do Stone Hammer. Pretty good damage. Oh wait. How much does one kill give me? Oh man, so close yet so far. Oh well. I guess I'll use the S-Craft for another fight. It's not exactly worth it for this. Yeah, because even physicals do a lot of damage. It is so weird to go back and see the low numbers game, right?
That's that then. Let's move out.
It's interesting. Erase some memory just so I can relive it? Yeah. That's kind of why I'm excited for this fan project as well, because it's like, it'll at least give me a little bit of that feeling again, right? Like, I can't wait for certain moments to hit with the performances that I've heard so far. Like, I'm imagining the cliffhanger of FC with Hannah voicing as Estelle, and I'm just... Ugh. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know. And I can't say it's good on Twitter. I have to keep my mouth shut. Probably, because I don't want to hype it up before it's out, you know? I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's safe, too.
I'm gonna sit at this desk, slight tears, and be like, yeah, anyway, how's your day been on Twitter?
By the way, that was great timing the way you blitzed those monsters,
Like
Estelle.
nothing happened. Taunt as a craft. Yeah, I didn't use it much either.
You really think so?
Is it safe now? Oh, man! That was awesome! You really showed them, Estelle. Not bad for a girl.
You little twerp!
Ow!
Every time these sound
Hurts.
effects.
What are you trying to do to me?
Estelle is part trampoline.
What's wrong with you? You even dragged poor Pat all the way up here against his will. It's time to think about what you did today.
Ugh, I forgot about the grab animations. Implied. Very implied.
Ow! You're hurting me! Stop it! I said stop it, you violent she-devil!
So this is the thanks I get for saving your neck, huh?
Also, wait a minute. I'm slipping. I gotta be credit. Let me see. So who did Pat and Luke? Ooh, I'm actually gonna post this in the chat because I feel like I'd mess up their pronunciation. I do apologize for this one. It's like Sin Nguyen? I don't know. I could not tell you. And then Pat was K Mix Spadden? Yeah, with 2 Ds. So it's Pat Mix Spadden. But the full credits list is on, you know, the website. But they both did good.
Looks like it's time to give you some of my special discipline.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Estelle? Shouldn't we forgive each other like they teach us at school?
Nonsense.
This brat doesn't need forgiveness, but a little discipline should do the trick.
Estelle, behind you!
It's something with teeth, isn't it? Nice monster?
Man, you telling me she didn't have time to get the staff out?
I'm not going to make it in time.
Kill Steel. But of course, as he would.
Dad, you came!
You still lack skill and understanding, Estelle. You must always prepare for unseen danger by sharpening your senses. That's part of what it means to be a bracer.
Dad? What are you doing here?
I just happened to be in town and heard the whole story from Ina. I'll give you points for your quick thinking and taking action to come after the children, but you failed to follow through completely.
I really messed up, didn't I?
It's a good thing you showed up when you did. I'm sorry. I should have been watching your back.
Man, first Kiseki save in the series, I guess, technically.
That just means that you have room for improvement. Constantly working to overcome your weak spots is the key.
He said the F word.
Understood.
So, how about we head home, everyone? Can you boys walk?
I think so.
God, that line of Estelle saying, "Did you say the F word?" is so... That one's so perfect for out of context, man. Like, it was made for it.
That was incredible, Mr. Bright. You were like a gazillion times more awesome than Estelle.
Of course I was. I'm her father. All right, everyone. Let's file on out of here.
I'm with you, Mr. Bright.
Still a clown. But dad clown.
Who's the glory hog now? I mean, I guess I should be thankful that Dad saved my behind, but why does he have to go and take all the credit like that? It really chaps my hide.
That's just the way he is. After all, he is Cassius Bright.
It'd be like that.
It seems like you've had quite a day.
Dad is just unbelievable. The second we get back to Roland, he says, "I'll leave the reporting to you," and takes off for home.
Man.
The sheer nerve, I tell you.
There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill over it. At least the boys came back safe and sound. Anyway, I think that's all there is to report.
Cool. There's the bonus.
You did well for your first assignment. From the details of your report alone, I believe I can commend you both for a job well done.
You should be proud of yourselves.
You really think so?
I know so. In fact, you'll do even better on your next job. If anything else comes up, I would appreciate your help again.
Sure.
How about we head home too?
I guess we'd better. I've still got dinner to prepare.
Would you mind holding on a second? A letter arrived for your father just a little while ago. Unfortunately, since he went straight home, I never got a chance to give it to him. Do you...
Oh, my bad. Accidentally pressed too early, that's on me.
I wonder if it's more work-related stuff.
Stream is cancelled, y'all. I've ruined it. And there's no message log here to save me.
I imagine so. The letter appears to be from one of our foreign branches.
Pain.
One of the guild's foreign branches?
As I'm sure you already know by now, Liberal isn't the only country where the Bracer Guild exists. On top of that, your father is widely known all across the Zumurian continent, so we can expect these kinds of letters from time to time.
Yes, right. I'm here to formally announce I am off the project.
If you two would be so kind as to make sure he gets this letter, I would really
Can you imagine? Oh, God.
I'm sure today was tough for your first day as bracers, but you had a fine showing. I'll see you two tomorrow. I think this letter addressed to your father is important, so don't forget to give it to him.
Let's see. Alright, there's no side quest yet. Oh yeah, nobody's here. Well, I forget if there's a different turnaround line for here.
It's getting late. I'm sure Dad's waiting for us, so let's head home.
Yeah, I'm beat.
Cool, cool. I'll check up on Josette.
The mayor's residence is east of town, and the Bracer Guild is south of the clock tower. I think I've got the basic layout of this town now.
Incredible! No. It's an NPC! Oh, man. The joys of not knowing, but... Oh, that's what I mean by first-time playthroughs. Like, you can only have that once. Like, now I know. Now I know everything. Or do I? I don't know. There's a lot of lore. I probably forgot, to be honest. I could buy equipment. I'll leave it for later. Backwoods Town, these stores do carry a pretty nice selection of goods. The kingdom definitely has a different feel with all these orbits everywhere. Better get in the mood to do business starting tomorrow. Gonna face some serious financial repercussions. Oh, I forgot about the mayor again. Oh, shoot. Yeah, Klaus is the one where it's
Joshua.
like... I did it for testing, but when you're casually playing, most players are probably not gonna go to Klaus and talk to him. So yeah. Man, I tested for it, and here I am already just forgetting. I'm very good. But it's fine, it's nothing super major.
Do you think I'm really cut out to be a bracer?
Well, you seem to have inherited your father's skill with a staff, and your nosy personality doesn't let you ignore someone in distress.
Really? You think so?
Sure, but why are you asking? Are you still thinking about what happened back at the tower?
Yeah. Because of my carelessness, Luke almost got caught in the middle of a dangerous situation.
Oh yeah, this scene is actually a good example of what I mean by like the whole audio balance thing. This is with like the background music 2 notches down, which honestly I would say is pretty much a requirement if you're going to check out this mod. I don't know what they could do, because like I saw the files in Audacity and I'm like, yeah, it's already in the red for some of these files, and yet it's still, the background music can overpower it if you leave them both at default.
If Dad hadn't come when he did, he could have been seriously injured.
Unless Evo voice mods did some weird black magic I don't know about.
I guess I'm just worried about whether or not I'll be able to stay on top of things in the future.
That kind of talk doesn't sound like the Estelle I know.
Huh?
If we fail today, then all that's left to do is take back our losses tomorrow, right? Overthinking and worrying about things that haven't happened yet is definitely not like you. Isn't being a bracer what you've always dreamed of? How can you expect to succeed if you let something like what happened today discourage you?
Grandmasters, of course, use black magic, yes.
Joshua, you're right. This isn't like me at all.
I don't think a serious expression really suits your face either. You laughing like a big ditz is far more natural for you.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're gonna see my angry expression if you keep that up.
Okay, I admit that last comment was pushing things a bit.
I'll overlook it this time. And thanks for cheering me up. I don't know about you, but I'm so ready to get home and eat. My stomach just started growling like a bear.
Maybe glutton is closer to the mark than ditz.
Rude. I'm like, listen, let her have this. It's been a long day. Oh, sorry. I got a text, but it's nothing major. Just saw it pop up, so I had to check.
It's getting late. I'm sure Dad's waiting for us, so let's head home.
Roger that.
Looking back at it after all the games, facing farther come. Oh, I love it, yeah. That's what I mean, like, I love Estelle as a character because her insecurities are, like, they're there, but they're very relatable, right? Like, I think even me, for example, with, being on this project and, like, you know, doing the whole voice acting thing, and I still know I need a lot more experience. It is that feeling sometimes where you're just like, am I good enough to do this? Like, am I ready? You know, and it's like, honestly, being on this project was a good life lesson for me, and it's that evergreen lesson where it's like, you'll never be ready for something, you just have to do it. if I didn't do auditions in 2019 and couldn't at least send that to them for the application, I wouldn't have even been on this project to begin with, right? I don't have a demo, but at least I did something over the last 2 years to get me in, right? But that's just life lessons in general. You just have to start. That's the most important thing.
We're home, Dad! We finished reporting to the guild just like you told us to.
Good work, kids. The details of your reports will be reviewed at each branch and will affect your pay and rank advancement in the future. Please make sure that you always remember to do it.
Don't worry, we will.
Unless you don't.
And before I forget, I got a copy of the liberal news you wanted. There was this letter for you at the guild, too.
A letter, huh?
Well, I'm gonna get cleaned up and start dinner. Oh, and, Dad. Thanks for coming in when you did today. You really helped me out back there.
I see you're being rather gracious today. Papa's happy. How delightful that my daughter has finally understood what a great man her father truly is.
Nope.
There's no need to hold back, Estelle. Come and jump into your father's loving arms.
As if he needs a bigger
In
head.
your dreams. I swear the men in this house have one thing in common. They never know when to shut up.
Oh, man.
I guess she's not as depressed as I had thought she'd be.
I can't wait for certain lines to just happen.
Should I be thanking you, Joshua?
I didn't do much. I just gave her a push in the right direction. Estelle's a resilient girl to begin with.
Yes, she is. But she still has a long way to go. She'll run into more than just a few stumbling blocks in this line of work, and overcoming those obstacles is what will teach her to stand on her own 2 feet.
There's that soft side of yours talking again.
Oh no! Are eggs supposed to explode like that?
And there it is.
I guess I shouldn't have gone in expecting to make a perfect meal in a single try.
God, she's doing her best, though.
No, wait! Cooking is supposed to be about passion. Exploding eggs are passionate, right? Now, once more.
That daughter of mine can sometimes be a little too passionate.
Should have eaten it, man.
I think I'll go help with dinner. We don't want the curtains to catch fire again. But at this rate, there's no telling when we can expect to have a bite of food ready on the dinner table.
All right then. Let's see what this letter's all about, shall we?
Again, yes. Oh boy.
A message from the Erebonian Empire? What? Wow, this is a surprise.
This new dish is what I call Estelle's Eggsplosion over rice. Be sure to savor every last morsel.
I will. Your cooking this evening is excellent. My compliments to the chef.
Who knows when you'll have it again.
This is raw talent at its best. Today certainly has been a busy but great day nonetheless. We qualified as junior bracers, had our first real assignment, and I didn't even lose my eyebrows making dinner this time.
This time. God, can you imagine?
Not to mention the food being delicious. For a first attempt, this dish is actually quite edible.
One's wrong, Cell's cooking is superior. They just don't have taste.
At first I thought I might have to pitch it out the window when you weren't looking, but it seems that technique won't be necessary tonight.
This recipe? I don't know.
Sometimes you're just so despicably rude, Dad. Don't you know how to just be humble and say that something tastes nice?
All right then, how about this? Boy, I never thought I'd be able to eat something wonderful like this before I had to leave on business. You made a splendid meal, Estelle.
Thanks, Dad. Wait. Business?
Are you really leaving again?
Yes. Something unexpected came up. This time I'm going to be away for a while.
Oh, hold on a minute. You're leaving? When?
Tomorrow morning.
What? I don't care what kind of job you're doing. That's just too soon.
Yeah, but there would never be a good time, though.
It's about that letter, isn't it? Was there some sort of incident?
Oh, it's nothing like that. Just a simple investigation.
Simple investigation. Man, that's cute.
I'll have to visit a number of places, so it'll take me about a solid month before I'm through. That being the case, please take good care of the house while I'm away.
What do you mean, that being the case?
God, it is so interesting to play this now that I've played the whole series. Well, up until CS4.
You always use some vague excuse like that to take off for who knows how long.
We have to accept it, Estelle.
And yet, I wonder how much of it was planned after playing 3 and 4. Or rather, CS3 and 4, you know? I just got another message? Oh no.
A bracer's job is to help those who come to us for help.
I know. But what are you going to do about all your jobs here at the Roland branch? You've already accepted a few of them, haven't you?
Oh, only about 5 or 6. So, I was thinking, and how about the both of you handle them for me instead?
What? Are you really asking us to do the work you're supposed to be doing?
Oh no, can read that far into the future. Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
That I am. I'll have you do the ones which I think you can accomplish, and I'll ask Sherazard to handle the difficult ones. So, what do you say?
In the game is based off it? Yeah. Maybe like the main plot points at least? I don't know.
Sure, of course we will. You're okay with doing these too, right, Joshua?
Yeah, no problem. Looks like a good way to get some experience as a bracer.
Then it's settled. I'll stop by the guild and let Aina know about the change of plan before I leave.
All right. I'm starting to feel more determined than ever. We'll have to bust our tails with these jobs so we don't tarnish your name while you're gone.
Oh, Estelle, my beloved daughter. Papa is so proud. Oh, my dear Lena, who art in heaven. Can you see your daughter now? Our little Estelle has grown up to be such a lovely young woman.
Face it, Dad. You're getting old. If people lose their trust in you at this age, you might as well just throw the towel in forever.
Ban.
I'm only helping you out because I'm your daughter, and I have a duty to pay you back for the last 16 years.
I still love that expression.
I'm only 45. And what's more, I'm very likely the most active member in the entire guild.
Not bad for a pair of comedians. By the way, Dad, which flight will you be on tomorrow? The one headed for Gronsel or the one headed for Bose?
I'll be on the one headed for Gronsel. My flight departs at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I wonder about this one with Gronsel. Because remember when I was playing in 2019 and I had no idea about how to pronounce it, I always say Gransel.
That means I'll have to get up a little earlier tomorrow. I better set my alarm clock just in case.
Thoughts hit me. Zamoria had its own version of the Mythbusters. Original crew, not the reboot. Man, that'd be something. Yeah, I always say Gran because I think of, like, you know, Grandpa. Or Grand, you know.
Dad.
Are you still awake, Joshua?
You'd better hold off on the liquor or Estelle will get mad again.
This is just my way of lifting my spirits before I travel. How about yourself? Would you like to join me for a drink?
Grand Capital? Yeah.
I'll pass. Actually, what I should be saying here is, don't offer alcohol to minors. I'm not like Shara, who would jump at any chance to enjoy a drink. Or 10.
God.
That's because she holds her liquor much better than I do.
There's something really serious happening, isn't there?
There's no conclusive evidence, but there appears to be some sort of movement within the Empire.
The Erebonian Empire? That sounds pretty suspicious.
This movement doesn't appear to be overt, but that's what has me worried. I intend to do a little probing at the Erebonian Embassy to see what turns up.
Understood. I'll make sure to look after Estelle while you're gone.
Don't you spoil that girl, you hear me? Now that she's become a bracer, she needs to learn to look after herself.
Estelle will be fine. She's got good instincts, and despite being a bit rough around the edges, she has talent with the staff as well. There's no doubt in my mind that she'll be a first-class bracer someday.
Guaranteed.
Yet at present, she's like a babe in arms who knows nothing about the realities of the world around her. At some point in time, she'll have to choose which path to follow in life. And Joshua, the same thing can be said for you, too. It's already been 5 years since you became a part of this family, hasn't it? How time does fly.
Yes, it sure does seem that way.
About what you said back then. Are you sure you won't reconsider taking those words back?
For me, keeping my word is what defines who I am. If I can't do something as simple as that, I don't know how I could live with myself. I know this may sound stubborn, but I can't take back what I said. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize, but I'd like you to remember this. No matter what path you choose in life, you can't erase these past 5 years. Estelle and I will always be your family, no matter what may befall you.
God, I love the foreshadowing here. It's again, it's interesting to come back to all this, you know. Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
It's really well done. And that's the end of the prologue. No, I'm kidding. There's still more. And yet, it's such a weird psych moment when you see that, right? Like, you would think. It took you a minute to realize, oh wait, that doesn't mean it's the end, that means it's the start, you dummy.
Well,
back when I
looks
played
like
in
it's time for me
2019.
to board my flight. Estelle, don't do anything I wouldn't do myself. And try not to be a handful for Joshua either.
Right? Like, I don't know if anybody else got tripped up by that. I sure did.
For the umpteenth time, I heard you already. How about you try not to go overboard yourself with your own work? You're not getting any younger, you know.
Say what you will, but I'm not about to be overtaken by any youngsters. Sherazard, I'm really sorry about placing all this work on your shoulders at the last minute.
Please, don't be. I am slightly concerned, however, about whether or not I can do a decent job in your place.
There's no need to be humble, Silver Streak. And I don't mean to make your life any more difficult, but please keep an eye on these two.
You just leave that to me. Is tightening up the reins and not spoiling these two fine with you?
You definitely understand the way I think.
What was that all about?
It looks to me like a mutual understanding between master and pupil.
The Granzel-bound airliner Lind will be departing shortly.
You know, I didn't think about that. Let me check in the credits. Did somebody get credited as the announcer there? No, there's nothing here. Huh. Weird. Deshaun probably knows, though. I don't know. It's not in the text document for credits. That's the way we do. True, yeah. Also, weird to see the word Lind after playing Cold Steel, you know? It's like, I guess it's the name of a ship and a character.
All passengers, please board the airship now.
Uh-oh. I'd better take my seat.
Have a great trip, Dad. We'll take care of everything here while you're gone.
I always go with the second one. I feel like this is the most Estelle response, right?
I'm not sure everywhere you'll be going, but don't forget to bring me back a souvenir. A little fancy something would be nice.
Hey, now, this trip is for business, not pleasure. If I have any money left over, I'll certainly think about it, though. All right, you two. Be good while I'm gone.
If busters were a thing. Entire episode about prankster courts. Think about it. Oh, man. I mean, the whole cooking quartz in general thing with prankster and effort is so weird in concept. It's like, ah, yes, a quartz that will enhance or downgrade your cooking abilities. Like, how on earth does that work?
He's gone. Again.
I have no idea. SCCast for the next 40 hours? Yes.
Yeah.
Never got her souvenir. Feels bad, man.
Come on, you two. There's no need to look so down. Your father will be back in no time. I don't know what kind of investigation he's been asked to do this time, but when it comes to your father, he'll have it done before you know it.
I'm not sad that he's gone. He's always been away more than he's been at home.
All right, if you say so. Anyway, I'm going to get to work on those jobs your father left for me. But if you run into any trouble, give me a holler.
Will do. But first, I'd like to try and finish a few jobs with Joshua. I want to see what we're capable of doing as junior bracers.
All right, if you insist. I imagine that with Joshua tagging along, there's probably not much to be worried about. Good luck, you two.
Thanks!
We'll do our best. So, what do you want to do now, Estelle? Shall we go stop by the guild?
Yeah, we should probably talk to Ina and find out what jobs are waiting for us. Let's go!
Hannah's so into it, man. You gotta love it. She's all on board for being Estelle. God, I couldn't be happier with the casting. Casting so far has been excellent. I think on credits on the website there were like 4 people with the casting, so that definitely checks out. Or rather involved with it. Mustache again? Is souvenir enough? God. Oh yeah, wait. Sean, question, because it wasn't in the text document for credits. Do you know who was the announcer for telling Cassis to board the plane? I tried looking, but there was no name, so I wasn't sure who voiced that. I'll rate that girl an 83. Oh god, I forgot about Ellen being a bit of a perv. Forgot about this. Fix that. It's cool, it's cool. You're only human, my dude. Tackle myths about Cassis' mustache. Man. Nothing else here, though. I guess we'll check on the mayor. I always get tripped up around here a little bit just because of the whole camera rotation aspect. Wait, is he here? Oh no, he's always on the second floor.
I heard that a new lode was discovered at the Mulga mine to the north of here, and it seems that it's a pretty promising deposit as well. This is definitely good news for the mine.
The way he said mine cracks me up. On the site, but it's her. I'm looking at the URL. Emeka Mallow? Cool. Thanks for that. Yeah. I keep roaming around here for some reason whenever I go to the residence, but there really is nothing else here. Not until obvious. Yeah, I don't think there's any voices there until the side quests. So we'll go ahead and pick those up. Yep, these shouldn't take too long. I'll actually refrain from doing this one, because it does go nicely with the other side quests we get later.
Oh, good morning, Estelle and Joshua. Has your father already left?
Yep, just barely.
Though I might still do it anyway.
That's why we came here to find out about the jobs he left for us.
Sure. There are a total of 3 jobs I have lined up for you. For the first one, I'd like you to head out to the farm west of here.
The farm west of here? Isn't that where Tio lives?
Not to be confused with Crossbell's Tio. Or my uncle. Now I know there's 2 Tios, and as a Puerto Rican, now I have to, disassociate all that from that.
Tio? I seem to have heard that name somewhere before.
Joy.
Tio Prezell. She was one of our classmates at Sunday school.
Ultimately my own. Others who contributed were people who helped round up talent to help out. Ah, cool. Good to know. Yeah, I didn't ask in DMs, but always good to get the correction on that.
She's also the Prezell farm owner's daughter.
Although, again, it still shows, like I kept telling people in chat that, you're a real fan of the series, so you definitely casted them really, really well. DXG on the site, for instance, found Shara and Niles voice actors. Oh, sick. Because I love Niles. I know the chat hasn't seen Niles VA yet. Does a great job, too.
Oh, really? It's actually the Purzel farm that put in a request for someone to exterminate some monsters.
Are they really having problems like that?
Fortunately, nobody has been hurt, but the owner and his family are upset over their fields being destroyed by the creatures. Therefore, the guild received an extermination request.
I never would have expected something like that to happen. Okay, we'll head out there right now.
Here, take this with you. This document certifies that you were dispatched by the guild. Please give it to the owner of the farm.
We already know Tio's father pretty well, so I don't think this'll be necessary. But we'll take it just in case.
Alright. I did pick up everything here. Yeah.
The first job I'm going to have you do is a monster extermination at the Purzel farm. The farm can be reached by heading south at the break along the Milch Main Road. Good luck.
Guess we'll just get to it then. Oh, maybe buy at least the weapons, yeah. As I deal with this menu. It is a little bit clunky. Also, I'm not sure why they made Joshua's knives slightly more expensive when it's the same. If anything, Estelle's weapon is better because it has range to it. Ah, whatever. Just JRPG things in general, I guess. Figure it out. I got nothing. Yeah, we should be okay. I guess I can check on Josette really quick if she has anything new. I believe she does.
Let's see. First, I'll need to make an appointment with the mayor.
Incredible! Alright, let's go. Actual blade of weapons on its set. I guess there's that. Like the actual material. But man, I don't care about the material. I'm playing JRPG. I don't care. That don't matter to me. Oh yeah, we can get the book here. Almost forgot. Child seems he has a strong sense of curiosity. Well, they do something fierce over at Sem. Oh, I'm too late though. Yeah, it had to be when they were away. Right. Oh well, there's always next time. No biggie. Yes, it's exactly right, Ribos. I'm playing the best jar, the one that is PG rated for everyone. Like I said, PG rated or not rated PG. Jesus. Brain rot. I did not even mean to fight this. Oh, I didn't even notice they were called Red Insectos. Random Spanish, why not? Pain. 80. A casual 84. Jesus. I'm like, yeah, guys, go check out the mod. Don't die with the red insects.
That's that then. Let's
Please
move
be
out.
careful. I'm like, man, I forgot how much this game just hurts. I think there were a few chests here. There's definitely one I need to avoid. Yep, that's the one I need to avoid. Might as well go after it. So testing how much of a clown Gilbert is. I mean, do they really need to run any tests for that? He's a very, very absolute clown. I think that's been settled by now.
All right, we're good to go.
Man. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention along with those battle lines. Yo, Sean gave me a little sneak peek of Agate. with, oh man. I can't wait for Agate, because I did hear the S-Craft, and God, it sounds so good. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the crew as we keep making more progress with this game. I love the whole cast, honestly. Like, I love Tita, I love Agate. Well, Agate took me a while to love, until SC. He was a little bit, I think, expectedly unlikable, you know. He's a bit of a hard ass, but he means well. Getting Scientific to know exactly how Cloud he is can't hurt. God. I think this next portion, yeah, has the fork in the road. I could go north, but we're just gonna go to the farm, because we'll be going up there for side quest related stuff anyway. So just for sake of pacing. Evo voice or Cold Steel voice? Things I had his voice test for me for casting a short read of his fight with Uwe. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely his whole big, not really monologue, but the back and forth between them is definitely one of the key Agate scenes for sure, so that's a good call. Again, that's why, like, I have, like, you know, pretty much as much, like, 100% trust as possible, knowing that you know who to cast because you played these games, because you know the significance of these characters, and, you know, what they do for their arcs. Oh, they're reading that scene. They're gonna love it. Nice. God. Yeah, just normals.
That's that then.
Whoa. Wait, wasn't there another chest around here? I think there was. Let me... yeah. Chest is empty. Surprised? A little bit. There we go. Chest is empty. Ha! Got you. Lord. Or rather, haha. Which I hate, because haha is ruined forever because of... oh my god, Cold Steel. Oh my god, Crossbow. Just... oh my god. If you know, you know. God. Can't believe the ha-has are a real groaner in this time. Cold Steel ruined it.
No matter when we come here, this place is always so tranquil.
God, like, I love Randy too, but man, every time I think to his, like, little, like, laugh or snicker he does all the time in Cold Steel 3 and 4 before he says a line, I'm like, oh my god. That's in my head forever. God damn it. I can't stop thinking Randy finds something funny every 5 seconds. I love haha. All my homies love haha. God.
It's hard to imagine monsters running amok here.
Trails of Titus laugh.
I certainly don't sense anything out of the ordinary either. Anyway, let's go ask someone here to fill us in on the details.
I wonder if Tio is home today.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So this is a weird thing I found out when testing, not related to the map. I didn't know about this little detail. Apparently, if you harass these long enough, you can actually get an egg. I don't know how it works. Is it a specific one? Gameplay, though. Emergent gameplay. I did get it once while testing. I'm not going to bother with it now, though. Or is it a specific spot that had the egg? And it just overlapped, I wonder. No, doesn't seem like it. Maybe it's like a weird 1 in 100 chance of getting an egg if you bother them. Yeah. I was like, I never knew that playing in 2019. They dubbed the chickens. Oh, that'd be something. God, that shouldn't make me laugh as much as it does. Oh, Jesus. What an image. Oh, afraid to say I'm here for work. No fun if we can't play. Maybe later if there's time. Oh, wait, never mind. The haha is here, everybody. It's still here. Joshua's already half haha.
Hi, Tio.
Every chicken a riot, man. Also, what's up, Daft Roman? How you do?
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Estelle? And Joshua too? Did you guys come for a visit?
Also, hold on. Every time there's a new NPC, because I failed to do a command for every character, let me at least double check. Who did Tio? That was Amy Angel. She did a good job as Tio. I like it.
Not exactly. We're here on bracer business.
Has she ever been dubbed? Good question.
We heard that you've been having some trouble with monsters.
See how the dub sounded? I don't think so. Yeah, with Mishi, yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, dub's pretty good. It's still obviously prologue only at the moment, but we are working on it to, the plan is to get it done by the end of the year, and, hopefully the Sky Trilogy, you know, by next year. And that's not me paraphrasing for, you know, Sean or anything. That is up on the website, so that is the plan.
You finished all your training? That's wonderful news.
Cold so far. True, yeah. Oh my lord, I forgot.
Maybe you can help after all.
So there really are monsters giving you trouble, huh?
Oh, I was gonna mention that too, before I keep going. So some people might wonder, you know, like, well, why don't you just release these when one full game is done? Doesn't that make more sense? And I did talk about it a little bit, you know, with Sean and DMs, and it is that aspect, and I completely sympathize, where, like, I've auditioned for a lot of unpaid projects, or, like, you know, like, open projects out there online, and sometimes that stuff just doesn't come out, and you're waiting for, like, 6 months or more, and it'd be nice to have something tangible to know that it's worth it, that it's being put out there, progress is being made. And that's mainly the intent with this, is to not only let people know that, yes, this is still happening, it's still committed, but it is also just for the actor's sake, too, just to know, like, listen, all the time you spent recording this stuff isn't going to waste. It's actually being put out there, you know? That matters a lot. So, that's, you know, one of the reasons for doing it as well. Easier workload-wise to have it segmented by chapter. That, too, as well, yeah.
Regrettably, that's been the case the past several days now.
But no, I definitely get that feel, because when I did projects, a lot of them sadly just never came out. You know, that's just how it is.
Thanks to which, I'm suffering from a lack of sleep.
Which means the monsters only come out at night?
I caught that reference. I don't think I ever noticed that,
You're very perceptive, Joshua.
when I first played. It's not freaks, though, sadly.
It'd be better if you got all the details from my father, though.
Kept, sort of waiting till the last minute.
I imagine he should be back from delivering the milk and vegetables any time now.
Also, wait, Daft Roman, who did you voice as? I could check the document. Although I don't know if you went by username. I still gotta get to know everybody. So bad, should have had those lines in 2 weeks earlier than I did. God. Wait, did I say over these already? I guess I could do over this one. Yeah. Anyone in the prologue, though? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. Because, yeah, if I ever stream these, I want to make sure everybody gets proper credits. It is kind of funny how things work out, though, right? It's like, I wanted to audition for this project. It's like, oh, by the way, I've also played the game, so playtesting would actually be fine. Oh, by the way, I stream, so I could also show this off. I'm like, none of this was planned. But I'm here for it. It's good. What am I doing? I guess just go in. We'll just do the main scenario.
Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Purcell.
How's everyone getting on these days?
Well, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua.
What brings you to our neck of the woods? Did you come to see Tio?
We were actually just chatting with her outside.
To tell you the truth, we're here on an errand today from the Bracer Guild.
In Chapter 1, nice.
Is that so? But don't you think this job is a little dangerous for just the two of you to handle?
I agree. I'd feel terrible if one of you were to get hurt.
Also, hold on, let me alt-tab again. Proper do. So let's see. Hannah Purcell is voiced by Katie Brown, and Franz Purcell is voiced by Project Alpha 22. So, again, both good. Wait, this document's still up.
Don't sweat it. We're bracers, after all. And taking care of monsters is right up our alley.
The guild has even authorized us to carry out this task. If you wouldn't mind leaving it to us, we'd be more than grateful.
Someone in chat's gonna be like, gee, Marcos, when are you gonna say somebody did a bad job?
Well, alright then. Go ahead and have at it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Purcell.
And I'm like, listen, I would tell you if it were true, but it's not.
Then, could you tell us a little more about the monsters that have been wrecking your fields?
Well, in my opinion. It's all subjective, of course.
I haven't been able to get a clear look at one yet, but they seem to resemble something like a chubby cat. As far as I can tell, 3 or 4 appear at night and raid our fields, gnawing on anything they can get their grubby little paws on.
They don't seem threatening exactly, but they're extremely nimble. We've tried many times to capture them over the course of the last several nights, but to no avail.
Sounds like a pretty strange bunch of creatures, if you ask me.
Since they only appear under the cover of night, we'll have to wait for it to get dark.
Then how about taking a load off until then?
I assume you'll be joining us for dinner, right?
You said the magic word! You bet I will! I'm a huge fan of your cooking, Mrs. Purcell. I can't wait!
You sure know how to please a woman who spends a lot of time toiling in the kitchen. And for that, I'll whip up something special that'll live up to your expectations.
Subtract at some point, I think. 3 weeks away. What a schedule. Nice. Yeah, golden rule in general is for deadlines.
Oh,
earlier the better.
That was delicious!
Especially if retakes are involved, good lord.
Your mom's cooking is as good as ever, Tio!
That's because she gets excited to cook whenever we have guests over for meals. I feel really bad for Joshua, though, with the little ones jumping all over him like that.
It's probably a good thing. Surprisingly enough, kids tend to latch onto him a lot.
Man, I do find this line kind of funny in retrospect, because I usually associate Estelle being the one that's good with kids, but yeah, no, Joshua had a history of being pretty good with them too.
If anything, I'm more blown away by the fact that the children enjoy playing with such a stick in the mud.
I think that's a bit of an over-exaggeration, don't you? He's definitely courteous and maybe even a tad reserved, but if you get to know him, he's really a caring young man. The fact that he's not self-conscious about it, too, gives him points in my book.
You really think so?
Think about it. With those striking facial features, mysterious amber eyes, and lush black hair, it's only natural that he'd be a target for all the young girls.
So when are eyes not mysterious? Like, is it when they're just dark brown? I don't know.
Is Joshua really that popular?
I'm like, who decides that? I don't know.
Are you blind, Estelle? Rumor has it that more than just a few girls have asked to go out with him.
I hear that he turned them all down, though.
I had no idea. Joshua never said a word to me about it. I don't know how I should even begin to describe his secretive nature after hearing this. But how utterly cruel of him to not confide in me!
If you were a
For
boy,
that
I imagine it would be a different story. But as a girl, I don't think that's something he would talk to you about. And the fact that you haven't fallen for him yourself is beyond me.
Huh? Why would I?
Estelle, you're in there, aren't you? It's about time to do our rounds.
All right, I'm coming. I'll be back after Joshua and I get the job done, Tio. I'd like to continue this conversation then, okay?
Oh, all right. Be careful out there, Estelle.
Peter's voice is way off. Yeah.
That girl, she's either completely out of touch with matters of the heart or just plain dense.
I mean, if you want, Sean, it's all up for grabs. I think everybody here has played the games, so. Luke's voice as well. Blue oh my god! Ooh. Sorry, no, Luke. I did not have time to make all the NPC voices. It was late last night. Oh my god. Yo, Defro, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to be the one guy. Well, aside from, like, Sean, like, you know, hearing all this the first time, I can't wait to, like, have the first crack at hearing, like, oh man, frickin' Blue Blanc. I better love to hate him, but I trust.
Poor Joshua. He really has his work cut out for him.
Dude's an absolute clown. Yeah, thank you, Sean, for the link.
It seems as though the monsters always show up at about this time.
Member of Redacted, yes. Oh, that's cool, though.
We'd better get outside and take a look around.
Estelle suddenly in dog mode. Be very afraid.
What's going on, Estelle?
I've gotta ask, Joshua. You don't happen to have any secrets you're not telling me about, do you?
Come on now. Where are you coming up with this stuff?
Boof, Estelle.
Since you came to live with us, we've always done everything together, right?
No, I don't even know that yet, Words Out of Line. I only know Prologue.
Even though we've had our fair share of fights, they're all good memories for me now, and...
Sean's got the full loaded cards, and I'm only here with a starter deck. Do you get what I mean?
What I mean to say is, I've come to think of you as family, in every sense of the word.
Estelle.
So, if there's anything on your mind you'd like to talk about, I'm available to lend an ear. You know, about things like trouble with your love life and whatnot.
You know, cards on your opponent's play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes! That's exactly the kind of energy.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. I just wanted to let you know that I'm here to listen if you need someone to talk to. That's all. Let's hurry up and get out there so we can kick some monster butt.
Trying her best.
What kind of nonsense is Tio putting into that girl's head?
Here's about answer if I can. Yeah, if anybody wants to know, you know. There are some that still haven't been casted, though, mind you, but yeah. A vast majority of them have been.
Secrets, huh?
Wow, it's really dark out here in the countryside.
It's like saying a lot of characters have been casted in a trail series is like the most almost borderline nothing response. It's like that's like, I don't even know, 50%?
So Joshua, how do you think we should go about making the rounds?
If even, Jesus.
Let's see. How about we start by checking around the house first and then move on to the fields, stable, and greenhouses?
Someone for Alba yet? Yes. Alba's actually in the prologue. You'll hear him.
We should be able to cover the entire farm by doing it this way.
All right, let's go.
Let's see. I don't think it matters which order we go and check these, right? But I guess I'll do the Cabbage Patch first. Where is it?
It's awfully quiet. All I hear are the bugs chirping.
This one? Oh, Sean, the whole time I'm playing, it's like, yeah, this is fine and all, but you know what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that heel turn.
It doesn't look as if they've shown up yet. I wonder if they're aware of our presence.
Hey, Joshua, did anyone ever tell you that story as a kid?
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm like, I'm waiting. I'm looking forward to it.
You know, the one about babies being born in a cabbage patch?
Now there's another question entirely out of the blue. And no, I was told about an angel with silver wings who delivers them.
God.
Interesting. So the explanation for where babies come from differs depending on the region, huh?
I forgot about this entire exchange. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a weird one.
How about we get back to work?
Okay.
That's a loaded thought when they're trying to do some work. It makes me wonder. So, since Joshua is technically from Erebonia, does that mean that that's what Rena and the others learned too when they were young? If I'm following that logic, I don't know. Where are the cows? Oh, there we go.
No monsters here.
All right, let's keep moving.
That's it. One more time. Brilliant. I don't think it matters which one you enter in. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I went through the left one
I
last
should have
time.
figured monsters wouldn't bother coming in here.
The illusion of choice.
The glow of the orbments sure give this place a romantic ambience. Makes me feel like it was all worthwhile just setting foot in here.
You are definitely a ditz, Estelle.
But she's our ditz.
At least it's better than being dense like someone I know.
The cows, yes. I need to know.
Psst, look!
Open the door. I know you know. It's just vibing.
It's getting away! Hey, get back here, you little furball!
I could still sense its presence. It's staying put on the farm for the moment.
Well, good, because it's about to get caught.
I just imagine Estelle having the Ash Ketchum hat just about to flip it over like the anime. That's all I'm thinking about. Oh wait, no, it's actually in the... For some reason I thought it was where the cows were, but that's later. Just remember what angle it's at, though. Yeah, that works.
I got him! I think it's time to teach this critter a lesson.
Man, having to mess up intentionally, I think like 4 or 5 times was weird. Because I'm like, man, you'd, well, I guess it is kind of weird to get used to it, but yeah.
Here's where our job really starts.
It was kind of funny having to purposely fail on this. I was like, man, I have to actively try. Oh, I can do this. Or Joshua misses. That's fine.
Come on!
Damn. For a moment. Take out the big one, though.
Let's do this!
I was like, let me be efficient. Let me be efficient with my CP. No. Oh my god, did he live with like 5 health? Did that really just happen? God. 2 health. Just my luck. Is it cast here? I forget what it does as a spell. 69, nice. Oh yeah, it's Earth Strike. Commend that enemy for surviving. Man. Nah, well, yeah, we'll just do it. It's gonna eat something anyway. Rude. I never noticed I had little green... What is that? Some sort of green tufts on the back? Never noticed that sprite detail. Every time, just nice damage, man. Okay, if he missed again, I was about to call this cursed. Honestly.
Come on!
Imagine dying to this. They're stalling the clock. I could do it, though. I'll do it. I was just gonna use Tear, but this is better. Excuse me? Are you serious? Ah! God. Ah!
That then.
I hate it
Let's
here.
Move out.
I hate it here. Get me off the ride. Anti-hype. Man.
My goodness. The work of a bracer is something else. You kids have done a fine job of rounding up these critters.
It was nothing, really.
I wanted to ask you, though, now that they've been caught, what do you plan on doing with them?
Which one do I like out of these? I feel like the first one fits a little better.
Now that we've given these critters a good thrashing, I don't think they'll cause any more trouble.
But they're both good responses.
Estelle, how's that going to benefit anyone if we show these creatures any mercy now? We're here to do a job by exterminating the monsters, remember?
But...
In any case, we're here to do a job in Dad's place. If the same thing happens again, what will you have to say for yourself?
I see what you're getting at, but...
You know, it was only some vegetables that were damaged, so... What do you think about letting it slide this time?
You know, after taking a beating like that, I'm sure they've learned their lesson.
Tio, Mrs. Purcell.
Or as I called him, Pretzel. Because I just can't unsee it.
But in this case, I strongly suggest otherwise.
I myself am against killing them too. Whether it's us or them, the fact of the matter is, we're all living beings trying to survive on the same land. To some degree, I think we need to be mindful of those creatures living around us as we go about our daily lives. I know you may disagree with me, Joshua, but would you mind sparing these creatures just this once?
Understood. Since this is coming from the ones who suffered the actual loss, I won't object to your request.
I'm really sorry about this, Joshua. I know I had you two come all the way up here.
Just heard their names as Pretzel the first time she turned in lines. Yes! Oh, kindred spirit. I'm like, listen, that's... If you looked at that and didn't think Pretzel, I don't know what to tell you.
I'll make sure to reinforce the fence and devise a way to prevent this from happening again.
Then that's that. All right, you critters. You better count your blessings. If we catch you around here again, you won't be so lucky. Now scram!
That's it.
Well, I'll consider this matter closed. Tonight's been a long night, so how about we head back to the house and hit the sack? The two of you are more than welcome to spend the night.
Sounds good to me.
I appreciate your hospitality.
Man, I'm beat. It's really late. So, how about we hit the sack? Joshua? What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I made the situation really awkward for everyone.
Huh? Are you talking about what happened back outside? Don't sweat it. I guarantee you nobody thought anything of it. Really, your judgment was the most sound of anyone's.
No, it wasn't. I'm just cold-hearted and indifferent is all. Even now, I still think we shouldn't have shown any mercy and simply put those creatures out of their misery. Unlike you and Tio, I don't feel any compassion.
Man.
It's at times like this that I really begin to loathe myself. It's almost as if there's something wrong with me as a person.
I love this too. Like, coming back to this, just again, there's so much more foreshadowing than I ever realized. It's really cool coming back to this game.
Maybe some part of my heart is broken or something.
Like, it is right there. Like, if you did not know, you could easily forget, but my god.
Joshua! Don't you dare say things like that about yourself.
Estelle?
I've watched almost everything you've done for the past 5 years.
Oh yeah. No, that's the thing. I don't blame first timers, but it's like, man. It's just cool to see, like, you know, it didn't come out of nowhere.
And I'm confident in saying that I know your strengths and weaknesses better than anyone else. Probably even more than you yourself.
Like, this is... I love this scene. Like, when I was, replaying the scene the first time, I was just like, man, the mirroring to, like, you know, the very... one of my favorite moments in the entire series when, you know, SC happens. It's really great.
I won't allow you to just disregard everything with a bunch of nonsense. I don't ever want to hear you say you're broken again.
I'm sorry. It was foolish of me to say that.
As long as you understand what I said, that's what really matters. But you know what? Believe it or not, I was happy to hear you admit how you felt.
Why?
Your real problem, Joshua, is that you always try to keep your feelings locked up inside.
Yeah, put a pin on that one.
Whenever you're troubled or worried, you just go around with this nonchalant look and try to fix everything by yourself. It's a little upsetting for someone who's supposed to be your family.
Estelle,
Joshua, you were able to lay bare your own weaknesses today. You learned to trust in someone other than yourself. And for that, I'm happy.
I don't know what your point is, but I'm amazed that you can just stand there and say something as embarrassing as that.
Huh, I've got a whole lot more where that came from.
I actually wonder, so I haven't taken a good look at the script, like, did you ever try to bother putting in a music note or something? I don't know, I wonder about that.
But how about we call it a night? After all this endless running around, I'm ready to drop.
All right then. Have a good night, Estelle. And thanks.
You're welcome, Joshua. Sleep tight.
It's like, let me just casually get some wingdings in there in the text format.
Thank you both. You did us all a great service. Once again, I apologize for things not turning out the way they should have.
Please, don't worry about it anymore. We were able to learn a lot from this experience ourselves.
Never turned out right. But the attempt was there, that's what matters.
If there's anything else we can help you with in the future, please let the Bracer Guild know.
That'll definitely be the first place we contact.
Come and visit again sometime when you're free, okay?
We'd love to have you over for the night again when things are convenient for you. I'll treat you to some of my best cooking next time you come.
Thanks for the invitation to you and Mrs. Purcell.
We'll definitely be back to take you up on that when our workload settles down.
Alright then.
Alright, how about we head back to the guild? After we report this one, we can start on the next.
Sounds like a plan. On to the next one.
Cool. Oh god. Immediately thrown with the insects. But yeah, not gonna do too much grinding here. It's just if I accidentally run into one, which is easy to do, because, man, I love the Sky Arc, but I think people who watch me play through the series know I was never the biggest fan of the party line system. Like, at that point, it's like, well, it's not random encounters, but it might as well be, you know?
Piece of cake.
Like, when I get Dorothy and Islander, it's like, well, I might as well not even have the illusion of choice. Juking is hard with the party line. Yeah. It was especially rough with Crossspell, because it was usually a party of 4 there. At least, you know, in a lot of moments it is Estelle and Joshua with the Sky games. Let's see. Yeah, we're going the right way. Let me rest up here, I guess, real quick. Oh god, I forgot there's always the enemy there. Whoops.
Alright, we're good to go.
Bless you, Turbo Mode. Bless you. Oh god. If I can get up the ladder instead of looking at it. Observe. Oh yeah, we didn't do the rock one yet. I knew I was forgetting something. Alright, so we got our work cut out for us, but honestly, this is not that bad if we know which ones to take and do. So, let me go talk to the factory. We can kill a lot of birds with one stone in this case.
Well, hey there. You two new bracers seem to be having some success lately. I've been hearing a lot about your hard work recently.
Yeah, wait. Who is the voice of Freddy? Freddy is... let me see. Roberto Benavides. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing that. Freddy's agate. Oh man, preview of what's to come. I do like it though. Nice casual voice here.
Yeah, that's because we're still new at this, so we have to work extra hard.
That's encouraging to hear. You guys actually came at a good time. I've got an urgent job that needs to be taken care of. Do you think that should be up to the task of replacing an Orman line in our road lamp along the Milchbane Road?
Oh yeah. Oh my... It is voice actor, of course. I'd expect no less.
You just leave it to us.
If you're fine with us doing the job, then we'll gladly accept.
Thanks, I really appreciate this. I completely forgot it needed to be replaced today. First off, I'll need to give you the replacement part.
This is the replacement orbit?
That's right. I want you to replace the Orman light in road lamp number 6 on the Milchbane Road to the west. It's the 6th road lamp that you'll come across counting from Roland's west entrance. Make sure you get the right one.
I think I've got it. The 6th road lamp from Roland's west entrance, right?
Once you found the road lamp, you'll need to open the maintenance panel. You'll need a 6-digit combination to open it.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Yep. The combination for the 6th road lamp is 544818.
Oh, this one never changes.
I'm sorry, but could you repeat that again?
It's 544818.
That's right. Good memory, Joshua.
I'll show you a fistful.
God.
After the combination is entered, the panel will open, and after that, all that's left is to replace the ornament. It may seem like a simple task, but make sure not to mess it up.
That's also a good example there with Stella's line, where it could be a case for its limitations. Right, where it's like, I mentioned this earlier on the stream, where it's like there are certain lines that have to be used for multiple occasions, so... oh boy. It's, I do not envy that task.
The road lamp may have been out of order for a while now.
I see. The light of the orbments keep the large monsters away, right?
It's not much more than an unconscious dislike for them. But if they do go out, then we run into real problems. Which is why I'm asking you to do this job, just in case. These road lamps are placed just off the roads in areas where monsters are most likely to appear.
Well, you just leave those monsters to me and I'll take care of them. But I better write down that combination before I forget.
Then maybe you should let me deal with the combination instead.
I'll leave it up to you two to divide up the work amongst yourselves. That should be everything you need to know, so good luck. If you need to double check or cancel the job, then come and talk with me again.
Alright. And just keep going here.
This is really weird. Where could it have gone? Oh, excuse me, but can I ask you something? You didn't see a shiny rock around here anywhere, did you?
Huh? A shiny rock?
Yeah, that's right. One that sparkles. You didn't see a rock like that lying around anywhere, did you?
Yeah, wait. Keep forgetting whenever there's a new NPC. Who was... Oh wait, where's the document? There we go. Let's see. Where are they at? Finchko? Have to check that out. But, yeah. They're all on the website, too. Maybe it's Finchkel. It is with a K, so...
Are you saying you lost something? I don't recall seeing anything like that.
But also good.
Do you know where you might have dropped it?
Spoilers. Spoilers, Marcos will like the casting. Find out more in, I don't know, Chapter 1.
My mom was calling for me, so I ran over to the general goods store where she was. I know I had it in my hand at the time, but when I came back here, it was gone.
When you say general goods store, you mean Mr. Renon's store, right?
Oh, that's right. It's pronounced Renon. My brain goes to Rhinon like a rhinoceros for some reason.
Did you look in front of his store?
Even though it's completely different spelling.
Obviously, that's the first place I looked. You don't need to treat me like a kid, you know.
My, aren't you a charmer?
Well, I already asked the Bracer Guild to help find it, so I'm sure it'll show up sooner or later. If you do happen to come across it, give me a holler straight away.
For it to being hub. Yeah, that was the line. That is the exact line that I was mentioning, but I paraphrased because I didn't remember all the examples. That's the one nightmare line that Sean's had to deal with, and it's like, what do you do? You have to make one line fit for all of those. Energy from a lady who's voicing Estelle? Yes, that is Hannah.
I'll probably be around.
She does great. It's very good, Estelle. That's the thing, right? You know, just because it's like, it's a different person doing it, but still very good. Still very much Estelle, right? Same thing with Sean as Joshua, right? It's like, it's different, but as long as the essence of that character is there, and you're open-minded, you will enjoy the casting, I feel. But to thanks and drink away the pain. God. Oh wait, no, I'm jumping the gun way too much. Right, sewers later. How do I trigger this again? There's like a certain way with the clock tower you had to do this.
Huh.
Oh wait, no, it already happened. I think it was just because I was looking away from the game.
What's the matter?
The joys of streaming.
I wonder what that is. There's something shining down there through the sewer grate.
You're right. It looks like something must have fallen through.
The sewers?
Don't tell me you forgot about the sewers already.
Oh no, I know what happened. I was thinking about the missing cat quest. Oh my god, my brain.
You know, that smelly, monster-infested place we were in not that long ago?
When you stream, you get, like, probably 30% dumber.
Oh, right! Those sewers!
I'm not even kidding.
We went there during our practical training, right?
Your brain is split.
The entrance to the sewers should be just behind the chapel. If you're so interested in what's down there, then how about we check it out a little later?
Sure, let's do that.
I was like, man, it's all a blur in my mind.
Here comes a new challenger.
Hey, Obalon. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. It should just be where the door is, though. Nothing too crazy about this one. I could fight the enemies, but is it really worth it? Is it really? Yeah, I don't think element matters for these guys.
That's that then. Let's move out.
Nice.
I see now. The thing we saw shining through the sewer grate was this.
Seems like it. A quartz fragment, huh? Now we know why it was shining so much.
The way it sparkles is so beautiful.
Thanks for what I'm seeing so far. Yeah, it's a really good, well, in my opinion, right? That's all I can really say is my opinion. It's a nice fan mod.
This is made of septium too, right?
I can't wait, like, I'm streaming this to recommend it, but at the same time, it is not complete yet. We're still only at the prologue, so come the end of the year, I will have full right to scream it more when it's complete.
Loosely speaking, yes. But let's talk about it later.
Says everyone did a great job. Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly how I'm feeling, Sean. It's like, God, I know I'm on staff with this, but I really do think it's good.
This isn't really the place to have a leisurely chat.
I'm like, prove you're not shilling challenge, and it's like, I can't. I don't know how I couldn't.
I guess you're right. No normal person would want to stay here any longer than they had to.
Though that's why I'm streaming it as well, just to actually show it off, you know? Word of mouth is one thing, but you guys actually seeing it, you know, it's a whole nother thing. It's like, alright, if it's so good, let it speak for itself. Like, I would never say it's going to be an outright replacement, but I always do look at this as a fun new way to play it. If you're going to go back and play Sky FC for who knows how many times, right? Always good to have an alternative way to experience a lot of these great moments, you know? Because when the story hits, oh boy, you know it hits. Oh wait, why'd I think I have to turn it to him? Oh my god. My brain!
Hey, is that rock?
Could it be that this is the rock that you've been looking for?
Yep, this is the one. My shiny rock. Why is it all dirty like this?
Well, you see, kid, it wasn't the sewer.
Hey, don't you have something else to say before you complain?
You guys are bracers, right? I've already paid your money to the guild. Therefore, I think I have the right to complain.
Man, Charles said, I'm gonna defeat you with facts and logic.
That's not the problem here.
Calm down, Estelle. He's just a kid.
I know that, but...
This quartz is what you were looking for, right?
Yeah, that's the one. This rock is really quartz? You mean the same kind of quartz that's in an orbment?
Yep, it's the same kind of quartz made of sepith. It's chipped, so it doesn't function anymore.
I see.
Live still, this right?
So this rock belonged to an orbment.
What's wrong? You seem a bit out of it.
Who, me? Oh, it's nothing. I'm glad you found it. I guess that's about it then.
That's it.
That reminds me. I almost forgot. Here, take these. My mom gives them to me and tells me they're healthy, but they're kind of bitter, so I can't stand them.
Thanks. Just pass it on.
Anyway, I appreciate what you did for me today.
Seriously, what a cheeky little kid.
I'm sure it's a difficult age for him, but I wonder why he was searching for that quartz.
What do you mean? Now that you mention it, it does seem a little strange. But oh well. Everyone has something they think is important.
Truer words couldn't be spoken. Perhaps that kid has an interest in orbments.
I, for one, don't see what's so interesting about those overly complex gadgets.
Same.
My brain just goes numb thinking about them.
God. It's the little things that make me appreciate it. Just like the way she said numb is just... I love it.
Except for the fact that you'll have to get used to them sooner or later. You won't be able to fulfill your job as a bracer if you can't use one.
All right. I'll try and learn.
But she's not gonna live and learn. That's Charles in the Sky SC. This sounds like what my aunt does. I could see that. Did I have to talk to anybody else to get these side quests started? Not really. Soldier training is there, right? Yes. Someone uses self-meditation of numb there for stream alert. I don't even know what the context would be. Oh god, yeah, I was thinking of that. That's what my brain went to. Oh, Jesus. So-called free thinkers. God. Let's see. So yeah, we'll do soldier training, do this, and do the lamp all in one go. Sounds pretty good to me. Not yet. Oh, Jesus. I almost did the thing where I was gonna turn around. Yeah, it was just immediately, oh, Jesus. That actually worked. Cuts is still saying no instead. Wait to never use anyone as party leader except Estelle. Hey, I'm part of that, and I'm okay with it. I'm like, even beyond Sky, when I could, I put her in immediately. It's me, I'm free thinkers. Yes. Oh god. Pain. With these enemies, it's actually painful because Joshua might die if he misses here. Okay. Whew. MC, so why not? Might as well. Oh god, stop doing that! Come on. This is not peak Bestel hours right now.
Alright, we're good to go.
Pain. CS4 said, I still live. You didn't forget about me, did you? Oh god. Wasn't it this one? No. I can't count. Oh, but this is what I was thinking of, though. Let me save here, because this one's got gimmicks. It's not that bad, though. And just do arts. It's just faster this way. I could go for S-Crafts, but I'm not sure. I've been away for so long, I forget if it's gonna kill. I guess we'll find out. It might not, though. They usually do 200.
Here I come.
Man, imagine 100 CP S-Craft being pretty good. Imagine a world. Oh no, I do know it self-destructs, but the range, like, this fight's a bit of a troll, because, like, it's deliberately set up in self-destruct range, so I'm like, yeah, I need to actually move for this.
Let's do this! Ha!
Don't get damage anymore. True. But Sky in general is a pretty low numbers game. Which I kind of like, you know. The first RPG that got me into the genre was Paper Mario, so I'm all about low numbers game. I think it's more, weirdly enough, more inviting, I feel, for anybody trying to get into the genre. It makes it more, I don't know, cohesive. Or easy to understand.
That's that then. Let's move out.
And no level up. Pain. Let me save, actually. Okay, and, give me 5 to 10 minutes again. I just gotta take another bathroom break. Blame the water bottles, but yeah. BRB, I won't take too long. Okay, back. Didn't take too long. I guess Cell's health is fine for now. Was there one more point for the lamp stuff? Wait, no. Oh, I gotta go backwards then. Well, I guess since we're here, we might as well do the soldier training now? I guess. Yeah. I forget if I need to heal for this or if you start with full health. I think you do.
Well, if it isn't Estelle. And Joshua, too.
Yeah, because I think you'd have to talk to him to, like, rest anyway, so it'd be kind of... It'd be kind of a dick move if, like, you couldn't rest before talking to him.
Hello, Mr. Ashton.
It's been a while since we last met.
Yes, it has. So, I've heard my boy Luke caused you a lot of trouble, did he?
Also, let me double check for credits on Ashton here with the documents. That is Nicholas Foster, which I did actually like Ashton's voice there. It was really good. I don't know, it's like stern but friendly.
I'm absolutely ashamed as a father.
I
I'm sure it's perfectly normal for a boy his age to be naughty like that. I mean, even I ran around outside of town when I was young.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be a girl.
You're certainly full of energy as usual. I'd love to get you to share some of that vigor with my new recruits. And I've been thinking recently about doing a simulated battle to whip my men into shape.
VR.
So I put in a request to the guild for a few good men or women to play the part of the enemy soldiers. I think the pair of you would be the perfect fit for the job. So how about it? Can you do this for me?
Sure.
Sure, we'll do it.
We'll gladly accept.
Thanks. I really appreciate this. Go ahead and take a break until the preparations are ready. If I don't have you in tip-top condition, then there's no point in doing the training.
Then I'm ready for an afternoon nap.
Yeah, there we go.
All right then, we'll get ourselves ready.
Sure. Please do what you need to do.
Okay, sorry about that. Phone notification. Yeah, thanks for the link, Sean. I only have the text document.
Training begins now.
Well, I could also boot it up on the website, but alt-tabbing already takes a minute.
Everyone advance 5 steps forward.
But I appreciate it.
Ready yourselves.
I know I was bored before, but...
I know it's just training and all, but it still scares the living daylights out of me.
Alright, I forgot. I gotta check Scott and Harold now. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. So, Scott is... Lith Ivy? Hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong. And Harold is Sean Siegler.
This is a training exercise, so please refrain from speaking. You all need to take this seriously, as if it were a real battle.
I gotta say, though, I do take a little bit of pride in just knowing that it's like, oh man, almost every character is voiced by someone else. Like, God, that is really cool.
Estelle and Joshua, you don't need to hold back on my men.
Like, I know with NPCs and whatnot, there's gonna be some reuse, but man, it's just nice to see how chunky the cast is. It's a pretty big one. How many do we have so far, Sean? I don't think we're in the hundreds, but the Discord's getting pretty up there.
That was my intention from the beginning.
Keep that up forever. That was for the prologue. Yeah, absolutely. Close to 90. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're not at 100, but man, crew's getting pretty up there.
We'll do as you request.
Yeah, in the server at least.
Yikes.
Forward!
Yeah, I forgot. These guys hurt. I gotta be careful. Oh my god. Contributing in the future? Makes sense, though, yeah. What would I want to do here? Maybe clock up on Estelle? If I want her to heal faster? I don't know if... Oh, it's so weird to think back to the older games. I don't know if speed up helps with casting time. Guys, I'm 20 women VAs. Woman for this to be sustainable, though? Yeah, I was gonna say, I mentioned on stream you need some old man voices, but if I know anything from the few auditions that I have done, there is never enough females. Like, not even an exaggeration. I hear ya. It's one of the first things I noticed on audition. Is like, man, a lot of male auditions. It's kind of a shame. I'm like, come on. Not for this, I mean, but just like in general. For when I audition for stuff in Casting Call Club and whatnot. Who will heal first? God, I feel like someone might die either way, though. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay, now we're good. She can use an item. Oh no, it looks like that does help with casting. Maybe I could have waited, though. Yeah, I'd much rather that. Like, it gets tricky when they split up the damage. I'm like, well, gotta deal with this. I'll wait till the buff, though. If we're even gonna get one, though. Just do it now. Yeesh. Okay, there we go. Sick. Even more breathing room. I'll take that. I'm also gonna waste the strength up just to get another one.
Come on!
Or bonus, rather. There we go.
All right, we're good to go.
Oh, I forgot about that Sepif icon for when it, I guess becomes a chunk. Man, that looks weird.
Cease fighting! This training is over.
Oh, the time one looked weird. It was like black and gray.
Ow! Ow!
Oh my goodness. It's finally over.
Something about Scott, like, laughing it off, though, kills me. Unintentionally.
Good job, everyone.
Can I say pathetic? Are you guys really supposed to be soldiers?
Hey, you be quiet. We're not all feral kids like you.
How about you try and say that one more time?
Knock it off, Scott. Training is over.
You seriously need to cool down too, Estelle.
I hate sore losers.
Private Scott, Private Harold, I think what Estelle just said a moment ago is how the citizens of this region really feel. Do you really have what it takes to protect them? It seems as though the both of you need to take another look in the mirror.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Do not forget what you learned today, and strive to fulfill your duties. Estelle and Joshua, thanks for your hard work today. Thanks to you, I think my soldiers have gotten the wake-up call they needed.
There's no need to thank us. It's us who should be thanking you. This was excellent training.
I agree. This was a good learning experience.
If you think so, then you're set for life as bracers. Though our positions may be different, we are both here to serve the public. Although I can't do much else. I'll pray for the success of both of you.
Sure, and thanks again.
Take care of yourself.
I will. And I hope to be seeing you again sometime.
Man. So, I guess to emphasize, and from what my understanding, Sean. So, if anybody is looking at this, because this will be a YouTube VOD later, in case anybody is watching. If you got a decent mic, you know, XLR, preferably. I will leave the website in the description, but yeah, if you by some chance are female or can do pretty good old man voices, that's definitely in demand. From what I know. Sean, do you know anything else that might be, you know, you're looking for at the moment? Aside from character specific. But yeah, anybody who's interested, for real, you know, do what you can. Let me see. Old man or women voices, to be honest? Yeah. It's definitely hard, because a lot of actors are, like, more on the young. Well, from what I've noticed, there are some old ones, though, but yeah. You'd have to look for them. I believe the lamp is here. Yep, this is the one.
From what Freddy said, I think this is the road lamp.
I'm fairly certain this is the right one, too. It says road lamp number 6 on the panel as well.
You're right, it does. Alrighty then, let's get to work and finish this job.
Unfortunately, it may not be that easy.
What do you mean?
I mean, this will be
Where'd all
fine.
these monsters come from?
I'd be more concerned if it was 3 of the red bugs.
It looks like the orbment really has burned out.
Imagine doing that as a 4-on-1. Ugh.
Anyway, one of us will need to fend off these monsters while the other replaces the orbment.
Yeah, you're right.
Although, I actually wonder, because I haven't played this on Nightmare, this segment might suck on Nightmare.
Well then,
Oh boy. I feel like this is the more canon choice.
leave these monsters to me.
Although they're both good. The one where she has to figure it out is still humorous.
Okay, I'll open the maintenance panel, so hold them off until then, Estelle.
Got it.
Probably easier to do this. Out of context, this line makes no sense. I was about to say, EP doesn't matter, I have the sewers. Like, what's he talking about?
Piece of cake.
God.
Whew. So have you monsters had enough?
There she goes again.
How's everything on your side, Joshua?
I'm putting in the combination right now. Let's see. It was 544818, I think.
I'm okay here, so just focus on the work.
All right, it's open. Now, all we need to do is replace the orbment.
Oh, baby! I'm on a roll!
God.
Come on! Come on, come on, you monsters!
I approve.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Estelle. Our work is done here.
Done? Wait, so you've already replaced the orbment?
Yep. I don't think we'll need to worry about any more monsters.
Sheesh. That's it?
You sound like that's a bad thing.
Must be your imagination.
You are really something else.
Man. Now that I think about it, Hey, Sean, I doubt she would do it too much since she's pretty busy at work, but if we're ever in desperate need of a female NPC, or just a different one, I guess I could rope my sister into recording some lines. She doesn't really pursue voice acting, but she did also do, acting in high school as well, so. Just a thought. I could rope her into this if need be. Gotta find it where you can. Just turns to it. Oh, man. I'm like, hey, listen, I'll just set up the mic. I'll send you the files. All they gotta do is just say stuff in there. I'm like, sometimes the best stuff is through limitations, honestly, so. I was at theater high school? Oh, damn, so they actually, yeah. Sounds pretty good.
Piece of cake.
Wait, isn't this the one I should avoid? No. There was another one. Chest is empty. Shot? Yes. So I have to learn some acting for commercial auditions? Yeah, it makes sense. I don't think there's any other chests around here. You already opened that one. Okay. So, we're good here. So that's what, 3 quests? Oh yeah, let me turn this one in.
We're back, Freddy.
Oh, hi, Estelle. From the look on your face, it seems like you finished the job.
Yep, and we did a fine job, too.
Although we did have a few hang-ups.
We thought we'd report to you as a matter of good measure.
Events which occurred on the Melchmain
So
Road.
it really was burnt out, huh? I'm sure it happened because we were late in replacing it. Sorry, kids. You were put in harm's way because of me.
There's no need to apologize. It comes with the territory.
Dealing with dangerous jobs is part of a bracer's work.
I appreciate you saying that. Oh, I know. How about I give you this to make amends?
This is quartz.
Yep, it's an MP2 quartz. It can prevent an enemy's arts. It can be pretty useful if you use it effectively.
Thanks!
We appreciate it.
No, thank you to the both of you today. If you need to discuss anything about ornaments, then stop by any time. Don't forget to swing by if you have any other business needs.
Cool. Did I have to report anything else? No. Yeah, we just need mushroom hunt and medical necessities, which I can put off for later anyway, so we'll just do story progress now.
Good morning. How did the job at the farm go?
We hit a few bumps in the road, but...
Let me give you a brief report of the details.
Rundown of last night's events at the farm. Although, come to think of it, you know what? I'll at least do the medical one now, because I forgot those hallways are pretty cramped. I'm probably better off doing it now than when I get Dorothy and Nyler with Shara. Oh, the party line.
I see. So, you ended up setting the monsters free because the Pursville family requested you to do so?
So I'll do that one at
I
least.
think it was premature on their part, but I won't pursue the matter any further.
Is it okay to leave things at that?
The mission of a bracer is to protect civilians and uphold justice. However, there are many ways we can protect those around us, and there are as many forms of justice as there are stars in the heavens. As a bracer, it is your job to be able to discern these things.
Indeed, our work has very profound implications if you think about it in that way.
That's because we aren't an organization that deals strictly with monster problems. We can also intervene when disputes arise between nations. To become a high-ranking bracer, one must have more than combat strength. A well-honed mind and flexible problem-solving skills are also required.
A sharp mind and problem-solving ability, huh?
Serious? The road to the big leagues sounds a lot steeper than I originally thought.
And they'll get there.
Well, then your only choice is to devote yourself to working hard every day. And since you're both here, why don't I give you the details of your next job?
Those are words I have been waiting to hear.
Imagine being excited for work.
I'm ready for anything. So what have you got lined up for us this time? Another monster that needs a good whipping?
Not this time. The next job will entail the transportation of goods. And get this, your client is none other than Mayor Klaus himself.
Really? A request from the mayor?
Do you think it'll be alright leaving such an important task up to us?
From what I've heard, it's a pretty simple job. In any case, I'd like you to speak with the mayor directly about the job details.
Sounds good. So, let me do the medical one. Gotta get, I believe, the bear claw. Do we have... Hold on. What else did we need? Savory Pinion, which I know is from the insects, but did I ever get a drop from that? Yep, we got 2, so we're good there. I'm just avoiding a lot of fights here so we can keep a decent pace. I would use turbo, but again, the party line. Every time I don't do something, it's all the party line. Oh my god, case in point. Oh, it's so dumb. Jesus. Do I want to? Should I? We're not even in the forest yet. This does make me appreciate, you know, when the later games just keep them visible at all times. Oh yeah, did we get any quartz and I haven't noticed? Probably. Yeah, the MP2. I guess I could open up a slot later. I usually give it to Joshua anyway. As I juke everything. I believe I need to go right. Yep. Back for more, eh? Some people are never satisfied. I mean, aren't you a little greedy? I think we all are. Man, I still love this little forest dungeon theme, I guess you'd call it. It's a nice little tune. Yeah, we could fight him. Man, I really regret not putting attack 1 on Estelle or something. I forgot how many enemies in the prologue were weak to fire specifically. Okay, wait, they hurt. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the joys. Wow. Wow. Nope. We're just getting we're just getting right out of here. Finally, Deathlines. Oh no, I shut him off earlier. Whoa. That's cursed. I've never seen that. Just Cell's model. Is it because it's trying to show a dead sprite? I don't know. Odd. I should probably heal, but I'm stubborn and I'm gonna try to get out of here without, having to do that. Although, because I turned the camera, I already lost my way. So, let me try that again. Pain. All pain. Alright. Let me try to be careful with this. Alright. Oh boy. Stepping on minefields right now. I'm like, why am I doing this? Because I don't want to spend any money buying tier bombs, I guess, in the future. I don't know. I'm too frugal. I'm like, this is fine. Though I probably shouldn't have to go to this extreme. It's like, Joshua 8 HP is fine. Oh yeah, wait, I was gonna own the sewers, but we can always just go home. Just go home, that's it for the prologue. Goodbye, everybody. That's it. Punching out. Just going to bed. Oh, Lord. Alright, cool. Let's see. But yeah, no, I forgot. Enemies, like a surprise attack. I think it was like this in Crossbow too. My god, it is punishing. Like, you'll probably die or be in a really bad spot just from one mess up. Which again is why I'm not a big fan of the party line system. If it wasn't as punishing, I wouldn't worry about it. I guess you just go to main story stuff now. Oh wait. Well, finish the side quest first, you dummy. Oh yeah, she's here too.
I see. I completely agree with your inspired words.
Who knows what they might be.
Well, if it isn't Estelle, you seem to be in a cheerful mood as usual.
Who was, Father Divine? Double check. Where? Oh, That's actually, yeah, the one we mentioned earlier, Gohan OXG. Cool.
Here you are. These are for you, Father Divine.
This is...
The bear claw and savory pinion you were looking for. Please use them as medicinal ingredients. You requested these at the guild, right?
That's right. I did put in that request. I'm just surprised that you went to all the trouble to do this for me. Weren't you hurt trying to gather these?
Nope, we were totally fine. I mean, we were fine. Well, maybe minus the totally part.
It's okay. She was only mostly dead.
I'm worried about your attitude, Estelle.
Eh? Why? There's nothing to be worried about.
I know I've told you this before. It's certainly a joyous occasion when everything goes well. However, it is at these times when we should gird up our loins for the trials that lie ahead.
Okay, I'll be more careful from now on.
Since I seem to have a bit of spare time...
Sorry, had to deal with a,
How about I take this
fly.
opportunity to give you a special sermon?
Or not even a fly, just a bug.
No, anything but that.
Pain.
I'm sorry, Father, but we've really got to get going.
God, as someone who really didn't stick with church as a kid, I feel that.
You've still got work to do, right, Joshua?
Why do you have to bring me into this? Please excuse us, Father, but we have to get back to the guild.
That's too bad. However, since it has to do with your job, I must respect your position. Thank you all for your hard work, Estelle and Joshua. I pray that the goddess will always be with you.
Nice. I guess report that tie in a 2 while we're at it. Everything.
Good work. It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
Yeah, let me make that slot for Joshua. If I can? No. Oh my god. Yeah, this run's harder just because of how I did it. I forget. What was, like, the most uncommon Sepith to get? There's always one. Yes. Okay. Them's the breaks, I guess. I mean, it's information. It's not really... Oh, wait, but that's right. I really wanted to give him impede, too. Drat. Oh, well. What can you do? Oh, yeah, wait. We gotta see the mayor first.
Do you think the mayor is even in today?
Being as busy as he is, I'm sure there's a pretty good chance that he's out.
Man, shoutouts to that fruit texture. The joys of PSP.
Well, bless my soul, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua!
Hi, Mayor Klaus.
I hope we're not disturbing you, sir, but we've come on behalf of the Bracer Guild about a job you requested.
Yes, I heard from the guild that the two of you would be coming. So, you're taking over your father's work while he's away, are you?
Your fruit tector, yes.
Well, we're trying to, at least. I'm very sorry about my dad reneging on his promise like this.
There's no need for apologies. Knowing your father, it's typical for him to be swamped with work like this. Anyway, with Leet and my wife out and about, I'd like to move this conversation somewhere else. Why don't we head upstairs to my study and go over the details? In truth, I don't think you'll find this request partially difficult. And it's for that reason I think that asking the guild to do this job may have been a bit presumptuous. Unfortunately, I'm unable to get away from my work, and I had to break down and ask the guild for help.
We were informed that this job involves the transport of a certain something, but what is it exactly that you would like us to carry and where?
I would like you to pick up a septium crystal from the Malga mine and deliver it here.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is that
When you
quest.
say septium, do you mean like sepith that we often come across?
Accurately speaking, sepith is fragmented septium, which is too small to be used as precious stones. Therefore, this sepith is refined and processed into quartz, which can be installed into orbits.
So that's the difference, huh? I think I've got a better grasp on things now.
We've actually been able to obtain a certain kind of septium called Esmelis from the Malga mine since the olden days.
Yep, which right next to the tower checks out.
However, since a large piece of this crystal was recently discovered, I've asked the mine chief to hold on to it until someone could pick it up.
So, you'd like us to pick up this crystal from the mine chief and bring it here, is that correct?
Precisely. What do you think? Is this something you think you can handle?
The transport of a precious gem, huh? It'll be a nice change from fighting monsters. Should keep us on our toes, too.
Man, that aged poorly.
All right, we'll do it.
I appreciate your willingness to help. Please, take this with you. If you show that to one of the workers, they should let you into the mine. Good luck!
Cool, cool. Man, it's crazy to think, even on this run on stream, there is, like, several bits of voice dialogue that players are just not gonna see, right? Already there's a few I can't show off because of, branching paths and choices and whatnot. The series is, nuts. Alright. Get into it, then. Oh god, now that means I have to go down that path for real with the insects. Yeah, we'll be fine, I say, as, I die a few minutes later. It'll be fine! Don't worry about it. No big deal. I think. God. Like, before you can even see them, it's probably too late. There we go.
All right, we're good to go.
God, I want to get the advantage sometimes, and they just... It's like they snap their necks, and they're like, oh, no, I know you're there. That's what it feels like, at least. Get some real Monster Hunter energy. Normal attack should cover it, actually. There we go. Oh, but she still didn't learn Hurricane, sadly. I'll leave this one. For the sake of time. I do miss being able to abuse that, by the way, right? Like, they knew it was too good. Like, being able to just leave whenever you want. Chest is now full of disappointment. Man. At least it's full with something, though. Anti-blind. Joshua's mainly gonna be on the front lines, so... Oh man, speaking of... God, remember when it was simple? Although, you know, this weirdly reminds me of the positioning in, like... Was it Persona 1 or 2? It might have been both. It was kind of like this. Like, showing off, like, a weird isometric grid preview. But man... I don't think I ever got as simple as Crossbell, though. Think of how it does 0 damage on Nightmare. God. Sounds like fun. And by that I mean no. But yeah, eventually, because I'm running away from so many fights, we probably won't get that much anyway for damage. It is 120. Yeah, we'll go for it. I wish we had some AoEs, though. Same thing again? Yeah, it's probably gonna be the same thing again. This is pretty much how I was playing, I'm actually doing more fights. Honestly. But yeah, it's probably gonna happen again. Because, I forgot to mention, I did get lucky and encounter a shiny palm on the highway, so it might be just as bad, if not worse. Who knows? We'll find out together. Oh god, do I need to use another one? Oh Jesus, I guess I have to. God, these guys suck.
Good to go.
That's what I mean, it's like, is that even worth it? Jesus. I don't leave you alone. Pain is here. Alright, get out of here, you. That's right, you better miss. I need that. There we go. I forgot, Joshua doesn't learn any crafts for a while, doesn't he? Because remember, it was a lot of dual strike for a good bit.
This is the entrance to Malga Mine. If you're not here on business, then I'll have to ask you to leave.
Also, let me double check. Who did Landon? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, Paul Hikari. There we go. I'm probably gonna have to do alt-tab a lot since there's a few NPCs in this one.
Believe it or not, we're here on business.
Roland's mayor, Klaus, has asked that we come here and pick up a certain septium crystal.
By the series? Bot, Cold Steel, 3 and 4, another Switch. So that can't play ones prior because they don't have a proper system. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's the unfortunate thing. I would love for the Sky games to get ported to Switch and everywhere else. But yeah, it is the reality of just like, at some point it'd be nice for the Sky games and like, you know, all the other ones to be on Switch or somewhere else. Play them from the beginning, yeah. Which is a good call, Grace. Especially 3 and 4. I'd even say starting with Cold Steel 1 and 2 is okay. But yeah, 3 and 4, it's probably the worst point to start at, to be honest. And I say that playing the whole series, you know. Which is unfortunate. It's because of licensing and publishers and all this stuff. That's why like people keep asking, like, why is there Cold Steel 1 and 2 not on Switch? And it's like, that's why. Because it's Xseed, not NIS America that made those happen in the West. The same thing with the Sky games as well. That's all Xseed. If you ever do have a laptop, though, I'd imagine any laptop you could get nowadays could probably run this fine. At least the Sky games would probably Crosswell too. They're not very intensive games, but yeah, it's not, you know, for console gamers, it's not convenient for sure. Apple laptop. Oh. So that's the problem, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't know. I never owned a Mac. There's gotta be something people do.
Well, alright then. If you've got a referral from the mayor, then that's a different story.
Oh, also, yeah, Shauna, I'd appreciate that if you could handle the cast. I did do a command for the boss for obvious reasons, because the first one I did ask, like, yo, wait, who voiced was Brigaton.
I don't mean to make your job any more difficult, but would you
I did
mind
do a
going
command for him, at
inside and
least.
speaking with the boss directly?
Microsoft icon next to the game of the site. Huh. Only a Windows PC in the West. Yeah.
I'm supposed to stand watch out here.
Yeah, God, that's really unfortunate. I didn't even think about people that are trying to play on Macs. God, that's even more cursed. There's gotta be something.
Sure, that's fine, but why the boss?
It's so unfortunate.
We're actually here to see the mine chief.
That mine chief you're talking about is actually our boss, Mr. Gaton. He manages the mine and all of its workers. He's the kind of guy who enjoys discovering a septium lode more than eating 3 meals a day. I'm fairly sure he's working down in the lower tunnels today.
Thanks for the tip. We'll go see if we can locate him.
Boss, he should be down in the lower tunnels. Let him play their third because they couldn't play Mac. Man. Yeah, I wish I had a better answer for you, Graze. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, I'd imagine you could probably at least, like, emulate them. Maybe even on your phone if you prefer that way. But at least for FC and SC, but... yeah. Here's it firsthand, yeah. I hear ya. Oh man, I forgot about this little tune as well. This is a nice dungeon theme as well. Nice one. Just sucks, yeah. Like, you shouldn't have to do that. Like, I firmly believe the biggest, like, accessibility thing that people should do is, like, just play on PC, even if you have to begrudgingly, but it's like, if you can't even do that, man, yeah, that sucks.
Check
like,
it
what
out.
is up with that?
It's a minecart. Do you think it's powered by orb mints too?
Looks that way to me. How about we get in and see where it takes us?
Makes me wonder, can you do, like, this really dumb roundabout way of, like, doing, like, a virtual PC, like, shell set up on a Mac and playing that way? I doubt it.
This is the elevator we're supposed to use to reach the lower tunnels, right?
It sounds so convoluted.
Why doesn't it work?
Let me have a look.
Yeah.
There's orbital energy running through it, but it appears to be mechanically locked.
Like, shit. Oh, man. Yeah.
Maybe we should ask someone about it.
Great Adios! What are you kids doing down here? Are you friends with someone who works here in the mine?
Not exactly. We've come to see the mine chief at the request of the mayor.
Oh, so you're here about the crystal, are you?
I'm assuming chat. Can't play Sky Third in English. Pain. Max Noble. Nice.
Well, if you're looking for the boss, he should be in the tunnels below.
Side note, I noticed a lot of people have some cool names in the credits. I'm like, damn.
If you use the elevator at the end of the tracks on the opposite side of the mine, you can get down there.
We found the elevator, but we didn't know how to make it run. Do you know how to operate it?
Well, that's an easy problem to fix. All you need is a key to activate it. But since you don't have one of your own, I'll help you out by lending you mine.
Much appreciated. Once our business here is finished, we'll make sure to return it.
Cool. And yeah, it should go without saying, because I've said it several times, but, you know, it's never enough. All the miners here are great, too. There's one in particular I can't wait to get to that made me laugh.
Estelle, try using that key we just borrowed. We We should be able to get the elevator working this time. It looks like we can use the elevator now. How about we head down into the lower tunnels?
What if we try to leave? Yeah, I guess it doesn't restrict us. I never tried. The joys of Turbo, but the audio still has to play. Also, currently it's 9:18. We're not doing too bad on time. We'll get this done in a few more. Yeah, so this one coming up does have a command if anybody wants to just do exclamation mark and the character name. All lowercase.
Heaven and earth. What are two kids like you doing down here in the mine?
Instantly love it.
You're the mine chief, right? Boy, am I glad to see you. We have been searching all over this dank place for you.
We're with the Bracer Guild, and we've come today on behalf of Mayor Klaus.
I see. So you kids are bracers, are you?
I could listen to Gary's scales for hours and be okay with it.
Huh. That's quite a feat for being so young.
You tank. God.
It's not that big of a deal. By the way, you're supposed to have some sort of crystal for us, right?
Oh, right. Give me a second. This little baby is something you don't see every day, which is why I've been keeping it as close to myself as possible.
Arch Grain Crystal, yeah.
Wow! I've never seen a crystal this big before.
But yeah, shoutouts to Gary Scales. I checked out his stuff on Twitter. Seems like a really cool dude.
That is impressive. There seems to be light swirling around inside, too.
It's one of several types of septium. Specifically, it's an Esmelus crystal, which is endowed with the power of wind. For a gem of this size, you're looking at a hefty price tag. I'm talking about a small fortune here. Make absolutely sure that this gets to the mayor.
Roger that! Oh, it's so beautiful. It feels like I'm carrying a little fairy in my hand.
Mac, which allows you to run Windows software on a Mac. Conscious about that sort of thing, though? Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could help you, but
This is super fun.
I've been PC all my life. Well, aside from school scenarios, that's been the only time I ever really touched Macs.
Check this out, Joshua.
That's nice and all, but...
Now let me see it in Turbo. Look at her go.
How about you stop horsing around? If you drop it, we could be in some real trouble.
Fine, you big killjoy.
Originated here, the deepest lore fry.
Well, I guess that's that. We'll get out of your hair now, Mr. Catan. But don't worry, we'll make sure this gets to the mayor.
I'm counting on you kids. Huh?
What's the matter?
That's odd. The airflow down here suddenly shifted.
The airflow?
This scent, it's...
Whoa!
Is it over? Was that an earthquake just now?
No, it seems that there's been a cave-in somewhere within the mine. I wonder if one of the miners hit a patch of loose ground. I better go check on the extent of the damage.
Look out, Estelle!
What?
Suddenly crab. Oh, his voice very good, yeah. Gary Scales, I like, that is just... That is a smooth voice. Big fan. That's what I mean, like, the more I played this mod, I was like, damn, there's just good talent here. Like, no joke. How are physicals? Not good enough. Oh no. I gotta divvy up the EP a little bit. Yeah, it's pretty neutral. God, yeah, I forgot how much better arts just are for damage. I wonder when they fix that. Is that just the Sky Art thing in general and I just forgot?
Piece of cake. Why are there... Do you usually have problems with monsters like this?
No. This is the first time we ever had anything like this happen down here. Monsters have a predisposition which attracts them to the glow of Septium. So we've had a lot of them wander into the mind in the past, but...
Judging from the situation, it may be that the recent cave-in opened up a hole connected to a den of monsters.
Did you just say a den of monsters?
It's not inconceivable, but this is no time to be standing around thinking about it. I've got to get the other workers out of here.
If that's the case, then how about letting us help you out?
You're kidding, right?
Monster extermination is right up our alley. And besides, every minute counts.
You're right. Some extra help would be much appreciated.
So, how many miners are we looking at in all?
There should only be 4 others working here in the lower tunnels.
Well, emphasis on should.
Now let's go find them.
Sorry about all this. Oh, right. Take these and use them if you need to.
Health-wise, you should be okay. I'm gonna avoid those because they're scripted fights anyway. Go down here first.
Don't come any closer. I'm not trying to brag, but I'm all muscle, so I want to make a tasty meal.
Me too! I'm not delicious either!
God.
Oh, this flab would be terrible for a monster's health!
It's just vibing until we get there. Oh Jesus, I'm getting bodied. Pavi Vasiljevic? Hopefully I'm pronouncing it right. Man, that's a lot of L's, I's, and J's. That looks awful on my chat overlay. Or not chat overlay, on the side there. God, when I'm looking at OBS. What was it called? I think it was like OBS Live or something? I forgot what Stream Elements calls it. It's so tiny. Also, what's up, Ronan? Shoutouts to Ronan. Trent is Sean Brackett. Oh god. Don't die. Please don't die. Yeah, we can get away with this. Or... can we? Wait, who's up next? Oof. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, we got 9.
We're good to go.
He dies? No, he won't. I refuse. Although, actually, hold on. Might need to conserve that EP. Why am I waiting till 200 CP? Good question. I guess I'll do the dual strike spam later. Or now. Here she dies.
All right, we're good to go.
Ambitious, bold,
You're
complete
safe now,
subversion.
guys.
Thank you for coming when you did.
Oh man, for a minute there, I thought I'd never be able to sit down for another meal again.
This is no time to feel relieved. We need to evacuate this place. Any more lollygagging and you're gonna be sitting in the belly of one of these monsters.
Yes, boss.
No, wait for me!
God. That's what I love about NPC voices, man. It's so... I don't know what's the right word, but it's like it's so flexible. Like, I don't really have anything set in my mind, so it just works for me.
Oh, my Dios, who art in heaven, extend us thy saving hand.
God, I forgot about Pierre.
Hey, idiot! If you've got time to pray to the goddess, then how about helping me take care of these creatures?
Man. Me with my 10 EP. Alan Derminalian? Or Derminalan. Sorry, L's and I's are gonna get tripped up for me looking at that on the side. The joys of small font. Nick Walker. Nice. Yeah, we'll go for it once.
Come on!
Oh wait, silly me, I thought she had Hurricane. She doesn't yet. Yeah, better off just going and doing that. I guess I could do Taunt, but their health is pretty much split up right now anyway. Oof, not quite dead, though. Alright, Estelle, you have one job, just don't miss. Okay.
Piece of cake.
I was about to say, please.
Is everyone alright?
We are now. Thanks to you, kids. This must also be the divine work of Adios.
God.
What a religious nut. If this really was the work of the goddess, then she wouldn't have allowed us to get into this mess in the first place.
It's because of unbelievers like you that unfortunate accidents like this happen.
How about you try and say that again, buddy?
Is this really the time or place for that kind of nonsense? Now get out of here!
Right away, boss!
You be careful too, boss!
Off they go. Alright, let me, do I need some heals? I mean, the answer is yes, but I forgot how many fights are in this, like, this half in particular. Oh, I forgot it just denies you from healing. It's already maxed out. There we go. Could just do normal attacks then. Sadly, no auto mode here. But turbo's fine enough.
Piece of cake.
Save in case. I doubt anything's gonna happen, but you never know. What was that exchange? Hello? I couldn't even tell it was looking at me. No. Alright, you know what? Let's redo that. That didn't happen. It really just rolled around the bridge here. What a jerk. Was there anything at the bottom here? Oh no, I forgot. It's like this weird path. There's just like nothing here.
Ah!
This is my favorite out of all the miners.
Things were supposed to go like this. I don't want to die. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Help!
The right amount of pathetic.
What? We've still got another one down here.
We better hurry and rescue him.
Good lord. Very good. All right. Yeah, I guess I could do some of this. Right, and training is voiced by Jason Wiley. Nice. Yeah, he did great. As is tradition. Man. I made jokes in later games about the crit heal. God, I forgot about the crit NPC. We can go lower. We can go much lower, you guys. Turn orders get goofy, man. Oh, what do I want to do? Oh, he's just in range.
Come on!
Rude?
That's that then. Let's move out.
Oh man, you kids saved my skin.
Don't worry, you're safe now. A handful of monsters are no match for the likes of a bracer.
Did you say bracers?
For NPC, but the NPC misses and gets countered. Oh god. But Sky doesn't have counters.
What are you doing in a place like this?
By the soot of my boots, you're the new recruit from yesterday. Why on earth are you digging down here in the lower tunnels?
I was hoping to get a glimpse of how all of you veteran miners work down here. Yeah, that's it. When suddenly, the walls collapsed and a flood of monsters came in from the other side.
So, we've got ourselves a veritable nest of monsters now, huh? It looks like
Zero
you
Azure?
guessed right, kid.
True, it did have a few segments of NPCs.
So it seems.
The area up ahead is dangerous. It's swarming with monsters. Anyway, I'm out of here.
Would you look at
quickness.
him run? He must have been really scared.
That wasn't even turbo, like damn. The quickness.
I bet.
Hey, where are you going? That way leads to the monster den. The bedrock is also still unstable, so how about we do ourselves a favor and keep away from there?
It certainly doesn't look that safe either.
You're right. Let's turn around.
Cool. Hold on. I had a random crash. Oh my god. I pressed the menu button. It said nope. Oh, glorious PC gaming. Give me a sec. Jesus Christ. What's going on? This didn't happen at all. This didn't happen at all when I was testing. What? What do you mean? Ah. Alright, something about the effect as the battle happens looks comical there. Damn. I guess I have to, though. That was 50110. When did I last actually save? Okay, yeah. Those are quite line up. Autosaves? I did. This is the most recent autosave. We just gotta do this one, it's not a big deal. Or wait, did we? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's do this really quick. At least we have turbo. Should kill it.
Oh, we rule!
Oh man.
That's it. Okay, let me save. Oh boy. Oh, where would it be? Wait, is the time even right? Oh yeah, wait, it is. It's military. For a moment. Guess it'd be like 21. Any one of these is fine. I know this one. Okay.
Hey, the bedrock is also...
It certainly
I'm
doesn't
curious.
look that...
You're right.
Is that what makes it cursed? Okay, no. It's just PC gaming crap. Fun. But I'd rather that.
Did we find everybody?
Yes, that should be everyone.
All right, then let's get out of here ourselves.
PC Gaming Master Race, but nobody mentions the
alright,
Crashes
boss?
Challenge.
I'm sure glad you're safe.
You can thank these kids for that. By the way, is everyone accounted for?
Yup, everyone's here. Well, except for the new guy who took off like a bat out of hell.
You know.
The poor guy must have wet himself scared.
I see. Well, I hope he doesn't give up on being a miner after this. Anyway, there's a high possibility that there are monsters still in the lower tunnels. Until we can confirm that it's safe, I don't want anyone using this elevator. You hear me?
I think there was a follow-up side quest afterwards. I forget what chapter, though. Yes, Ronan, yes.
That was a huge miscalculation on my part. I never expected monsters to surface or bracers to show up. I guess I just have to report the truth about everything that happened.
Well,
I apologize for getting you involved in more than your fair share of work. I'll get in touch with the guild a little later on and make sure you two are compensated fairly.
Don't sweat it. We just did what anyone would have done in our position. And besides, it's all part of our training to become full-fledged
I see,
bracers.
maybe I remember it was like a while later.
By the way, what do you intend to do about the lower tunnels?
In the mine during the herbal shutdown? Maybe? It's been a while for me, Fry. I couldn't tell you.
I don't know, but we'll figure out some way to deal with it.
Also, wait. Trying to hold your controller and open a water bottle at the same time. I've done it, but man, it's not great.
There's always the option of sealing off the monster den with some explosives.
Yeah, no worries, Sean. Take care.
As a heads up, I may ask the guild for help if we run into any other serious trouble.
Sure, you can count on us.
Yeah, once again, for those who don't know, Sean is the director of the whole project, so...
And we'll make sure this crystal gets to the mayor as intended.
Trust, it is handled with care.
You did make sure that you didn't drop it. Right, Estelle?
Maybe she did. Who's to say?
How rude! I'm not that careless. Look, it's right.
Bunk quest in Chapter 5. Stole the document legalizing mining in the mines. Man.
You didn't.
You lost it.
It could be that one, then.
Psych! I've got it right here. Let's go make that delivery, shall we?
You are unbelievable.
Young lady, those are the kind of words that'll give an old man like me a heart attack.
Am I getting all wrapped up in this? Billy Marcos? Yeah, she sure did. It's not like I playtested this new already. Well, on top of already playing in 2019. Can't believe it. She got me. Kappa. Aight. We going. Yeah, we're not going, we're stopping. Oh, I forgot. Also need some heals. Yeah, we're almost out of here, though. Well, I'd say out of the woods, but this isn't quite woods now, is it? More like a canyon-looking deal. Wow, I actually juked that. Oh my god, rare footage of being able to juke one of those damn insects. It's a miracle. The second I say that. Ah, why is it like this? You can barely tell they're gonna come at you. Like, you have to... Okay, I was about to say, you have to, like, tiptoe or slowly walk, and yet, even then, the camera could obscure it. The game's just like, no. Take that back. Barachuko. Workshop that a little bit. A little rough. I guess Mirror Juke would be better. I don't know. But then when I think of Mirror with the Trail series, it's like, it could mean something else. Just making sure. Because I am saving over all the old ones, so it's a little weird. Oh man, I could have done that on the way. Shoot, I know I was forgetting something. Oh well. I guess we'll do it when Dorothy and Niall join the party. Might as well, despite the party line being, more cursed than ever. That's the worst it'll ever be in this prologue, but I'll do it. Anyway. God. I don't know if anybody in the chat's played Metal Gear Solid 2. I was about to say, man, successfully managed to juke that one too this time. Has Raiden, we've managed to avoid drowning energy. It's like, good job, you idiot. It's like, status update. I lived! I don't know if she has anything new.
I guess I didn't get enough to drink last night. Maybe I should have had Shara join me for a bit longer instead of heading home early.
Man. I still wonder. I know it would probably be everybody in that CS4 side quest. I believe it.
I see. I would never have imagined that the clock tower had such an anecdote to go with it. I'm totally blown away after hearing that.
With war, it's easy to speak of tragedy, but I think what's important is the strength to overcome the pain and establish peace. Well, who do we have here?
We've come to deliver the object you requested. Did we catch you in the middle of something?
Oh, Estelle and Joshua, you're no trouble at all. In fact, you've come at a good time. Let me introduce you to my guest. This is Josette. She's a student at the Genis Royal Academy.
The Genis Royal Academy.
Yes.
I've heard of it before. It's a boarding school for higher education in the Rouen region, right?
Yes, that's right. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Josette Har.
I'm Estelle. It's nice to meet you, Josette.
Oh my god, I forgot her name is Har. You usually don't see a lot of the last names too much.
You can call me Joshua.
Is it Har because she's like a pirate? I'm about to fuck. I'm gone, man. I can't. Oh god. Why is my brain like this?
The two of them are actually bracers.
It's like Yar, but not. It's Har.
I had asked
Legally
them to
distinct.
do a personal job for me.
Brace?
Okay. Looks like we're good. Yeah. I was like, well, I heard a thunderstorm out, so I guess I'm not surprised. But yeah, I waited. But yeah.
This is such an inspiring moment. I never thought I'd run into any real bracers.
It's still going out there though, so hopefully it doesn't interrupt the stream too much anymore. Seeing the frames fluctuate though, we'll see.
The inspiring part sounds a little much. By the way, is it alright if I just call you Josette?
Yes, please do.
So why did you come to Roland? Are you a friend of the mayor's?
No, today is actually the first time we've ever met. I'm researching the important cultural assets of each region as a part of my independent studies. And although I thought you might be busy, I've been lucky enough to get an audience with the mayor.
You're really serious about your studies, aren't you? Maybe we're intruding a bit, huh?
No, I've already asked the mayor enough questions. Instead, maybe it is I who am in the way.
Oh, don't be silly. It's not like that at all. Estelle, this is a great opportunity. So how about showing her what you brought with you?
Sure. Hold on a second.
The worst idea ever.
Oh my word, that's septium, right? What a wonderful glow it gives off.
Yes, and its size is impressive too. This is indeed a gift worthy of expressing the appreciation of all of Rolent's citizens.
A gift?
Worthy of expressing our appreciation. I see. So this is a gift for the Queen's anniversary.
You're sharp, Joshua. I intend to send an engraved ornament using this to the Queen, as a token of Rolent's citizens' appreciation to Her Majesty, who will be turning 60 years old.
So it's a present for the Queen?
How delightful.
We as citizens of Liberal owe Her Majesty a great debt for all she has done for us.
God, I still see the flashing out. Let me know, guys, is the stream okay so far?
In fact, the reason why we can use an airliner with such ease is because of the support of the royal family.
God, what is that noise? Sorry, it's really aggressive out there, damn.
I've even heard that the Bracer Guild in Libero has received support from the royal family. We do owe her a debt of gratitude.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. And can you believe it, Joshua? We carried a present for the Queen with these very hands.
And what's more, you ran around with it in those hands like a wild maniac.
Wait, can somebody in chat just put in the word "to"? I just want to make sure it's not frozen.
You weren't supposed to tell anyone!
Okay, good. Either one works. I just wanted to make sure.
I wouldn't have imagined anything less from you, Estelle.
To damn, yeah. Yeah, I did.
You guys!
Got me there.
Here you go, Mayor Klaus. It has been faithfully delivered.
Thank you very much. And as a matter of precaution...
Man, that's
Okay.
some nice
it'll
safe you
be
have there.
safe in there.
It'd be a real shame if something happened.
Now, all that's left is to make Melder's Orbital Factory finish up the engraving on this ornament. I can't wait to see what it'll look like when it's done.
Don't hog it all to yourself when you do. Let me see it too when it's finished, okay?
There's an imposter. Oh god, no.
It's too bad I won't be here to see it for myself.
We're not playing Cold Steel 2.
But today I was lucky enough to speak with the mayor and see something as beautiful as that. How shall I ever thank you?
Don't mention it. This is all part of my job as a mayor.
Thank you for everything, but I think it's time for me to say goodbye.
I think we should be going ourselves.
Agreed. Have a nice day, Mayor Klaus.
Yourself as well.
So you're heading home tomorrow on the airliner, are you?
Yes, that's right. School's about to begin.
I see. So you used your school vacation time to come here.
That's too bad. We could have made great friends.
Mm-hmm. Sure could've.
I hope we can meet again sometime.
There's nothing I would like more. Please have a wonderful day, Estelle, Joshua.
What a nice girl.
Yeah.
For looking like somebody from a rich family, she wasn't snooty at all.
Yes, yeah, but that's a long ways away. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Joshua? Oh, could I be correct in assuming that she's your type?
What? Well, what are you talking about?
God.
You're blushing. I'm really surprised. I had no idea you were into the rich girl type.
Foreshadowing. But sadness.
We'll have to get some pickup lines ready for the next time you meet.
Quit getting all excited about nothing. Especially when you have no idea what others are thinking.
Huh?
Just never mind. Anyway, let's report to the guild. The next job we're doing for Dad will be the last one.
Oh, right. All right. Let's get pumped and knock this last one out.
Cool. Well, technically last, but not quite. What are the ones we got here? There's Kane 1, Highway Monster. Yeah, these are easy.
Good work. It looks like you ran into a bit of trouble at the mine though, huh?
Huh? How'd you know?
I got a call from the mine. They said that they were incredibly grateful to the both of you. Now, how about you give me a report of what happened?
Okay then, this is what happened.
Very nice. It looks like you did much more than anyone was expecting from you. Dealing with unexpected accidents is also part of our mission as bracers. I hope to see more great things from you in the future.
You just leave that to us.
Well, you don't have to worry about Estelle missing anything, since her nose is always in everything.
Yeah, what he said. Hey, why are you saying that I'm super nosy like that?
His short jingle, yes.
Because you are. Your skills lie in being direct, nosy, and naive, right?
Damn, cold.
Isn't that being a bit harsh, Joshua?
Are you sure about that?
Oh god. He just smiles.
Alright, that's enough, you two.
Damn, they're gonna fight.
Okay, this is the last of the jobs you'll be doing for Cassius. You've heard of the Liberal News, right? You'll be cooperating with them to get some coverage for a news story.
Isn't that the name of the news magazine we bought the other day? What are the chances of that happening?
When you say cooperating with them to get some coverage, just exactly what does that entail?
It seems that they're looking for a skilled guide because they want to get some shots of a dangerous place. You'll need to ask the reporters directly for the details. The reporter and camera woman from the news service are staying at Hotel Roland. Here's a referral from the guild.
All right. How about we get over to the hotel and talk to these people?
Good idea. Let's go.
And oh, also there is commands for Niall and Dorothy when they show up. I'm a big fan of Niall's VA as well. Also, coincidentally, probably has my favorite name out of anybody in the credits. But mainly because I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm down for, you know, a fellow brother. Yes. Fry's like, I'll do them now. I'll do them prematurely.
Fern, I was wondering if I could ask you something.
But yeah, Niku Villanueva is like, God, I love that last name.
Is it true that the people from the magazine company are staying here?
Well, you're certainly right about that. Did you have some business with them?
Like, it's not just fancy, it's like, it's Latino fancy, right? I'm like, yes.
Actually, we're here representing the guild to cooperate with them on getting a story.
Really? Is that so? Then I regret to inform you that both of them are out at the moment.
Oh, well, do you know where they went?
That reporter fellow said something about heading over to the bar. How about you try asking there?
Oh, let me double check for Vern, actually. Not to be confused with the Vern Company. Don't get it twisted. That is Josh Lee. Sadly, don't have any links on hand.
The bar. Got it. Thanks.
We appreciate the help.
But again, they're all properly credited on the website, the main site.
Well, good afternoon, Estelle and Joshua. Did you by any chance come for a visit? Would you like a spot of tea?
I mean, I would, but... oh boy. I wonder how long Josette could keep up the nice girl act. Maybe she's used to it? I do wonder, was it ever, like, dropped how many years she's done this? You know, Sky Bandit thing? I think it has, it's just been a while for me. They definitely mentioned when the Kappas did get, like, you know, shifted and have to resort to that. Or thought they had to resort to that. But I just forget how long it's been. Let's do a Ken one really quick. This one's kind of cursed, though.
Oh, whatever am I to do? I hope those bracers show up sometime soon.
So let me double check. Who is Ida? Or Ida? That is, oh man, another one I'll probably mispronounce, so I'm just going to paste it. G Fox? That's all I have on that one, sorry. That one throws me for a loop. She's been Skybandit before? Oh, okay.
Did I hear you say you're looking for a couple bracers?
Yes, that's right.
I do think she did a really good job, though, as, Ida.
Does that mean you are they?
It sure does.
Ah, even that handsome young man, too?
That's right, myself included.
Well, well, what a pleasant surprise this is.
Lloyd, get in here!
There certainly seem to be a lot of people with the name Bracer these days.
I'm calling the SSS, you're going to jail.
Huh?
Does this mean that you are brother and sister or something like that? You know, that's got to be it. When people have the same name, it usually means they're family.
Well, I guess that's kind of how it is for us.
Estelle, I think this lady has no idea what bracers are. She seems to have mistaken the word bracer for somebody's name.
After 1199?
You can't be serious.
May I ask what you two are whispering to each other about?
Don't worry about it.
It'll be a pain to explain all of this to her, so let's just go along with what she says.
I'll try.
You seem to be troubled over something, ma'am.
Odd R energy? Yeah. It's great, though.
My goodness. For such a cute little dumpling, you catch on quick. Young boys are so considerate.
Here's this point, yeah.
Hey, are you really distressed, or are you just trying to flirt with someone who's way too young for you?
Yeah, Lloyd, get in here.
Oh, that's right. I am so distressed.
It's so wonderfully fake. I love it.
My little Errol hasn't come home. I carelessly dozed off here at the cafe and she vanished.
And who is Errol exactly?
Like, I'm so glad I streamed this. It's like, I'm not crazy. This is just This is a really good dub.
My little kitten. She's so snuggly wuggly.
God.
Oh, and if I might add, it's not just her face that's so cute, it's her personality as well.
What's the color of your kitten's fur?
Let me think for a moment. Maybe it's the color of the evening sun in autumn shining down upon a field of wheat.
So it's tannish.
Little bit.
I think she's just out running around somewhere. So if you find her, please bring her back.
Understood. We'll start by looking for her outdoors. If we find her, we'll come back and report to you.
I'll be right here waiting for you. Good luck, Mr. and Miss Bracer.
Oh boy. How do I trigger this again? Oh yeah, just one step more. Yeah, this one's weird. Like the specifics of it, I was like, I had to use a guy. I was like, how do you do this again?
Is that cat?
It looks like the one that lady was looking for.
I'm certain that's the one. We better hurry and catch it.
What species is your cat? Tan colored? Yes. Where do I check this again? I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right.
Look, it's the cat again. Get back here!
This is just like back at the Purcell farm. It seems like we're doing a lot of chasing these days.
All cursed.
There's the cat again!
Estelle, wait a minute. Maybe that kitten is trying to...
Oh no, it's getting away! It went toward the chapel!
Yo.
Let's hurry and catch it!
You see how it cheats at life and just phases right into that?
Here we go again.
Didn't even have to open a door. It's incredible. It's a psychic cat. Powerful.
There's nowhere left to run, little kitty.
This is probably what, like, the 10th time I've said I really love Hannah as Estelle. It's great. Like, I'm gonna keep saying it.
It's time to be
I
caught.
don't care. God. Could have sworn something just went up those stairs. I wonder if it was just my imagination. Who's to say? Celine's siblings. Maybe.
Be a good kitty and surrender.
I mean, it's been confirmed they have their own language. Maybe all the cats know each other.
Stay right there like that, and...
Estelle, don't corner her like that. What do you intend to tell the owner if she takes a dive off the terrace?
I know that, but it's not like there's any other way to catch her.
Come here, Errol. That's right, this way. I'm sorry the big bad Estelle scared you like that.
Jerk.
Come on, let's go back and see your owner.
God. They'll find a way. All these jabs, man.
That's a good girl, Errol. All right, let's go. Your owner's waiting for you. And that's pretty much everything that happened. I'm pretty sure that Errol was on her way back to see you from the beginning. Each time we saw her, she had been walking toward the cafe.
Now that you mention it, that does seem like what happened.
There's a chance that because of us, she ended up coming back this late.
Oh, don't be silly. You two brought her back safe and sound. I'm really grateful to both of you. But especially you, Mr. Bracer. You are just the cat's meow.
Alright, we to go.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You're blushing, Joshua.
I'd sure like to put a collar on you. Then you'd be perfect.
Okay, we really need to go.
I apologize, but we're going to need to get back and report to the guild. Have a nice day.
See you later.
Can Bracers file a restraining order?
Oh, yes. I hope to be seeing a lot more of Mr. Bracer.
Call the police. Jesus Christ. She's got problems, man. Obsessed. God. I'm trying to remember if there was like a follow-up quest with her. Jesus. You're like, hands off, woman. Let's see. Where are we going? And I see, oh, Jesus. Thanks for reminding me. I'll have to experience that hell eventually. Oh yeah, the highway one we'll just do as it comes along. Yeah, mushroom one. Okay. Well. Oh yeah, Dorothy and Niall, right, we meet them up at the Orbital, factory. Oh, let's go report that in, I guess.
Good work.
Cool.
It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
Time for, Oh wait, no, am I forgetting? Oh wait, no, she's here. For some reason I thought Niall was already at the counter, but no, he shows up in a bit.
Oh, wow! How cute is this?
Oh wait, am I supposed to talk to somebody else? Oh my god, I forgot. What do? Let me talk to Vern again. Oh, right! Right, the bar. Silly me. I'm like, man, typical Marcos, played through the whole thing off stream and then just forgets things on stream. Brilliant. Oh, trust me, you'll understand when you stream. Not to be confused when Ustream still existed, I mean YOU. Man, I'm old.
Who are you kids supposed to be?
At least I feel old in internet age, Jesus.
Are you perhaps the reporter from the Liberal News?
Actually, is Ustream still a thing?
That's right, but how do you know that?
I'm pretty sure it's not, but I haven't ever bothered to check.
I like getting the scoop on things, but I hate it when people try and pry into my life. What business do you have with me?
We're here representing the Bracer Guild. We were told that you had requested an escort.
Oh, so you finally come, have you? I've been waiting forever for you guys to show up. So, where's Cassius Bright?
Well, the thing is, he had another job come up, so he's not even in Roland.
What? I came all the way here so I could get a story on this famous bracer. Crap! What a waste this trip turned out to be.
I don't get what you're so disappointed about, but there's no need to get your boxers in a bunch. We've got you covered.
I guess I don't have much of a choice. You'll have to do. Huh? Wait, what'd you just say?
Also, yeah, again, big fan of, Niall's, English VA is also good too. Or rather, you know, the fandom VA, I guess, if you will.
Don't get your boxers in a bunch?
No, the "we've got you covered" part.
Though I guess Niall he didn't have any English voice lines to begin with, I think.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think any NPCs did. It was just battle lines.
It's just like Joshua said. We're your representative bracers.
I'm trying to think if there were some exceptions out of that.
Oh, and here's our referral.
Hey, this has got to be some kind of bad joke. Are you trying to tell me that you little brats are bracers?
Brats? Is that how you're supposed to address a lady?
What do you mean, lady? There's nothing sexy about you in that outfit.
God.
If you don't like my assessment, then how about slipping into a skirt and acting like all the other girls your age?
Screw that. If she did, I wouldn't like Estelle as much, damn it.
This clothing is specifically designed for those who wield a staff. And this looks like a skirt too! Are you blind?
Though I am in agreement that the FC design is the weakest one.
You're such a rude old man.
In my opinion.
Who are you calling an old man? I'm still in my 20s, damn it.
Getting back to business, sir. The fact is that we were dispatched by the guild. I'd be more than happy to introduce you to someone else, but I don't know when they'll be free.
I can't extend the deadline any longer. I guess I've got no other alternative. All right, rejoice, you kids. I'm gonna leave this up to you.
What a generous old man you are.
Oh, I could not overstate how, like, important it is, because, like, sometimes I had that, like, not really concerned, but it's like, you know, you want all these lines to flow naturally, so it's nice to see delivery be on point every time. Because if it doesn't, man, does it show.
Easy, Estelle. I'm Joshua, and this here is Estelle. And you are?
I'm Niall Burns, ace reporter for the Liberal News.
I feel like I could just make a meme out of that where it's like, man, Trails in the Dub, it just works.
Though we won't be working long together, I hope you'll do a good job.
But it definitely, there's been some issues on the, you know, playtesting side. Not like, you know, anything bad, just like a few bugs I had to report.
I'll be grateful when this is all over too.
So that's a lie, but...
By the way, where is it exactly that you want us to guide you to? The way I see it, you need a trusty guide because you're headed somewhere dangerous, right?
Right. My destination is the Ismaelis Tower. I'm sure you've heard of it before.
Ha! That's it? Not only have we heard of it, but we were there on a job not that long ago.
Jesus. Sorry, I keep looking out the window. I'm just seeing random blue flashes.
Well, this may just work out after all. So, what I really want you to do is guide us to the tower roof. I want to get a picture for the magazine.
Well, aren't you the thrill seeker?
By us, do you mean that someone else is coming along too?
Yeah, I've got my camera woman with me. She said something about her Orbal camera not working right, so she took off to the Orbal factory. But she should have been back by now.
If you're in a hurry, then wouldn't it be a good idea to head over there now? No doubt you're going to take off to get your story once you meet up with your partner, right?
Yeah, that's true. All right then, let's head straight to the tower once we pick up my partner from the Orbal factory.
That's it. Do I dare ask? Okay, good. It's normal. Well, she's not normal, but that was not cursed, I guess, in the moment. Maybe.
Wait! Anything but that! I'll do anything you ask, just please give me back my camera. It's worth more to me than my life.
That's kind of sad.
This is a problem. What should I do about this, Dad?
You're the one who took the job, so you're the one who has to deal with it.
What's all the fuss about?
Could this person be?
That's her, all right. Hey, Dorothy! How long are you gonna keep me waiting?
Niall! You came just at the right time. Please help me out here.
Why did you do this time? You didn't waste all your money, so now you don't have enough for repairs, did you?
God.
That's amazing. How did you guess? Are you like a clairvoyant or something?
When you do the same thing that many times, even an idiot would know what's going on.
Do you know this person? I'm sorry to ask this, but can I get you to pay the repair costs?
Fine, but I'll need you to write it off as a business expense. How much?
Let's see. The decorative clock and the repairs together are 2,000 mira.
That's a few fights worth. No, not yet. I'm gonna do it.
Hold on! I can understand the repairs, but what's the deal with the decorative clock?
Well, I was looking around the store while he was doing the repairs, and I saw a pretty clock, and when I picked it up, it broke. But I'm glad we can write it off as a business expense. How wonderful is that?
That kind of amount is not gonna be covered! Crap. Looks like I'm gonna have to pay out of my own pocket and get my money back later. Here's your 2,000 mira.
And this is your receipt.
This is an unbelievably awkward combination if I've ever seen one.
No doubt about that. But the fact that he'll pay out of his pocket for someone means he's probably pretty nice to work under.
Sorry to keep you waiting, kids. Had to take care of a little trouble.
Who are these kids, Niall?
They're the bracers who will be acting as our escorts and guides. They'll be taking the place of Cassius Bright, with whom we'd originally made arrangements.
These young kids are...
I'm Estelle. It's nice to meet you.
And I'm Joshua.
So, it's Estelle and Joshua, is it? You may be young, but you seem reliable. I'm Dorothy Hyatt. I'm the new camera woman for the Liberal News. At the moment, I'm training under Niall.
Why'd I get stuck babysitting this blockhead of a girl?
No idea.
God damn Editor-in-Chief.
Relax, relax. Something good will come out of all of this soon enough.
You're one to talk. Never mind, just forget it. Now that we've got everyone together, how about we go and get our story?
our destination is the Esmalus Tower, right?
I'm trying to think. We never really... I'm trying to think. Because I know, obviously, Sky and Cross will have that whole, like, journalist, like, you know, I guess duo. But, like, we never really had that in Cold Steel, right? I know we had Vivi later. And I guess Monk to an extent?
All right, let's go.
I'm trying to think.
Right on!
I don't think it was ever really a thing. Well, not the whole way through, at least. Anyway. Let's still do it, right? Yes. So the reason I held off on doing this one was actually, Kashan did apparently mention that there is supposedly different dialogue between, you know, them of Niall and Dorothy are in the party, which I did not do on the test run, so might as well check it now. See if there's any problems live, I guess. Got nothing to lose. There should be, though. I think he did check it, and it was fine on his end. Yeah, I didn't know either.
Darn bracers. How long do they intend to keep me waiting?
Although I guess I'll see it for myself now.
If they don't hurry and get here, I'm going to miss my flight.
Orvid's pretty good, too. Let me check. I actually did not get to put in Orvid as a command. I should have. Let's see. That is the Lone Logan. Like, all, one word, one username. But he also did good. Is it back? Looks like we're back. I was midway through typing. Do you guys know what line it cut off on? Oh wait, it's still fluctuating like crazy. Are we good? Can't tell if we're good. I think we're good. I don't know if anybody knows what the last line was before it cut off there. Because I could redo it. Hey, you know what? I'll redo it now anyway. Screw it. I'll redo it anyway. That's the long and short of it. Yeah, we just say before heading in there, I believe, so. We're fine. Oh, wait. There we go. For a second, I thought I had to change the source for the game capture.
Darn bracers. How long do they intend to keep me waiting?
I wonder if Orvid is cursed for a second time.
If they don't hurry and get here, I'm going to miss my flight. I should have expected as much from a rural backwater burg like this. Huh? Well, I'll be. That's the bracer emblem, if I'm not mistaken. I've been waiting for you to show up. I have an urgent job, so do you have some time to hear my request?
Sure, why not?
Great. This really helps me out a lot.
Again, that's probably another case where, like, there's multiple instances where Estelle just says okay, but a multi-line use to just accept a quest. God, I wouldn't doubt it.
All right. Let me give you a rundown and explain the details of the job.
It's definitely a technical limitation for how the Evo voices were handled, I guess.
Make it quick.
Or at least related to the initial Japanese voice mod, you know?
Let me formally introduce myself. I am Orvid, representative for the Orvid Company Limited.
I'm Estelle, and this is...
Joshua. It's nice to meet you.
You know, I don't think they ever called him out and said, okay, what did this company actually do?
Estelle and Joshua, is it? The two of you are quite young, if I do say so myself.
We're actually pretty new to this whole bracer thing.
Greenhorns? Oh well, I guess you'll have to do.
Pardon?
Never mind. I was just talking to myself. All right, let's get down to business. Please excuse my lack of decorum, but I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Sure.
At the moment, I'm looking for a rare mushroom called the firefly fungus. It is said that it only grows in a soil rich with septium. There are records of it being picked here in Roland, but no shops seem to carry it. However, it is a vital necessity that I get my hands on one, so I put in a request at the guild house.
Soil rich with septium. I can only think of the Malga Trail as a possible location. Do you know any other characteristics of these mushrooms?
It seems that it normally grows in areas with patches of grass. Since it is buried in the dirt, if you don't look closely, you won't find it.
Jeez, this one sounds like it's gonna be a pain.
You're telling me.
But once you dig one up, you'll know if it's a firefly fungus or not. For one thing, it glows with a light green color.
Defeat the bugs. God.
So that's why it's called a firefly fungus.
I mean, every time I do hear Let's Get Down to Business, I do think of Mulan.
Well,
I won't lie.
That makes sense.
All right. Have I explained things clearly enough?
That phrase is ruined for me forever. Maybe not ruined, though. It is a catchy song.
So basically, all we need to do is find a glowing mushroom in a patch of grass along the Malga Trail, right?
Looks that way to me. Well, if they're really growing in the ground, we probably won't be able to find one so easily.
If you run into any trouble, come back and speak with me again. I ask that you find one as soon as possible.
Maybe it's new dialogue afterwards? I don't know. Could be a thing where Sean said it, but... but he scripted this. Like, I'm like... He definitely knows by now.
Is there still a problem?
Yes, you exist.
I ask that you find one as soon as possible.
God. Entitled. I don't like Orvid. I don't like him. But alright. We'll get this, this
If you want to go to the Esmelis Tower, you'll need to go out the northwest gate.
But I did want to check this as well.
Oh, right. The small gate to the side of the landing port, was it?
Alright, so let's see. Oh god, they're overlapping. I never used this as much, by the way. It's actually kind of helpful. But the map is good, too. A fungus. God. I hate it here. It's all cursed. Ooh, time to mess with this, with the party line. I can't wait, said no one. Like, look at that, they just, oh my god, look at it! Look at it, I saw it, and it didn't matter. What the hell, man? It's so bad. Just gotta put up with it just a little bit longer. I'm just gonna fight him. Honestly, let me just fight him. Or at least encounter him and run away. Yeah, we'll fight him. Society. Oh my lord. Also, wow, they're really going for Joshua. I don't know what he did, but leave him alone.
Piece of cake.
Wow, that one actually... Oh my god. That one actually just let us go. Impressive. As much as I want to do the S-Craft, we're better off doing Dual Strike.
Come on!
Never mind, the game's trying to make me look bad. Come on! You kidding me? God. Game's like, got him, GG's. Man. Oh wait, it was a cell that was getting destroyed. Curse! She might still live? Yeah, barely. Oof. That's the one part I need to remember too, is that like they don't oh yes, crit heal, let's set that up. They don't automatically prioritize who's like, you know, the lowest on health. I definitely did get used to that, you know, with the modern games. Not a big deal though. Nice. It doesn't really matter now, though.
All right, we're good to go.
Hey, nice. Still no hurricane, though. Accidentally ran into it, though. There we go. I guess I'll save here in case.
What's with the sudden outburst?
I found it! Now to claim our prize.
Isn't that?
You think so too? The place it's growing seems about right, and it's got that soft green glow. This has got to be that firefly fungus that What's-His-Face was talking about.
You mean Orvid, right?
Yeah, that's who I meant. It doesn't look that tasty, but it sure is pretty for a mushroom. Almost like the glow of Septium, if you ask me.
When you put it that way, it certainly does seem to have that sort of aura.
Wow, there actually is unique dialogue for this. That's insane. But it is Falcon, so... Jesus.
Septium.
What's up, Joshua?
I may be worrying too much, but I think you'd better put that mushroom in your bag quickly, Estelle.
Yeah, I would have never known if I didn't, have to do testing for this.
What the?
By the end of this, I'll probably know every single contextual situation that the Sky Games will ever have. Damn.
Just like I figured.
This mushroom attracts!
Estelle, look out!
Kind of funny how the monsters didn't just all rush in, like they swerved in. Like, damn, fancy. Ultra violence. Soon, but not quite. What's up, Arcadius?
Alright, we rule! Now that was a surprise, I tell ya.
Did you put that thing away?
Yep, it's all taken care of.
What was that all about?
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, had to deal with a bug.
And why did a bunch of monsters suddenly attack us?
The light emitted by raw septium has the power to attract monsters. This mushroom also seems to have the same effect.
That's one far-out mushroom if you ask me.
That sneaky merchant. He never mentioned a single thing about this.
Revenge!
I'm pretty sure we'll be alright carrying it around as long as it's well packed away. Once we get back to town, I think it would be best if we pass this on to the client ASAP.
Make sure you keep that thing tucked in there good.
Well, Got nothing to do but check out the sus. Got better after sweating. Huge nerd. He kinda is, though. It's just Johnny Young Bosch makes a nerd look edgy. But Sean is still good. Still a good take on Joshua, in my opinion. I'm curious to see how we'll handle SC for obvious reasons. Oh man, especially the parts even later in FC. I'm looking forward to that. I didn't even see the enemy. Man, brown on brown is not a good idea. Who would have thought? Crazy.
That's that then. Let's move.
Gilbert? Well, yeah. They've only dubbed the prologue for now. It'll happen. Slowly but surely. People shouldn't have to wait more than, you know, next year for the trilogy to be all out. Practically invisible? Yeah. No, it's definitely a thing where it's like, man, yeah, the enemy encounters I forgot were rough. Like, combine the party line with barely seeing them until you're right next to them, it's like, man. It's like this weird medium where it's like, okay, we don't want random encounters, but we also don't want you to see them from, like, you know, far away. So what if we did nearsighted enemy encounters? I'm like, dude, what? What an odd one. Oh yeah, we gotta go and talk to him.
What's that you say? You found the mushroom?
Yep, we found it all right.
Oh, wonderful.
But it might be different than the one we heard about from you. You see, this mushroom attracts monsters.
Well, it's like this.
Doubt.
So even though you knew the risk, you hired us for the job, Orvid?
What? How was I supposed to know something like that? And besides, a bracer's job is to deal with danger, right?
Well, a little heads up would have been nice so we could have at least been prepared.
Never mind us. The big question here is your motive. What do you intend to use this mushroom for?
Yeah, this thing could be a weapon. Fess up. You had some big, nefarious plan in mind, right? A nefarious mushroom plan.
It's very serious. Trails in the Sky, it's a very serious game.
What? Isn't it obvious what I'm going to use it for? For cooking, of course.
Well, what?
Cooking?
Are you trying to tell me that people actually eat this thing?
Apparently. Fry, do you know if Orvid is actually successful at this stuff or not? I don't even know. I forget.
This is why it's such a pain to deal with country bumpkins. In the hands of a skilled chef, the more distinct the ingredient, the more profound the taste. And from that perspective, the firefly fungus is the king of them all. This is no doubt the ultimate ingredient.
As a company? True. Unless it's made up. Do we ever see the company? I'm trying to think if there was like a mention aside from Orvid. Like, do we actually see like another staff member or something?
So pretty much what you're saying is that it's for people with bizarre eating habits.
That's the talk of one unacquainted with a true delicacy.
Oh god, Rondrix. That's a cursed thought.
But then again, commoners such as yourself would never have an opportunity to try such dishes.
And praise be to heaven for that. I'd never want to gnaw on a ratty green mushroom like that.
Agreed. It looks pretty nasty.
Anyway, I have other business preparations to make. Now, if you don't mind, I'd ask that you hand over the mushroom and leave.
Yeah, please take it.
On behalf of this mushroom, I shall turn a blind eye to your ignorance. And as promised, I will pay you. So be grateful to your client.
Nobody's gonna buy that mushroom, I hope you know.
Unfortunately, I guess someone is.
Come on, Joshua, let's go!
Please, excuse us. We'll be going now.
Yes, please do.
Man, I hate it here. Okay, so it wasn't like anything major for having Dorothy and Niall there, just one line with Dorothy. Which is interesting. Oh, trust me, Orbit, I don't want to stay there longer than I need to. Not a fan of you, buddy. City of Rolent, it's all here. Jesus. Files are kind of scuffed because I'm overlapping them. They look weird now. Anyway, I guess we'll go to the tower. Oh wait, sewer time. I was gonna make a Teenage Mutant Ninja Bracer joke, but I guess TMNB still kind of works. Maybe you say it if you have a cold or something. Like you just mess up on pronouncing it right. I don't know. Alright. This way. Keep losing my way a little bit. Ah, damn it. Pain. I forget though, is running guaranteed 100% even on bosses? Does anybody know? Because I know it's really dumb. %, man. And yet, gladly I'll abuse it. I think I did fight pretty much everything in FC, but yeah, for the purposes of this mod showcase, I'm like, yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, I prefer it being this way, because it's like, I feel like, I don't know, if you don't want to do a fight, that should be on you, right? You should face the consequences on a boss fight, right? But for normal fights, it's like, just let him leave. Just let him leave. Like, you should hit a wall, but...
Wow! This tower is really tall!
Not for that reason, not because it's luck-based to just leave. Unless you use an item, which makes it more tedious.
I wonder how many floors it has.
The last time we were here, we only made it as far as the 2nd floor. But judging from the scale, I'd say it probably has about 5 or 6.
There should be 5. At least that's what it said in the book at home. It was investigated some time ago, but it looks like it was abandoned after that. That reminds me, it seems like there are a number of other towers like this in Liberl.
That's correct. There are towers similar to this one in the Bose, Ruan, and Zeiss regions. They all seem to have been built around the time that the Liberal Kingdom was founded.
Is that so? I think I'm starting to feel the history already.
My job this time is to uncover the truth about them. Dorothy, get me a few long-angle shots of this place.
Sure! Here we go.
I forgot about this weird scene.
Amazing. Is a photographer's personality supposed to change by taking a camera in their hands like that?
She certainly looks like a pro.
Jesus. Snoring ASMR.
Ow! That really hurts, Niall!
This happens every time you try to take a picture like that.
Way too exaggerated.
Quit trying to act professional and just get me a shot using your usual style.
SSD'd, or SSO'd. Who's Screen of Death? Lord.
I guess I shouldn't try to tone down my style just to look good. Well, I guess I'll have to do it my own way. Oh, looking good, looking good.
I did tell Sean, I did notice this line did peak a little bit. I'm not sure what we can do about that. Maybe I'll ask him again next time.
Now that's what I call sexy and cute.
That is like the only instance I've noticed where a line did peak. Noticeably peak.
Here we go. Say cheese.
Actually, no, that one too. Yeah, this seems weird. Need to tell him about it.
I don't get it. Why is she doing that when she's not taking photos of a person?
Somehow, it seems natural for her.
She says that she can see the expression of the scenery, whatever that's supposed to mean. And believe it or not, she takes some pretty breathtaking pictures acting all ridiculous like that. I guess it could be considered a type of genius. The kind that's borderline insane, though.
I mean, even still, why can't you just keep it all in your head?
Wow. People are sure never what they seem to be.
Okay, I'm all done here.
Alright then, let's get inside. We're headed for the roof. I'm counting on you two greenhorns.
You just leave it to us. We won't let any monsters lay a single paw on you.
Please make sure to keep close behind us.
I do know Sean did mention, though, eventually, if there's ever any issues with the prologue, re-recordings could happen. But it's mainly fine for now, just, you know, a few little things. But, it's probably also a matter of, like, alright, would people rather go on to Chapter 1, you know? That's kind of the thing. Maybe once it's all said and done, we could consider it. I'm not sure. Not sure what he's got planned. Black Widow? Ah, okay, no worries, okay, just do what you gotta do. Because, yeah, there was also that, and there was, Mayor Klaus. He definitely has notable reverb. And if you don't know what reverb is, have a little test at home. I'm serious, actually. In your bedroom or wherever you might be, go to any corner of your walls in whatever room you're in and just clap. And you'll just hear this, like, harsh echo if it doesn't have any acoustic treatment, so... Fun times. You can check your room for reverb just by doing that. But, yeah. Might need to re-record Klaus's lines, but it's a problem where it's like life and deadlines and, you know, sometimes it came down to, well, this or nothing. So, that's how it be. We ain't got no professional studio. So, yeah. Where am I going? It's just looking at me. It didn't even notice me. Damn. Or maybe it did notice me and it just didn't care. Wait, does it resist? Oh, I thought it resisted Earth entirely for a second. Oh, man, Estelle's really not good here, though. Yikes. I really forgot how much fire matters. Oh my god. I forget if it changes or if Prologue in particular is just all fire weaknesses, it seems like. Either that or neutral. Big stick, true. But that means it's all I could do. Man, the thunderstorm is still going on outside. Oh yes, NPC crit once again. My favorite.
Piece of cake.
Before I go there. Wasn't there something around here? Oh no, that's right. This is the one that just loops around. Right. I forgot this one's a little weird like that to start off. I mean, sometimes you're just blocked.
Piece of cake.
Let me keep going around. No? Yeah, that one's broken too. Man, that still counted. Nah, let me not do it. It's not worth it. Okay, that's just overkill. Thought it would be a little more tanky, honestly.
Come on!
Oh, what? How much? It missed and it's supposed to make them blind, ironically. I think I had like 1 or 2 health left. Man. Just my luck. I wonder if it was a crit, it would actually do damage.
Alright, we rule!
Alright. Cool, cool. Let's see. Yeah, there was only one path to go, really. Anything else around here? There we go. Already got the treasure. Don't be greedy. Well, too late for that, buddy. Yep, nothing else here. If I remember right... Which path do I take first? Oh wait, I don't think it's here yet. I already took everything it had to offer. What more do you want? I don't know. Actually, the red chest seemed kind of fancy. I wonder if you could make something out of that. Material-wise. Movement +1. I mean... Yeah. Yeah, she's the one that has tier after all, so... Oh, did I ever give Joshua... Yeah, he's got the white bracelet. Wow, wait, that's so weird. I just realized they don't start with any boots. They're going out there in their socks, man. Can't believe this. I never noticed that. Or I just wasn't paying attention. I'm so used to the other ones starting with both. Or cooler, they're just going in barefoot. God. That's some real torture. For Stregas. But which one's real? Which one do I believe in? It's getting very deep. The Stregas... The Stregas are just a concept. They're not real. You and I aren't real. Has it all been for nothing? Oh, Jesus. Going around in circles. Let me pick this one now. I think this is where you have like a 50-50 shot. Oh, yep. This is the one I want first. Oh, I should save on this next fight. This next fight kinda sucks for the chest.
We're good to go.
Like, an NPC could potentially die from this one. Be careful. And they do... Yeah, they do explode, so it's probably better just to art spam. Thankfully, there's no boss up at the tower. Oh god, I forgot his health was low. I'll take the risk. Yikes. Okay. Okay. I don't feel so good. We're using an item. Oh boy. Thankfully you can heal NPCs at least. At least there's that. Maybe I'll snipe that. Yeah, I might do it. I guess take him out the long range way. Yeah, this one. Let me see how much 200 does. A lot. I'll take it. God, I forget when they got rid of exploding enemies. I didn't miss them. Could do this, actually. Never mind, it's too far away. Should I? Kinda could. Never mind! Never mind, it's not good damage. Radio said, no, Estelle, you're the Stregas. Estelle was a shoe. God. Okay, their health's not great, but alright.
Piece of cake.
Man, didn't even get a level up for that. Shit. Apparently someone already looted this chest. Now who could that be? It's a mystery. It wasn't Estelle, right? It was, I don't know, Gestel Zeit, you see? No idea who that is. Oh, where are we going? Yeah, nothing else here, actually. God, sometimes the enemies just go after you immediately. Before you can even see them. But we'll avoid it. We might as well make the Zet fight somewhat hard. It wasn't that bad, though. This encounter is alright.
All right, good to go.
Okay, that's not the right way. I'm trying to remember. Not this one. Wait, never mind. Played myself. Okay, so should be this one. Wait a second. What is that? Oh. What? $50 HP? Oh my god, that sucks. It's like you're alive, but is it worth it? I don't know. Wow. I'd ask yourself how long that potluck has been in this chest, and if you feel lucky. Yeah? I'd question that myself, too. Oh boy. It sounds like it's barely edible? At least from that description. We could just go straight up to the roof, but is there anything else around here? Nope, it's just broken. Alright. Oh yeah, hopefully Alba's lines sound okay. So I actually had to jump into Audacity and edit the OGG files, because like when I say like it just came out yesterday, like it really did just get finished yesterday, where he actually has to send me the updated files for Alba, but he did show me how to edit them a little bit. But we'll see if it's loud enough or not. I was trying to be a little careful with it. I've increased it by 1 dB just to, I don't know.
Wow, it's bright out here.
Because it needed, I think, 1.5, but I went for 1, so we'll see.
It looks like we finally made it to the rooftop.
It should be fine, though. It's not like he's not audible or anything, just... we'll see.
Would you look at that beautiful scenery?
The joys of audio balancing for something like this. Multiple mics, multiple different setups, good lord.
Now, this is something else. Looks like we'll be able to get a better shot than I'd originally anticipated. And that's the thing I was telling you about earlier.
I wonder what that's supposed to be exactly.
Do these ever come into play in FC? I think they only really have relevance in SC.
It looks like a giant orbment-operated cauldron, if you ask me.
I'm trying to remember.
According to my sources, it's some sort of ancient device. Although, nobody seems to know exactly what it's used for.
Hey, Joshua, did you know something like this was up here?
Oh, just those devices, right?
Joshua?
If they come into play or not in FC or the sequel. I know the sequel
no
they do.
use hiding.
I forget if they had any relevance. Yeah. Like, I know for the second game for sure, but I forget if they did anything in FC.
I think it would be wise to come out where we could see you.
Huh?
Please don't hurt me.
Oh man, did it revert? Shoot. I'll have to check those later. Yeah, sorry, I could have sworn I edited the files, but it looks like it didn't, maybe I messed up on transferring them. Did you do anything in FC?
I'll come out already. I'm coming out right now.
But yeah, this is something that I did already mention, so this will be fixed. Because, yeah, Alba's a little bit too quiet.
Who is this guy?
The joys of, technicalities. Or I guess technical difficulties?
So somebody arrived before we did, huh?
What a surprise that was! Nice find, Joshua!
Was it aimed my way or something on stream? Oh, let me see. Oh, no, yeah.
And you are?
I apologize. Please forgive me.
God. I can't wait, like... Oh my god, I'm dying to see the heel turn, man. I'm waiting for it.
I'll give you every last mirror I have. Please spare my life.
Look here, buddy. Please don't mistake us for robbers or something weird. You do recognize this emblem, don't you?
Wait, isn't that the Bracer Guilds? So, you're trying to tell me that you're bracers?
Yeah, I gotta check what happened with Audacity. It's so weird.
In the flesh.
It sounded better on playback when I checked, like, the file individually, but, huh.
I'm Estelle, and this is Joshua.
I'll take a look at it later.
And we're here as reporters for the Liberal News.
That's been the only instance, though, where, like, it's just been a little bit too low.
We're having these two provide our escort so we can get coverage on the tower.
Everyone else seems, pretty well balanced for the most part.
I'm relieved to hear that. Please just don't ever scare me like that again. The fact that you came up here like that made me suspicious of you all.
Look who's talking. You seem like quite the suspicious fellow yourself. Do you mind telling us who you are exactly?
I apologize for my belated introduction. My name is Alba, and I am an archaeologist. I came to investigate the tower in order to further my research of ancient civilizations.
All alone? I'm surprised you made it here in one piece.
Somewhat, but actually I've grown accustomed to investigating ruins like these. You see, I've got a lot of confidence in my ability to flee from monsters if need be. Although this time I found myself in a bit of a pickle.
You are one crazy scholar, if you ask me.
He sure is. He sure is.
However, being an archaeologist would mean that you're familiar with the tower's origins, right?
Well, more than the average person anyway. But since I've only just begun my investigation, there are still a lot of things I don't know myself.
That's fine, but is there anything interesting you could tell us about this place?
Oh, yeah. You know, and that's the thing, too. That little bit of insight that I got in chat from what Sean was saying, where, like, before he even casted Agate, he had him test for, like, you know, that scene between him and Luve and SC. It means that I have no doubt that Sean probably checked, you know, for Cody to, like, you know, properly do that turn, you know?
It'll be used for an article.
I just haven't heard it yet. I'm just not privy to that yet. But soon I'll let you know if it's legit.
Let's see. Has everyone heard of the Septarians before?
I think Father Divine maybe said something about that before.
I'd imagine it's something similar to whoever, I do not know who is cast as Kevin, right? But that's definitely a thing where it's like you gotta test for that turn with certain characters, where it's like you gotta know if they can do both.
You mean the 7 treasures endowed with power and bestowed upon the ancients by Adios, right?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Sorry, pressed it a little too quickly.
It seems these ancients ruled the earth, seas, and skies using the powers of these treasures. It has also been written that they were even able to unlock the secrets of time and life. Approximately 1200 years ago, when this ancient civilization was destroyed by a mysterious calamity, these Septarians were also lost.
That is the legend also recorded in the scriptures of the Septian Church. But what does that have to do with this tower?
A part of the legend states that one of these Septarians slumbers somewhere within Liberal. Its name, the Ariel.
Or as I jokingly called it in 2019, the Oreo.
The Ariel. The word certainly has a strange ring to it.
If the legend is really true, I figured I might be able to find some clues here at the tower, since it's one of the oldest ruins in all of Liberal. So I came out to investigate.
Aww, what an inspiring story.
It is, isn't it? You can feel my passion for things of antiquity, right? This is splendid. I am overjoyed there is someone else who understands the way I feel.
I don't know about this.
So, did you find any of those clues you were looking for?
I'm still working on that part, but if I can figure out how this device works, I might be onto something.
I think it's an interesting story, but as it stands, it's a speculative one. From what you've told me, I'm sorry to say, it wouldn't fly as an article.
I see. That's extremely disappointing to hear.
I'm surprised myself. Contrary to my expectations, you are serious about the articles you write.
That's because I can't write articles based on uncertain news sources. We may run the occasional gossip column, but it's the policy of the liberal news to verify our information. That aside, let's get what we came here for, shall we? Dorothy, I want you to get several panorama shots of the Roland region. Everything else I'll leave up to your aesthetic touch.
Oh yeah, wasn't this a cutscene where in the PC version the widescreen just dies?
Now get out there and get me some good pictures!
I think there's a point where it's just like, nope, was not designed for widescreen.
Understood. Your apprentice Dorothy Hyatt is ready for action.
And as for you, Mr. Archaeologist, how about heading back to town with us when we're done here? These two kids may look like a couple of brats, but they do a pretty fine job as escorts.
Something about the way you said that makes me feel like it wasn't a compliment.
Yeah.
If it's alright with you to have me along, then that's far more than I could ask for.
Then I guess it's decided.
There is still lightning outside. How long is that gonna go on?
So, how about we take a break until Dorothy finishes getting her shots?
Hopefully the stream doesn't die again. Fingers crossed. Last words, yeah. I'm asking for it. Yeah, this shot.
This view is great. great from here.
Widescreen just says, oh, alright, I'm taking 5, you guys. I'll see you later. I'm out.
From this height, I can see all of Roland.
You can also see the void.
With scenery this good, if someone turned this place into a tourist spot, they'd probably make a boatload of Mira.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
What's wrong? You look a little pale.
I can't hide anything from you, can I? After we stepped onto the roof, I just started feeling a little woozy.
Are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I think I'll be alright once I get a bit of fresh air.
Also, for anybody wondering, just in case, no, this is not the mod's fault. It's been like that. The mod is strictly audio, so... yeah, I don't know what was up with the port.
Why don't you make the best of this opportunity and have a look around yourself?
But...
Broadening one's knowledge during a time like this is all part of being a bracer.
Woozy, yes. That's what he calls it.
If you come across anything of interest, then you can tell me about it later, alright?
True, yeah, it is his fault.
Sometimes you can be such a smooth talker. You know that? Alright, I'll have a look around. But if you start feeling any worse, you let me know, okay?
He sure will. Man, I hate it here.
Sure.
Pain.
Oh, Estelle, this place is wonderful, isn't it? I'm even starting to wonder if the number of photo quartz is going to be enough.
The scenery sure is great, like you say. By the way, what's a photo quartz?
It's an ultra-thin crystal circuit fabricated from septium. It's set up so that you can take a photograph by burning it with light.
That's just what I'd expect from a camera woman. Someone who knows the tools of the trade.
That reminds me, what's the deal with Joshua?
Well, he says he's getting some fresh air.
A raven-haired young man standing silently in the flowing breeze. I think I could take a really good picture with that kind of setting. Do you think he'd let me snap a shot of him if I asked?
He doesn't seem to be a fan of that kind of stuff. I think he'd probably turn you down.
Aw, what a waste. He's probably just shy, right?
I mean, as long as he doesn't see the camera, it's fine, I guess.
Oh man, the taste of a cigarette is wonderful. At first, I wasn't in the mood to come do a story in a rural place like Roland, but sometimes these types of places aren't so bad.
If you want to be rude like that, then maybe you shouldn't have come at all.
Damn.
No can do. This was a direct order from the editor-in-chief to teach that blockhead girl a thing or two. Otherwise, I'd be all over the kingdom searching for the latest scoop right now.
When you say scoop, don't you just mean gossip for your next article?
Not that I have anything against gossip, but reportage is predominantly greater. And in that sense, the place that has my interest peaked is Bose.
The Bose region? Did something happen there?
A number of large burglaries have taken place one after another. The identity of the criminals is unknown, but it seems as though the group has got a pair of wings.
Wings. Oh, I see. An airship, right? What are they? Sky bandits or something?
Yes, actually.
That seems to be the most logical conclusion, but there's also the possibility that this could be an imitative deception by the Erebonian Empire.
What? That's impossible. We're supposed to have a peace treaty with them.
Uh-huh.
Sure, but the Empire incurred some heavy losses during the war 10 years ago.
Context.
They can't do much now that every other nation on the continent has their eye on them, but it could be a way to get back at us.
Context again.
That said, nobody really knows for sure.
Is this like reverse context now? I don't know.
Which is why our job as reporters is to bring these things to light.
Oh, hi there. Estelle, was it? Is your partner feeling all right?
Yeah. He said he just wants to get a bit of fresh air.
I see. There's certainly a nice breeze up here, isn't there? I wanted to say, however, that I'm impressed that the both of you are bracers at such a young age. If I remember correctly, one must be at least 16 years of age to qualify to become a bracer, right?
You sure know your stuff. And that's right. I'm exactly 16 myself.
How nice it is to be young. There are limitless possibilities at that age. If I were about 10 years younger, I'd solve the mysteries of all these ancient ruins across the entire continent with these very hands.
You sure will. I'm saying that a lot.
The entire continent, huh? That's a pretty tall order, which means that you're not from Liberal, right?
No, I was born in the north.
The north.
But just for the record, I'm not from Erebonia.
Actually, did we ever get confirmation on this? Was it like Is he like Northumbria or what? What's the deal?
You don't have to worry about that.
It's been a while for me. Oh yeah, it was Northumbria then, okay.
Although I hate war with a passion, that hatred isn't directed at the people of the Empire.
You lost someone dear to you?
Yeah, my mother.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring up any painful memories.
It's okay. It happened more than 10 years ago. And since then, there's been a new addition to the family.
Oh, so you mean that boy over there?
Yeah, he's like a little brother. Although he's probably trying to act more like an older brother.
Northumbria dies by Northumbria bad.
I wonder why I'm telling you all this. Usually this isn't the kind of thing a person tells others.
Of all the people to blurt out, like, all this stuff to. Oh boy.
It's perfectly fine. Aren't good relations such a wonderful thing?
Yeah, if they're good. God. He's just phasing right through.
By the way, Professor, did you learn anything new about the tower?
No, unfortunately, I'm still as puzzled as I was before I came up here. It seems like I'll need to do a comparative investigation of the other towers.
By other towers, you mean the 3 towers outside of the Roland region, right?
Yes, that's right. The Amberil Tower in the Bose region, the Saffril Tower in the Ruan region, the Carnelia Tower in the Zeiss region. It seems as though all of these towers were built at around the same time as the Esmalus Tower.
And now he'll have all the Chaos Emeralds.
You're definitely knowledgeable on the subject, that's for sure. Investigating is fine and all, but do try and avoid the dangerous bits. And I know it'll cost you a little, but you might want to consider hiring a bracer as an escort next time.
Unfortunately, being a poor scholar doesn't always leave me with the necessary funds.
Anything else?
It appears that this device's functions under the right circumstances, however, it may be possible to activate it anew.
Oh, I know! If Joshua doesn't want to pose for a photograph, then how about you, Estelle? Would you mind if I took your photograph?
Who, me? What do you want to do with a picture of me?
Well, you're cute, and I can feel this strong aura emanating from you.
Fry and I are like, we'll pay 500. Probably more than that.
You might even be able to grace the cover of a magazine.
Pass. No matter which way I think about it, that's just not my style.
I feel like I just got dumped.
Live with it. Pick on me. Oh no, I just mean if she got a photo, be like, all right, who's gonna buy it? I'm imagining an auction.
The Royal Army has also been reported to be making a number of new pushes as well. I tell you what, one of me is just not enough to cover all the news.
What do you mean by new pushes?
You see, there was a young, smart apple in the War College, and it seems that he breathed a bit of new life into the understaffed and outdated Royal Army. I'd really like to figure out a way to get an appointment with the guy. But anyway, cigarettes are the way to go at a time like this. The non-smoking boom in the Royal City has really started to feel oppressive. But the more I think about it, this is the one thing I can't quit.
You probably should. Just saying. Nothing against people who do it, though. It's not my thing. I'm probably never gonna smoke or drink in my life. I just don't see the appeal.
Are you still feeling sick, Joshua?
No, I'm much better. I should be good to head back whenever everybody's ready.
I'm relieved to hear that. What brought this all on anyway? I doubt it was the lack of oxygen in the tower because the rest of us are all right. Maybe it was a sudden fear of heights?
Exactly. That's, you nailed it.
I don't think so.
Estelle, Joshua!
Are you finished taking pictures?
You bet I am! And I got a lot of good ones, too!
Heat my lungs and liver, yeah. Sorry, double checking if I got called for something.
Then it looks like we're done here. How about we head back to town? All right, Greenhorns, lead the way.
I'm counting on you, children. Thank you so much for escorting me back here. This is the first time I've ever been able to make it back from some ruins without being chased or bitten or... I don't know how to begin to express my appreciation.
You don't need to thank us. It's our duty as bracers.
I think you'd be better off hiring some bracers to begin with next time you go off to investigate some ruins.
My head says yes, but my wallet says no. I'll try and save up a bit, though.
Boy, if that's not a mood.
Well, have a wonderful day, and I hope we can all meet again.
I think it's about time we said goodbye as well. I was a bit nervous at first, but you kids did a fine job. Let me just say thank you to the both of you.
That's what I'd like to call raw skill.
Now don't get all cocky on me. The bracers I know would make you two look like little fledglings, not ready to leave the nest. You're gonna need to work harder.
I'll try to remember that.
So, are the two of you headed back to the company soon?
Nah, we're gonna spend a day or so relaxing here in Roland. I need to write up a rough draft for some articles and such.
I'll head over to the Orbital Factory and get these photographs developed. Take it easy, you two.
I guess this is the last of the jobs we got from Dad. They were much tougher than I thought they'd be.
I agree with you there.
That was already? Yeah, but we're almost done.
I feel like I have a greater awareness now of what it means to be a bracer. It's not just about fighting for justice.
It's definitely, that's why I'm like, Chapter 1, I'm pretty sure, right guys? Like, Prologue is the shortest, and the other chapters are significantly longer.
There you go again, saying all the right things.
I think after a point, they kind of had the similar pacing.
But, yeah.
Dressing.
I guess I get where you're coming from.
I remember the pacing being pretty consistent, though.
It seems like we've got a long road ahead of us if we want to succeed in this profession. For the time being, why don't we report to the guild?
That sounds like a good idea.
That's definitely one of my favorite aspects of first chapter was just the revolving door of locations and party members and everything, right? Because, like, Labril is like a big circle, right? It's like a big donut ring, and they kind of just go all around it.
Oh, but before we go, how are you doing? Still not feeling well?
A little short on this? It might be like that too. Yeah, it's one or the other, Fry. It's been a while for me.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, Prologue is pretty lengthy.
But I'm feeling a lot better.
We still got the Josette portion, but that's it. I want to say this is the longest prologue in the series. I'm trying to remember. If somebody in chat knows, let me know. It's a bit of a blur between 9 games, It is, because I was like, yeah, it definitely felt like, I was like, man, did I just forget the length of the prologue in FC? I was like, oh my god, I guess I did. Like, this feels like a chapter in general. Like, god, it does not feel like a prologue. Which I guess the only difference is really by name, but still. I guess talk to Ina first.
Oh,
or it doesn't matter.
Estelle and Joshua.
I was gonna see if I could report.
Shara? What are you doing here?
This is a rare occasion. You're usually out and about.
I just finished the jobs I took over for your father. And I was reporting to the guild.
So you finished your load too, huh?
Somehow or other, I guess. I heard from Ina that you guys aren't doing too bad yourselves. I guess everything I went through to train the two of you amounted to something.
We're grateful too. Well, I guess we'll report this in as well then.
Go ahead. Let's hear what you've got.
Escorting the reporters. Nice.
Good work, you two. How about you, Sherazard? Don't you think they've done a fine job?
For a bunch of newbies, you did an average job, but you shouldn't be satisfied with that level of work. Especially you, Estelle. You're always the first to get on that high horse of yours.
Man, let her celebrate the small victories, damn it. Like, that is so much better for your mental health, honestly.
Okay, I get it already.
Great work, all of you. I'm surprised that we were able to fill the work gap left by Cassius so quickly. I wonder if we'll be able to relax for a bit now.
I don't know. I can imagine the downtime might be a bit of a drag.
Well, that won't be a problem since there are plenty of other small jobs like patrolling the roads and exterminating monsters.
It's been a while since I've been able to take a break. All right, it's time for my reward. I'm going to drink until I can't drink anymore tonight.
Oh boy, here we go.
Estelle, Joshua, you two join me as well.
No.
Eh? We have to watch you get plastered and make a fool of yourself?
Oh, so what you're saying is that you're turning down my invitation? You've got a lot of nerve to do something like that to your mentor.
What am I supposed to say? Your drinking habits are intolerable.
Yeah, Hannah's deliveries are on point.
You cause a ruckus, dance like a maniac, and you try to strip in public.
Agreed. It's pretty embarrassing.
Sherazard, just where do you think you're going to take these underage kids?
Come on, the alcohol is what makes things entertaining. But if you're so against coming along with me, then I don't need you, Estelle.
First, Lloyd, I'm gonna need you again, man.
Really?
Yup. Instead, I'll just have Joshua make up for your absence.
Jesus Christ. No.
Why me? Shara?
Now hold on a minute!
Joshua, you look like you'll make a fine companion.
Man, Ina's just not reaching for the phone. She's watching this.
Whether we're talking booze or something else behind closed doors, I'll help break you in.
Does she encourage this?
Break me in?
All right, you big pervert! Joshua, why are you drooling like that?
It's not what you think!
We've got a major problem!
All cursed. Also, that reverb. But it is what it is.
Huh? Mayor Klaus?
Seductive tone. Like, honestly, once again, Archie II, great job as Shara. The line was wild. I can only imagine, yeah. I'm like, stranger danger.
So, Joshua, Sherazard, am I glad to see you?
Although I guess what makes it more cursed is that it's familial danger, because honestly, they're pretty tight-knit by now.
Saved by the bell. What's wrong, sir? And why are you in such a hurry?
I'll go to sound effects, it's funny. A little bit.
This is terrible! My home... disaster! It's gone!
The thing is, when you have to do sound effects or ad-lib anything, like, imagine just an ellipses, right? With just, like, 3 dots. It's like, what do you do? You're kind of relying on the script to, like, be as descriptive as possible to just make a gasp for some sort of noise, right? Like, you gotta do something. So, usually you just gotta throw stuff in and see what sticks.
What?
All right, calm down, Mayor Klaus. Take a deep breath and let it out.
This is what I mean. Like, what do you do?
Apparently, it seems as though my home was robbed while I was out.
What?
That's not being calm at all, Estelle.
I had something to speak with Father Divine about, so I was over at the chapel, and when I came home, it was rather odd for no one to greet me at the door. So I looked around and the rooms were in a state of great disarray.
Wait, what about your wife and Lita?
Don't worry, they're both fine. I found them locked up in the attic room.
That's a relief to hear.
It's lucky that no harm came to anyone. It won't get us anywhere just sitting around here. So could you take us to the crime scene, Mayor Klaus?
Absolutely. I appreciate your cooperation.
Wait for me! I'm going too!
Good idea. We may be able to be of some help.
Well, if you insist. Ina, we'll be at the mayor's place investigating the incident. If you have anything come up, just toss it on Ridge's shoulders. I'm sure he's just relaxing at the bar anyway.
Yes, I'll do that. And everyone, be careful.
Man, I still couldn't report the quest.
Wow, this place is an absolute mess.
We can do it after. I think there's like a brief portion where we can do it after this, before you head out.
The crooks really tore through here.
Look at the safe!
The septium which was supposed to be given to Her Majesty the Queen has been stolen. I'm really sorry, especially after having you go to all the trouble to bring it here.
It's not you who should be apologizing. It's the crooks who are in the wrong. By the way, how are the other rooms in the house?
The other rooms, for the most part, appear to have been left untouched. They're about as messy as the attic room in which my wife and Lita were locked up in.
Man, I just realized, at some point, probably chapter 1 and onwards, I'm gonna be streaming and I'm gonna have that awkward moment where I hear myself in this. That's gonna happen, I guess.
Estelle, Joshua, there's something I want you to do.
Which is?
I'll speak with the mayor about the incident. I want you two to check out the inside of the house.
You mean like an on-site investigation?
It's gonna be like that Spider-Man meme all over again. John Chick Block felt when he streamed Cold Steel. It must be bizarre, right? Like, the whole time you're gonna be like, I could have done that better. Right? Like, your inner critic can't help itself.
Are you sure we're up to the task?
I can only imagine. I gotta watch Sean's playthroughs of the Cold Steel games.
Since we're all here, splitting up would be the best way to cover the most ground, no?
All right, we'll see what we can do.
Proceed carefully and deliberately.
But granted, that's if I have free time in between working on this. And other stuff. Hear themselves in Renegade? Yeah. It's definitely a thing where I know some voice actors, like, they might not even play what they did, per se, because, like, it's a little weird.
All right, Mayor Klaus, how about we talk in the parlor?
Not that they hate their voice or anything, but it's like, again, after a while, like, your inner critic can't help but, like, focus on that instead of just, like, taking it for what it is, so it's this messy thing, you know?
Sure. Now, where to begin?
Or at least it can be.
An on-site investigation, huh? I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach.
That too, yeah. Who knows?
How about we start from this room? And let's not forget to ask for witness statements from the other residents.
Like I was gonna say, you guys that have been on the streams for a while, you'll definitely know it when I'm there. I'm not gonna try to do a completely different voice, because that's kind of the thing. For a lot of voice acting, you want to stay to your normal range, so it's gonna sound similar, for sure.
Sounds like a plan.
Because the best thing you could voice act with is your own natural range, to begin with.
This place is all torn apart.
That's why sometimes, like, I'll look up an interview of a voice actor and be like, man, they did a really good job. And I listen to the interview, it's like, well, it's almost the same person, right? It's kind of cool.
Lita would probably faint if she saw this.
It looks like all the books on the shelf have been scattered about the room. It seems kind of senseless to have done all this.
It's just like the mayor to have a ton of difficult books like this.
God, it looks like a mess.
It looks like he's got some valuable antique books here as well. The criminals either had no idea about the value of the books, or...
This is just a clutter box, right? It's empty as well.
The box lock looks like it was burned off. The criminals may have used an orbital gun.
It's just like the mayor to have a ton...
It looks like he's got some... The criminals either had...
There's another one here.
This pot's been tipped over, but there's nothing inside.
It looks like it only tipped over after being hit by something with force.
There are several documents inside the drawer. They don't appear to have been disturbed.
They seem to be documents regarding Roland City's government. The fact that these are as they are suggests there was no political aim involved.
Let me save here in case, because I'm hearing the thunderstorm still going on outside. I feel like it's been an hour straight, unless I'm hallucinating, of that storm being here.
The gift
what is
that
going
we
on
delivered
outside?
to the mayor for the queen is... Those crooks are not gonna get away with this.
It doesn't look like they jimmied the door either. They must have decrypted the combination and opened it, or...
Could they have really cracked the combination?
It's not impossible, but I imagine it'd be difficult for anyone besides a skilled pro. My best guess is that they figured out the combination using a much simpler means.
You're still going? Yeah, I'm gonna finish it all today.
What do you mean by simpler means?
I can't do 2 sessions because tomorrow I have my driving lesson. So, which speaking of, yeah, that's one out of the final 3 driving lessons, so by the end of July, driving tests. I'm ready. Well, hopefully I'll be ready.
Well, let's see. They could have, for example, dusted the buttons with a special powder.
Though granted, I say that, and it's like driving lessons are like 50 minutes, right? It's not the huge majority of my day, but just, you know, I prefer to not have anything planned for that day just so I can focus on that.
A powder like that would have absorptive properties, and due to its fineness, it would be invisible to the naked eye.
The test, yeah, I think the test is July 30, right? Like, it's right at the end of July.
However, if a blue light were placed over it, it would glow.
Actually, that reminds me, can I just say how insane July is for me? It's like, okay, it's my birth month. Then I'm also taking driving lessons and, like, you know, doing the test, like, the legit exam to get my license. And then I also got roped into doing Trails in the Dub, like, play testing and, like, voice acting, and I'm like, I don't know what it is with this month in 2021, but it's like, it's something, man. Oh my lord.
All right, and?
And I finished CS4 on July 2nd.
Now, let's imagine for a minute that the mayor entered the combination with the powder present.
Like, I've never felt like I've been more on the right timeline.
The powder on the buttons would stick to his fingers and come off.
Hell yeah, confirmed it's a dope-ass month.
This would be one way to know which buttons were pressed.
Now, wait a minute. Wouldn't they still not know the order in which the buttons were pressed?
That's not exactly the case. As the powder collected on the fingers increased, the amount taken from the buttons would decrease.
Things that happen in July, Kino, hell yeah.
In other words, the crooks could press the buttons in order starting from the least luminescent.
Now I thought of a dumb joke, Olivia, where it's like, did our first conversation happen on a July? I don't know, that'd be hilarious.
It might be a little more difficult
I can't
if there
go
were
that far
duplicate
back,
numbers,
though.
but the crook should be able to make a pretty good guess as to what they are.
That makes sense. Joshua, are you a genius or something?
I don't know. No, I don't know either, but it's like, could you imagine?
That's just basic knowledge. Anyway, let's check out the buttons. Just as I thought, powder was used. Now there's no doubt in my mind that this safe was opened using the same method I just explained.
Oh, right. Now, the big question is, who dusted the buttons with that powder? We know it would have had to at least be someone who visited the residence.
Right. Now, figuring out who that is, that's going to be the tricky part.
Anything else here?
We've already worked out how the crooks open the safe, so let's check somewhere else.
Alright.
Look, there's some marks on this railing.
Can kind of see it. I don't know if people can see it with the overlay. Maybe. A little bit. Hydrate. Well, actually, this is pretty much done. Okay, hold on. I'm actually gonna have to step out and get the 24-pack from just outside my room, so give me a second. For once, I didn't have them all in my room. God damn it. Okay. 1 second. Hydrate thyself in these warmer months, God. Okay.
You're right. And they're fresh, too.
Second.
It looks like something metal dug into the wood.
Something metal and strong enough to leave marks, huh?
This seems like something worth jotting down in our bracer notebooks.
I don't know if they ever mentioned out loud that it was a grappling hook.
Huh? What's this? Don't you think it's a bit strange for a leaf to be in a place like this?
Little bit.
On top of that, it's not a type that grows around here.
I think the weirder part is that it's a singular leaf.
You're sharp, Estelle. This is the place where the residents were locked up.
Grandma gave me a good excuse to do the same. I guess it all worked out then.
It was probably dropped by one of the criminals as they were locking everybody up.
JRPG Cool Leaf. Is that a trend and I just don't... Well, I guess it is pretty common, yeah, when I think about it.
So it's a key piece of material evidence, right?
Though I guess not as common as footprints will ever be. It's a JRPG Cleave.
I had such a scare!
Oh, who is, Lita? Give me a second. Footprints are common. Feet aren't. Good point. Let's see. Who was Lita? If I can find her here. Oh, that is Red Aller. Maybe it's Aller? No, but it's two L's, right? But yeah. Once again on the website if anybody wants to support any of these fine people.
I was cleaning up the attic when suddenly a bunch of masked men came barging in.
Masked men, huh? That means this wasn't a one-man job.
How many people were in the group?
I'd probably guess about 3 or 4.
Last night, though, I was setting up the bot command, so it was really short notice, but in the future, whenever Chapter 1 streams happen, I'll definitely have them all ready.
Oh, that reminds me. One of them was short. It might have even been a girl. When I think about the fact that I'm going to have to clean up that study, my head starts to spin. When I get my hands on those criminals, I'm going to give them a beating like they'll never forget.
Oh my god, Livy. Lord.
Are you all right, ma'am?
Yes, I'm fine. The intruders weren't violent toward us.
Hey, who's Melina? Trash talk those at yes. Let's see. Where is she? That is Storm Waters. I'm not sure if that's not a username. That's pretty cool. That's gotta be a username. Or a pen name or that's gotta be something, man.
Is there anything in particular you noticed about the intruders?
They were wearing masks, so I wouldn't be able to tell you about any specific features.
Lottery winner of names. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know if that's real. If so, that's sick. If not, I think it's just a pseudonym or something. I don't know. That is something.
That reminds me. I'm certain the front door was locked. I locked the door just to be safe since my husband had gone to the chapel and there were just the two of us here. I wonder how in the world they got in.
Because, yeah, for credits, everybody either goes with username or, you know, their real name. I chose to go chaotic. I'm the only person that did this, and I laugh whenever I see it on the page. You can see it. I did the nickname in the middle in quotes thing that some people do. I did Marcos Zeno Molina because I just don't give a damn. It's so chaotic when I look at the staff list. I love it. I love it. I'll go where nobody else does, damn it. Alright. Let's see. Where am I going? Well, actually, I guess... Oh, we gotta check the front door. Right.
They said that the door was locked at the time of the burglary, right? It doesn't look like the lock's been broken either.
Which means they got in another way.
Save again here. I did not think I would need, like, 4 saves for this. It looks like a lot because I saved over the old ones, but yeah.
I've had the mayor run me through all the details. How about you two? Did you find anything?
You big JRPG character vibes. I love it.
All right, then let's check the details one by one and see what you've come up with.
Should I say yes? Yes. Oh, man.
First off, what were the criminals
I like
after?
to have fun, though. Alright, so... yeah, should be this
How
one.
many of them were there?
Sona's voice again? What was the name? It was the old woman there we just talked to. Oh my goodness, where? Marlene, yeah. My bad. I was looking through the text document, and for some reason, you ever have those dumb moments where, like, your eyes are just like, I'm going everywhere but where it is? Gotta love it. But yeah, should be this. A lone woman. Josette would never. She's not that cool. But I did end up liking her more with CS3 and 4.
Where did they get into the house from?
Terrace on second
Point
floor.
blank, what is the portrait of those thought to have committed the crime?
Relatives of Mayor Klaus. A logmon for Sky. I wish. Oh god. I don't know. Who else could, like, I'm not even joking, like, who else could possibly do it aside from Geofront? Like, I don't think anybody's ever really dug in there, you know? But it would be cool. Like, I definitely feel the pain of, like, I miss the message log system, I really do. I use it a ton on stream. But yeah, double checking all these other ones.
Wow, you did a good job investigating. It looks like we'll be able to specify who the criminals are with this information.
Oh no, yeah. That's the thing, Livia. It's like, I know everybody's busy, so I'm like, yeah. Don't blame you. Busy stuff, especially with, the Miss America team up.
Mayor Klaus, over the past 2 or 3 days, have you had any new faces in your study?
That's the thing, just seen somebody, but I'm certainly not a programmer, so that is out of my field.
When you put it that way, I guess there's been a number of people. That reporter from the magazine company was one.
Oh, so those two came to visit you too, huh?
But at the time of the crime, they were with us at the Esmelis Tower. I think we can cross them off the list of suspects.
I see. So, Mayor Klaus, were there any others?
Other than that, there was only Josette. But let's not kid ourselves here.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Survival's question? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, I know it is the same engine, but I guess it's an older version of the engine, so it's like weird.
I think it'd be a bit of a stretch for her to be our thief. After all, she's a student at the Royal Academy.
Criminals aren't always dressed so they can be easily spotted. As for a school uniform, if someone put their mind to it, they could create a replica.
But I'm telling you, she was a really nice girl. She was modest and courteous. Right, Joshua?
I'm sorry to say this, but I completely disagree.
Huh?
During that time, when the mayor put the septium into the safe, that girl's eyes lit up like a hunter's, eyeing her prey. Of course, since I had no conclusive evidence, I couldn't call her out on it. But at least to me, she didn't look like any ordinary student.
You must be joking.
Now I'm just imagining Josette in Monster Hunter. It goes horribly for her.
Unbelievable.
At any rate, it looks like we're going to have to ask this girl a few questions. You wouldn't happen to know where she is, would you?
If I remember right, she should be staying at the hotel. But she said something about taking off from Roland sometime today.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to hurry then. Estelle, Joshua, let's try the hotel first.
Who wield a light poke?
Right!
Man.
Understood.
Oh, man. Now I'm thinking. Well, Joshua's definitely would be, dual blade. I guess Estelle would have to be Insect Glaive, but I don't know if she'd have the patience for that. I wonder. I don't respect light bowgun users, damn. You chose that as a feline? Oh, God. Yeah. 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 That checks
I
out.
can't believe something like this happened while I was away.
Oh, it is, but it's like, would she bother with the kinsect
I have also
mechanic?
personally asked that the guild conduct the investigation.
That is true, though. She does like bugs, so maybe she would have the patience to learn. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, it could work.
I apologize for the short notice, but your assistance in this matter would be highly appreciated.
I'm laughing because it's like, in my mind, that autocomplete that sensor. It's like, you get a stick, you get a bug. What more could she possibly need? It's got it all. This baby can fit so many bugs. I forget when that old meme started with, like, you know, the guy slapping the car on his roof. It's been a while since I thought of that meme. But Sister are uber smart. They can do the planning and still can do the thwacking. God. It's true, though. Give me 5 to 10 minutes, guys. I just need to use the bathroom once again. But afterwards, when we come back, there's not much else, but we will finish the prologue. So, yeah. BRB for now. Actually, I guess I could leave it without the mini. Okay, back. Also, yes, that water is coming back with a vengeance. There we go. Just had to put the headset on. Let me see. yeah, aside from that side quest on the highway, that's all we need to do. Really. Oh yeah, Livy, I did ask in the chat, I think Fry said yes, but I was curious on your thoughts. Do you think FC has the longest prologue in the series? I can't remember. Although I definitely forgot how long it is. But I don't know by comparison.
Good work. It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
Does she have anything now?
How's the investigation coming along? Ridge is managing to take care of everything else.
I don't even, Rondrix. Thinking back on it, I think it might.
You guys keep your focus on the investigation.
Oh, do I have enough for that slot upgrade? Yes, actually. Cool. I wanted to give it to him, but I kind of messed it up a little. There we go. He finally has one. Maybe give her a third one? I mean, I could. I could. Yeah, why not? Took me like 10 hours. Yeah, it's pretty up there. And this stream's been going for about 7 hours, so yeah, it checks out. Because I'm not fighting that much, and it's like, yeah, it still takes a while. This one took me? It's not that bad, isn't it? Just like the first starting dungeon, and that's like about it. Trying to remember. I guess we'll give Estelle the information one for filler. Don't really know what else to give her. But yeah. Don't remember CS1. I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I can tell my memory's hazy too, right? Man, that's crazy. Alright. Anything else? I'm really trying to think. Oh, I guess there's this. Oh, and, let me check. I'm not gonna bother reading it. But, can we get the book now? 3 months ago. Couldn't tell you either. Letter magazine, circulated in and around the royal city. Man, he's still not gonna give me that book. Alright. Alright. Pick up a few good things from Pat. We're of young bracers, boy and a girl. Well, he's especially well spoken of by the wife circle as being quite the cutie. Now she's a hunk to all these desperate housewives. I mean, that checks out with that cat side quest, alright. Oh boy. Now I'm even more concerned. I wish I didn't talk to her. Gosh, I better sleep with one eye open.
Where in the world do you two think you're going? Right now, we need to go and check the hotel.
Man, alright, I jumped the gun. My bad, Cheryl. After Geofront? As you're after Altar Launch? Maybe. I'll see when I get to it. I actually... That is kind of funny. Well, I guess this does give me an excuse to come back to the Sky Games after all. Which, I'll gladly take. I'm a fan of this project, I really am. I think it's something really fun.
Estelle, Joshua, and even Sherzard.
Sorry. I forgot This line read makes you laugh for the wrong reasons. Something about the wafer, said Scheherazade.
Is something the matter?
Do you remember a girl named Josette?
It's like a roll call. Oh god. I mentioned before, Vern was voiced by where is this? Oh my goodness, where? I'm looking for the V, I swear to god. Am I crazy? Where is it? Oh, there we go, Josh Lee. I don't know if I want a re-recording of that. I don't know.
She's a student from the Royal Academy who should be staying here.
Oh, man.
Of course I remember her, but she checked out just a moment ago.
Shoot, we're a minute too late.
Let's hurry to the landing port. We might be able to catch her there.
She really didn't seem like a bad girl.
Although, not like I'm the director requesting the retakes, to be fair. I'm a small role in all this, of course. But it is funny to think about. Because I could put that in notes. I can. But man, it's funny to think about. I don't know. But, yeah, okay. Is there anywhere else we have to go? Or can we just...
And where do you think you... Let's head over to the landing port. We may be able to catch her in time.
Oh, right! Right, I forgot about this cursed conversation. Oh my god. It's so dumb. Time to visit a flight attendant a receptionist that needs some help. And I mean a lot of it.
Please excuse the delay.
But hold on, before we keep going, let me check. Who is Alan? Alan is... Robert Jonathan. Again, he's also on the website.
The airliner should be arriving any time now, so please be patient.
Yo, Alan! It's us! If you haven't noticed.
Oh, it's you guys. Ooh, and Scheherazade too. Thank you, Adios, for this feast of the eyes.
Alright. Once again, I need Lloyd to get in here.
So, what's up?
You didn't by any chance happen to see a girl in a school uniform around here, did you?
Some of these characters need to go to horny jail, and I mean that unironically.
A girl in a school uniform? A school uniform from where?
From the Genis Royal Academy.
Oh, baby. Those uniforms are so hot.
That I thought didn't have the filter over it CS uses? I think I lost a word there, Livy? What do you mean?
The contrast of those neatly pleated white skirts and navy blue socks.
Oh wait, I think I know what you mean. Sorry, it took me a minute. Huh. I wonder if they could add that. You mean like the kind of like echoey like effect, right? Yeah. Was that in the Japanese voices? I'm not sure.
Oh, yes, I can see them now. I totally forget what the boys' uniforms look like, though.
But of course you do, Alan.
This is one obsession I just don't get.
I'll have to check for that later, I guess.
Thus defineth man's eternal struggle.
It is a good call, though. I wonder if he could, replicate that effect.
Back on topic here. So you didn't see a girl in a Royal Academy uniform?
Yeah, no worries, Livy. I'm just thinking out loud.
Nope, not this month. And believe me, I watch for those. I check all the passengers boarding and disembarking, so I can tell you at least that she hasn't come here.
Which means that she came to Roland along the roads without using an airliner. This complicates things.
Our search field suddenly got much bigger.
Though, you know what? I'll give Alan this. I guess as a receptionist, it's probably an uneventful job at times, so... I guess he's gotta do something, right?
Come to think of it, there must be others, so they've got to be hiding somewhere.
I mean, he's getting paid to stand all day.
Wait, that reminds me.
I don't even think he has a chair. Somebody get this man a chair, please.
What does, Estelle?
I don't know. It's hard to tell from this angle. I don't think this matters for BP, right? Or, yeah, it is BP. Yeah, I'm gonna pick Wen's dinner. I like this one more, to be honest.
Wednesday, what was I saying again?
How about taking this a little more seriously, Estelle?
Did you notice something back at the mayor's place?
That's right. That's what I was trying to say.
Of course. God.
I almost forgot that we found this. Could this be some sort of a clue?
Oh, right. We did find that. Shara, do you know of any places nearby where survey trees grow?
Survey trees, huh? I'm pretty certain they grow in Mistwald, south of Roland.
Mistwald. That's the forest in the opposite direction from home as Roland, right?
It seems like it's worth looking into. That settles it. Let's hit up the highway through Roland's South Gate.
You're really excited, aren't you? Well, whatever it is, good luck.
Man. Yeah, I actually didn't think about that whole,
Wait
thought
up!
bubble thing.
You're running like a crazed lunatic!
Who could just walk? At a time like this?
Something about the old sprite animations, man. It's jank, but it's got some charm.
Maybe I should think about cutting back on those blasted cigarettes.
What are the two of you up to?
You kids again, huh? Actually, we've got to get to Bose ASAP.
But the airliner's not even here yet.
I know. That's why we're heading there on foot. It'll take some time, but it's not a distance that we can't cover by ourselves.
Well, don't wear yourselves out too badly. By the way, are you after a scoop or something?
Yeah, and the mother of all scoops, too. No time to talk. We gotta make it there today.
Well, off he goes.
Wonder if Niall's going to be alright. See you later, Estelle, Joshua.
Well, aren't they a lively pair? Friends of yours?
Those were the reporters from one of the jobs Dad asked us to take over. I wonder what's going on.
Who knows? I don't think, actually, Believe? Wait. Was there... No? I guess they weren't going towards the landing port. Oh, let me save here. But yeah, we're going. Well, I guess we gotta do that. Oh wait, our AP is really low. Sorry, we're not going, I lied. Sorry. Alright, let's fix this. I forgot. Sewer time. This is where we really need to go. You know, they could rework it to have Josette hiding out here. Well, spoilers, they kinda do. In a dungeon that's very similar to this, but they reworked it. Oh, Jesus. Comfy bed at home. Am I a joke to you? Yes. Am I a joke to you, bottom text?
That's that then. What?
I can't believe... Man, this is a reference for nobody, because people don't really play this game, sadly. I can't believe Estelle is just Cat from Gravity Rush. And that's a compliment. I love Cat. She's very good. Alright. Keep moving. Hey, you know what? Principle of the thing, alright. We'll give her the bed as I make really weird turns. And my bottom text to you. Who's the top text in this household? Where is this going? I don't know. Either so bad. It's really short. Yes, it's true. Yeah, Gravity Rush 1 is pretty short. I played 2, but then like I didn't finish because I was streaming it, and then I think I ended up having to do something else. I think it was because I got it around the time when Breath of the Wild was out, so it was hard to juggle them. But I did like the first game for as short as it was. It's a good few hours. It's got its charm, though. I just wish there was more of it, right? It's one of those things where it's like, man, the world is so interesting, but it's like, I wish you could do more in it. Right? That kind of feeling. I definitely wouldn't call it one of the greatest games ever made or anything, but it made me happy when I was playing it. And that's good enough for me. Let's see. This is mustache text. Is that even a real thing? Can somebody look that up? Is that a real thing? I wonder. With the internet? Who knows? Oh my god, dude. Look at how tiny. God. So tiny. Look at this. It's so funny knowing what I know in later games. God, it is absolute baby. Am I playing a Monster Hunter event quest right now? Like, it's barely taller than... It's barely taller than Joshua or anybody else. Oh, okay, thankfully Shara does have some fire. Oof, still hurts though. Alright, let me see how bad physical does right now. And it's damage. Yeah, Josette's gonna be all art spam, I'll have you know.
Oh, are we done already?
Man. There we go. Now let's not go and report... Actually, does anybody know? Do I need to report this quest? I think there was some weird jank to it in the earlier games. Or can I just keep going? I think I need to go back and report it. Oh, look, this cute in sprite form. That's why it rules. Stable characters? Yes, I agree. All the arts were just stuck on the same tab. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. You mean all of this? It looks doable now. Wait until later. I think I do need to go back and report, so... I guess I'll go ahead and do that. Not like we walked far. Here's 7 blinds. How do you say an emoji out loud? God. I don't even.
Good work. It seems like you completed your objective without any trouble. If you finish any other jobs, please come back and report again.
I should probably switch information. Honestly, Eagle Eye might be more useful. God, I keep forgetting how weird this menu is. It's so awkward. It's playable, but it's awkward. That's Sky of Seen in a nutshell a little bit. It's not bad. It's definitely not...
A new challenger.
Hey, Prisma427, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. How you doing? But yeah, it's definitely not as rough as, like, a Persona 5 fan going to, like, 3 or something, right? The Sky of Sea is still fine to go back to. It's just little clunky, right? A little bit. Characters send you voicemails, but the log transcript has emojis, and I'm just like, what? How? Interesting. Yeah, I gotta mess with Tokyo Xanadu at some point, although obviously busy with this project, so who knows when, but I still gotta check that out, though it's more likely I'll check out East 4 and 8. And 9. Really looking forward to 8. Heard a lot of people love 8, so at some point I'll figure out what the deal is with that. Although I've heard 4 is a little divisive. I ran a PC earlier, nice. I guess we do need the bed. Because I am going to be art spamming. Because we did not do enough levels, so we're going to have to art spam Josette. It's what she deserves, I guess. Okay-ish, yeah. Love the gameplay feel? Ooh, that's very important for me, though. Like, in East games, gameplay is king, right? Like, I love the music, the vibes, the aesthetics, but it's like, listen. If it's got gameplay, like the really good gameplay, in the series, I'm like, I might still enjoy it in the long run. East Origin, for me, like, the second I play that game, it's just like, oh, this is just, I don't even know. This is some sort of addiction in video game form. Like, this is a problem. East Origin is a hell of a drug. At least for me, oh my god. Like, I would gladly play that game again and grind it out all over again. Like, it's just so fun. I love the combat. Like, it's just so fast. Like, some people would say, like, oh, but it's mindless. All you're doing is, like, pressing the same button. It's like, listen, damn it. I hit the buttons that make me feel good. Leave me alone. Flashcard, though. Yeah, that was in 7. Definitely in 7. Or I guess I just call it parry, but I guess it's called a flashcard. Just making sure I don't do more fights than I need to here. We gotta be careful with Miss Wald. Well, the second I say that, good going, Marcos. Please keep missing. Had to attack on the crit. Why couldn't you charge? You had one job. Damn. Alright, well, let's save here. Let's save later.
So this is Mistwald, huh?
Man, it's funny. No matter how many games in the series I've played, I still like this dungeon theme. Low-key, one of my favorites.
Can you tell us anything, Shara?
I think I just like how fun the percussion is.
Someone came through here all right. From what I can see, a number of people passed through here not long ago. I'd wager Mira we're on the right track.
How can you be so sure?
Because tracking fugitives is an essential skill for bracers. Anyway, let's check the woods. Be sure to keep your voices low.
Roger that!
Understood.
God. It is nice to just remember how much I did like Sky's soundtrack. Oh my god, Sky the Third, dude. When I get to Sky the Third. Oof. If I had to pick one out of all of them, Sky the Third has some bangers, bro. Oh my god. Love that soundtrack. I don't love this. Game really said Sky the Third praise. We're not gonna have any of that. Just say those lines out loud. God. But of course. Although I guess that one wasn't like a thought, though, per se. Alright. I think it's... Let me actually confront them. Juking is impossible. Let me not try to juke. That's a losing battle. Oh my god, dude. Getting wrecked. Never mind, it still sucks. You'd have to do preemptive. Yikes. I'm trying to brute force my way through here, but this is a labyrinth, so... I gotta be careful. That's the right way. We already went for that side quest, so... No point in us sticking around there. Damn it. Okay, at least it wasn't an advantage. No field attack? Yeah. It's a little rough. It's a little rough. Yeah, we'll just keep saying over this one. I'm just gonna make insurance saves like a... something? I don't know where I was going with that. I guess... like a paranoid JRPG player. I got nothing. Sorry. My brain gave up on that one. Is there nothing here? Oh yeah, I don't know what else I would need this bear claw for, but... look at this baby. And I don't mean that kind of baby, like when I said it a million times in CS4. I mean the other kind of baby, like the baby baby. I think both of these lead to the same path anyway. Oh god. You almost went after Shara there. Wasn't there a chest here somewhere? Oh no, that one's just a dead end. Weird. Fight Josette. Chapter 1, so have to get it before this whole catches that part of the prologue. Oh. Shoot, I guess I might have to redo something on my own time then. So you're saying I have to, like, do this again, like, at an earlier point? Damn, that's kind of not great. Man. That's right, this place. Oh, I can't wait. I can't... Oh my god, there's so many... There's so many good moments. Sorry, like, I know this was not the right path to progress, but it's like, it's just hitting me all at once. How many fantastic moments the Sky Arc really has, man. Like, it all just hits me. It's like, oh, that's a good scene. That's a good scene too, right? God. Reminds me of, like, what I, like, put in, like, a movie I haven't watched in 20 years. Like, I watch a show, and it's like, it's been forever. And it's like, oh god, I forgot that's another good episode, right? I love that feeling. It's the best feeling. Not this. Why does it keep doing that? It's like it makes me just want to, like... Game says, alright. Cease. No good thoughts. Have you considered the encounter? I believe this is the right way. Looks like it. Guaranteed running. Same, right? Like... For as, you know, the party line is here and like all these other things, but at least you can run away. Guaranteed. My brain. Sorry. I was like, why did I do that? Maybe I should... Yeah, I'll heal Joshua too, just as a precaution. Because I remember they do hit quite a bit. Man, I don't even have Hurricane. I'm lower level than before. So we'll see how this goes. I think we'll be okay, but... We are what? Level 7. We'll see. God, I forgot the S-Craft was called Sadist Whip. That sure is an S-Craft name. 6 damage, but 5 damage. Can't wait! Items we're forgetting out of the way for. Back attack me to turn, yeah. Or to run, yeah. That's like any JRPG, though. It sucks to get the ambush.
That was too easy.
Also, I have to say, I really do like, Josette. Put in exclamation mark Josette. Shoutouts to Bakamatsu. She did a very good job. I love to hate Josette. And that is the highest compliment I can give.
And to think that something as exquisite as this fell into my hands with almost no effort. Wait till Don and Kyle hear about this.
You surprised me, that's for sure.
Nightmare is pretty much guaranteed KO. Would have to reload a save. Ugh, yeah. Also, get ready for audio jarble here in a second.
The way you pulled off that act wearing that school uniform was simply astounding.
Username's familiar? Well, I checked the YouTube channel. Apparently, it's a pretty popular YouTube channel, so I'm like, I never heard of her before, but seems like there's a lot of skits, a lot of users. So I'm like, damn, killing it out here.
Just what you'd expect from the Mademoiselle of an ex-aristocratic family.
Oh, also, I did leave a note to Sean saying, like, man, Dino's audio is a little crunchy, but it's one of those things where, again, I think Dino and Klaus, it was a matter of deadline. It was like the best they could do at the moment, so by the time they come back, they'll have, a better setup, or a lot of things just get in the way when it comes to this process, you know?
Yeah. But what's in the past is in the past. But it certainly doesn't hurt that in this outfit I can deceive almost anyone. That gullible mayor and dim-witted bracer girl. Idiots, the whole lot of them.
What was that?
Oh yeah, no, it's coming.
Calm down. Let's see what else they have to say.
Fine, but I'm not happy about this.
Yeah, but that girl seemed pretty tough. I mean, she took care of all the monsters that appeared in the mine.
The mine? Oh, so you're the one who screwed up their job. If you had just done it like you were supposed to, I wouldn't have had to put on a monkey show to get this thing.
My apologies.
Forget about it. All's well that ends well. At any rate, those two kids being bracers was an absolute joke. Especially that brainless bimbo! She honestly believed that we could be friends.
There it is.
What a freaking moron. I had to try so hard just to keep from laughing.
This is what I mean, like, honestly, very good.
That is
so absurd.
Also, yes, this is what I meant by audio charble. I was telling him, because there's another instance coming up really shortly, where, before the fight starts, it's, like, delayed. But I did tell him, it's like, honestly, we kind of agreed on the intent where it's like, if they're laughing, it makes more sense for them to all cut each other off like this. Like, that seems more natural.
What's so funny?
Like, that just seems more real.
It's you guys.
Yup, it's the brainless bimbo and her absolute joke of a bracer partner.
I love it here.
And this probably won't come as a surprise, but we're gonna beat you up now.
What? Bracers?
How did they find...
You did a fine job stealing that septium from the mayor's residence, but it looks like you were a little careless in the end.
My bad, I cut her off. I feel bad.
In accordance with the laws of the Bracer Guild, you are hereby under arrest and charged with breaking and entering, vandalism, and burglary. It would be in your best interest not to resist, but I'm sure Estelle is hoping you will.
This doesn't look good!
Yeah, that's what I mean by that crunchy audio.
What are we going to do now, Josette?
Actually, wait a minute. I forgot. Hold on. Oh, she said all the words? Cool. I couldn't tell because I pressed it. Actually, so let me see. So, Dino is Quaid Crawford. Man, I can't escape the last name Crawford for some reason. No matter where I go. Let's see. Lyle was Jason Wiley. And who else was it?
How about you quit quaking in your boots for starters?
I forget who the third one is.
These bracers are nothing more than a ragtag group of kids.
Atu for some Helltaker comic dubs. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say, it seems like she gets around. Oh, sorry, I clicked in the chat. So I'll tab that out of the game. Whoops.
I think it's time we showed them the real strength of the Kapwa family.
But no, I think her as Josette is A+. I think she nailed it.
Who are you to be calling us kids? You brat! I've had it up to here, and I'm going to do something about it right now.
Hey, that's my line. All right, boys, get 'em.
I forgot about the comical, like, fin change like that? Like, what is up with that?
Understood.
Roger that.
My pleasure.
Oh, it was Lonnie. Let me double check. Who was Lonnie? Lonnie is Ryoma Ishizuka. Cool, cool. Hope I don't die.
How's that?
Solid 84. Sorry, I gotta close out the text. Seeing her side-facing portrait ever again. True, yeah. Alright. I guess we'll take out the cronies first. It is a bit of a missed opportunity. I guess for, like, simplicity's sake, yeah. They never bothered to, like, give them all names in battle. It's just Bandit A. Please look forward to Bandit C. He might have a gun. Oof. Insignificant anyway. Well, yeah, but if that's the case, then why give him a name to begin with? Oh wait, this is a crit. I might as well do a normal attack to take advantage of it. But you know what? Let's see. How much does a crit normal attack do against these guys? Not that bad. It is Shara, though, to be fair. That makes sense. Oof. I sure miss having impede crafts. I miss it. What are we gonna do? Probably better to have him use an item. How bad is Dual Strike? Let me find out, actually. Decent, but compared to an art, yeah, it's just not there. Oh, wait, what does this do again? It's agility 50. I forget. Guys, how does evasion work in this again? Is it agility? It's been a while. Big sword, aka I don't want to do this fight button. Oh, yeah. I missed a lot of things. Is evasion? Okay. I guess I'll give it to... Ooh. I could do taunt and give it to Estelle. There's an idea. Curious. She does have defense, so it actually would be a better idea. I'll use taunt for something.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, that hurts. Yikes, son. I can't believe, Josette's a challenge. What timeline am I living on? Oh, let me give her the tear bomb. I could try to do this, but she might die. I don't know. We'll find out.
Hey, come and get me.
Oh, that's right, it can miss. Forgot about that. That works too, though. Yeah, we're better off doing arts. Who would have guessed? Just in case we might need it. I think I could just get away with a normal attack. Yeah, at least with Shara, it's fine. How do you miss a taunt? Do they just stay unfazed? Probably, yeah. I guess it'd be the only way that makes a little bit of sense. Oof. Damn. I have agility, but I can't quite tell. No, I think... Well, actually, it does do like 80. I'll use one of these. I'm waiting to do morale. Major kind of bad, yeah. The joys of not knowing. It seemed like a solid plan, but it just doesn't matter.
Come on!
Unfortunate. Bad in Sky, yeah. Doesn't seem like it's as nuts. Man, but they're almost dead. Yeah, I'll make sure it's dead. Oh wait, I pressed the wrong one. Well, since I'm here, I've made my bed.
Let's do this! Ha!
Look at the damage. Man, better slow your roll there, Joshua. It's a lot of damage.
Here I come!
Jesus, big numbers. I'm gonna stop joking though. Mueller and Essing needed to beat him. Ooh, yeah, I can't imagine Nightmare. That fight was tough. I'm trying to remember if I ended up winning it or just gave up. I think I did. Took a minute to get there though. Does that not give him additional turns? I forget how the preview works on this. Oh no, I was thinking of something else. Right, she doesn't get that till later. You guys are not remembering the names. Anyway. No, we got enough tier bombs. That's what they're here for. Yeah. Sorry. Brain did a thing. Hey, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. I'll take the feint, thank you. Thank you kindly. Well, Josette, stay hydrated. That's all I got for you. Take a shower. Probably haven't had one in weeks.
For me, piece of cake.
I know that ship doesn't have a shower. I know that for a fact. Hey, there we go. There's Hurricane. It's very important, y'all.
How in the world? You had enough yet? That's what you get for taking bracers lightly. And we'll be taking this back if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
The 0 damage craps.
Hey, that septium belongs to me.
No, not to you. To the people of Roland. That's who. The sheer nerve you have to say something like that is astounding.
Now that we've got the crystal bag, how about we move on to confession time? That's an interesting name you mentioned. The Capua family, was it?
Me and my big mouth? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Doubt.
So, you want to be a tough egg to crack, do you? I don't mind at all. In fact, I like them that way.
Artsy's so good. I approve.
What are you trying to do? That's a dangerous thing to be swinging around like that.
Well, if you can't answer with your mouth, then maybe your body can answer instead. But don't worry, I'll be extra gentle.
Now, I don't know if I should doubt this. Who's to say?
Eek! Get away from me, you crazy witch!
I think Shara's enjoying this.
Let's just sit back and enjoy the show.
So far we got She-Devil and we got Witch. for some reason.
Look out! Shara!
An orbital gun?
Are you all right, Shara?
I'm fine. Forget about me. Look at that!
The size of this lad. I forget if the ship was this big, but I guess it was.
Looks like the tables are turned in our favor now, aren't they?
Are you okay, Josette?
A she-devil and a witch in one, who
Kyle,
knows?
you're late! Where have you been? Oh, never mind. Just hurry up and give us a hand.
No can do. Our push into the Roland region has been put on hold.
Let me check Kyle, actually. I think I have Kyle as a command, actually, if anybody wants to try that. I believe I do.
Something big came up in the Bose region while you were away.
Yep, I do. Yeah, that's another sick name, too. If that's a last name, that is a sick name. James Falconello.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't have time to explain. Hurry and hop on or I'll have to leave you behind.
Crap!
Just where do you think you're going?
We'll pick this up another day. And don't think of one either. Payback's gonna be a beast.
Like, she's not even holding on to anything. Like, how? His face appears on that, like... I never messed with it. I don't know what's up with that.
I sure wasn't expecting anything like that to come out of the woodwork.
I did check, like, I was like... I didn't click it, though. It was late at night. I was like, I don't got time.
It looks like they caught us all off guard.
This isn't a laughing matter. Right now I'm so frustrated I don't even know what to think.
Well, on the bright side, we did get the Septium crystal back. Switching gears, that group sure looked to me like a bunch of sky bandits.
Yes, they certainly seem of that variety.
Man, I can't believe it. We finally know what Trails in the Sky means, and it hasn't even been the end of the prologue yet. Unbelievable.
It also sounds like they made the Bose region their base of operations as well.
I'm kidding, of course. Although, depending on how you take it, I guess it could work.
I certainly wouldn't have expected a group like that to travel all the way to a rural place like Roland.
I couldn't care less if they're sky bandits or brigands. The next time I see that scruffy, lying jerk of a tomboy, I'm gonna thwack bam kapow her!
She's very good.
What's thwack bam kapow supposed to mean?
Cool, cool. Gil to report details of the incident.
It looks like you've had a rough day. Who would have thought the Sky Bandits would appear? I don't blame you for letting them escape.
No, this time was my fault. I should have been more careful. I'm really far from being in the same league as Cassius.
It's not your fault, Shara. I let my emotions get the best of me and...
Shoutouts to Cassius, by the way. I keep saying Cassius.
I was careless as well.
It's just what I'm used to at this point after 9 games.
No, you guys did a great job. Your on-site investigation of the mayor's residence was flawless too.
Though Cassius was making me think of cashews, so I guess it's not all bad.
Don't you think you should recommend them, Aina?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing as well.
Recommend?
They're going up to A rank already. No.
What do you mean?
Could you imagine?
Hold your horses. First comes the payment for a job well done.
Your New Game Plus is just like, alright, listen, we know you're back here again. Just instant A rank. Cool, cool.
This is for you both. And take this as well.
This is...
As of now, you both are junior bracers. In other words, bracers in training. In order to become senior bracers, you'll need to receive recommendations from all regional branches in the kingdom.
Gotta get all the Pokemon badges. Or gym badges, rather. At Kondo's desk, if he's still in A rank by Kuro.
And
God.
This is your recommendation from the Roland branch.
Is it really okay for us to have this?
I had heard that in order to become a full-fledged bracer, we'd need to achieve something fairly noteworthy.
I think in light of the jobs performed in your father's stead and your great showing here, your achievements are sufficient. However, these achievements are only for your work here in Roland.
You'll need to receive recommendations from the other regional branches after achieving success there as well. Bose, Ruan, Zeiss, and finally, Grenzel.
Can't wait. Oh, man. I like all of these, though, for different reasons. Oh, man. I guess Zeiss is my favorite, though, because I do love Tita. But the setting was pretty cool. I don't know. But who am I kidding? I remember Ruan was my favorite. Like, you guys already know I loved Ortis in CS3, so I love a good port town.
You've still got a long road ahead of you.
Anywhere with a sea of water, I'm good.
Even so, I'm really happy. It was worth all the hard work.
Because of the war.
Now that we've come this far, don't you think we should visit the other regions too, Joshua?
I figured you'd say as much. I agree with you, but we can't decide this all by ourselves. We should discuss it with Dad when he gets home.
Right.
Oh.
Vacation spot? Yeah. I'm not sure if I'd like living there. The drawbridge seems like a pain in the butt. But it seems nice to visit.
That's the telephone, right?
Hello, this is the Bracer Guild's Roland branch in the Liberal Kingdom. Ah, it's been a while since we last talked, hasn't it? I see. Are you sure?
I almost wonder if those books have, like, comical textures, like, shoutouts to Woo Baby and Cold Steel.
That's terrible.
I wonder if something happened.
Maybe they knew, like, the second somebody saw it, they would just react with, Woo Baby.
It looks that way to me.
God.
Yes, that's right. He left on business the other day. What?
Map on the left side. I believe it's a super condensed, like, compressed version of Liberal, maybe? No, it looks a little different. I'm not sure. Bookshelf on the left. Wait, don't you mean that one, or do you mean another one?
I apologize, but this is a little difficult to believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Understood. I'll pass on the news to his family. They'll be fine. They're bracers too. Yes, and if you hear anything else, please let me know.
This right here is why I never... I'll be honest, like... Was 22? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. This is why I don't understand, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me because I like games like, Xenoblade and Xenoblade 2 do this a lot where I appreciate it, where it's like, it sets up new locations each chapter, but it also, like, leaves, like, intrigue by the end of one. Prologue's a good example of this, where it's like, it immediately sets up the intrigue, and I just wanted to keep playing more when I played Sky FC, so it's like, people who say that, like, nothing happens, it's like, I don't know, if you're not interested, I guess, you know, it could be that way, but for me, I was curious.
What's wrong, Aina?
Like, they start the prologue with, like, they end the prologue, rather, on, like, a cliffhanger, more or less.
It's unusual for you to be so surprised like that.
Because I had nothing but questions when they, you know, talk about this.
Calling?
The Bose branch. Something terrible has happened. The airliner Lind has disappeared over the Bose region.
I almost want, like, a comical thunderstorm sound effect.
What?
How is that possible?
Like, what does this mean, right?
I don't know any of the details, but the Royal Army is currently conducting a wide-scale search. Due to this event, all other flights have been postponed.
And then, like, that's already enough, but then, like, you have, you know...
Well, that explains the backup at the
follow-up.
landing port.
And...
Aina?
Estelle, Joshua, please brace yourselves.
Funny joke, sorry.
Your father, Cassius, was aboard the airliner which went missing.
Yeah, just to really sell this if you weren't, like, interested before.
What?
Impossible!
There's gotta be some kind of mistake.
It seems his name was on the passenger list. Liberal Bracer Guild. Roland Branch. Senior Bracer. Cassius Bright. 45.
Man. And there we go. I would lie and say there was more, but no. When they said prologue, they really did mean it. I could show there's nothing else beyond this. just for the hell of it, there's nothing. Next scene, there's just nothing. Imagine a world without any voice mods for Trolls in the Sky FC. I guess. That's it. That's what happened. The new shocked him into permanent silence. Oh, man. It's so weird to go back to no voices, right? Ah, I miss it already. I miss it already. But, yeah. So, that's basically it for, the prologue portion. And overall, you know, there's a few things we can tweak for sure. But overall, I think the balancing is pretty good. Maybe a few re-recordings would be nice. Who knows when they'll get around to it, right? That's not my call to make. But I think overall, this is pretty damn good quality, right? I think for me, if I'm going to be completely honest, yes. Well, words on a line, I'm a playtester for the game, so yeah. If possible, I don't know, I might be busy later, you know, I might start applying for a job, so like, if time allows it, I would like to, you know, stream every chapter as it comes out for you guys. I think you guys, I'm guessing you guys enjoyed it, otherwise you wouldn't be here the whole way through, so I'd like to think it was a fun time. So, you know, I'd like to do that, I'd like to showcase it, because I'll be honest, one of the things that spurred me to do this was because, it's not like Geofront, right? This is very small, very modest. It doesn't have as many eyes on it. Like, when it came out yesterday, I checked on Twitch just to see, and there was nobody, like, streaming or checking out the mod. Also, because it's probably not, you know, fully finished, right? That's another factor as well. But it is that thing where it's like, you know, I want to put a spotlight on it whenever I can, right? If I have an audience and I can stream it, then you're damn right I'm going to do it. Because I think it deserves it. I think people put in a lot of work into this, so it's cool to show it off. I think it's a really fun project. And I don't say that just because, you know, I'm part of it now. I genuinely think this is a cool idea, because for a while I dreamed of having the Sky Games have some English dub to it. And seeing Hannah and, like, you know, in back of answers like Josette, or like, you know, Sean as Joshua, like all these performances, like even some of the NPCs get a really good laugh out of me now. It's cool. It's really cool. I like it. Because the Japanese voice mod will always be there, right? But there is some level of appreciation you get when it's in your language and you can laugh at it more, right? Like, it's a lot of jokes land way more for me with this dub, to be honest. So, yeah, you know, I think they all did a solid job. The casting so far has been excellent. And there's a few audio bouncing things that, you know, we'll fix. There will be, you know, updates. Probably when it's like as final as it can be, like, you know, like it's being updated, but we're not like announcing stuff on Twitter as it gets updated on the site. So there might be some stuff like day one, for example, there was like a file missing to have the battle voices work. So we fixed that pretty quickly. But yeah, let me see. Need to hear Maybell when it happens. Yeah, I wonder who's going to voice Maybell. I actually don't know yet myself. So they're at Humble Beginnings too, so I'm sure the dub will get more recognition. Yeah. Like, for me, it's like, I don't worry about it too much, because I do think, like, once FC is done and people get, like, a full game's worth of, like, seeing these characters, you know how FC ends. By the time you get attached to these characters, like, you're gonna want more. And if that happens because someone's playing this mod, then God bless, you know? I'm all for it. So, forget if there's more to this scene. There's a little bit. But, yeah, all that to say, it's been a good session. I look forward to working on this more in the future. I can't tell you when Chapter 1's coming out. There is no solid ETA on that, because, you know, gotta coordinate, get everybody's lines, and then make that happen. So, I mean, including myself, yeah. I guess Chapter 1 and onwards, I'm gonna be voicing at least an NPC. But I will try to audition for other things, so who knows. But, yeah, it's really cool. I'm, couldn't be happier to be involved in something like this. Because, I felt like it came just at the right time. I know I'm rambling now, but it's like, I really do think it came at the right time for me, where it's like, I want experience with voice acting, and I just finished Trails, and it's like, man, it's like, I don't know, man. Like I said, life works in mysterious ways where it's like, this just happened. Like, I didn't know about the auditions on Casting Call Club. That was like, there was like a post from 2019. And he said he barely looks at that site anymore, but it's like, God, it's like, I really finished Cold Steel 4 right when this thing was getting that trailer. It's like, this is some weird, like, I don't know, like, I'm not a superstitious person, but it's like, there's a weird timing to all this, and I'm down for it, but man, it really just kind of fell into my lap. The timing just sort of worked. Playtesting IRL stuff, Marcos? Yeah, no worries. That being said, though, I will take a, the hiatus is still more or less in effect, right? I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or anything. This was just a special occasion sort of deal. I'm trying to think if there's anything coming up that would make me break the hiatus again. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Even like the Neo the World Ends, I feel like I'm looking forward to that, but I don't think I'm going to play that right away because, I want to focus on other endeavors at the moment. Video games are fun, but it's like, I gotta put that time into something else, and this is something that I really do enjoy putting my time into so far. I only playtested for a few days, but I don't know how to explain it unless you've been part of a project, and I think Livy can probably understand when I say this, but like, at some point, the collaborative process, depending on who you are, just becomes satisfying in its own right. Like, being part of a crew, seeing it all come together, it's one of the many reasons I love voice acting to begin with. Like, seeing all this talent in one place and seeing it all come into one cohesive thing by the end of it is something beautiful that I never get tired of. It's great, ever since I did, like, plays and stuff in high school, it's just like one small part in a larger project or anything, or a show or something, just feels great. It feels humbling, but also satisfying to know, like, hey, you did that. In some small way, you were a part of that. Big on Ace Attorney. Oh, that is coming out, but yeah, no, I haven't caught up with the series. But yeah, all that to say that I wake up every day, like the last few days, I've just been waking up being like, man, I really am here, I'm doing this, and it's something that not only am I proud of, but it ties back to Trails, one of my favorite series, and you guys are enjoying it too by the looks of it, so it's just like, it just feels like such a win-win on so many levels for me, Feels like I'm finally doing cool stuff I can show you guys, It feels good. Feels good. Great things to feel very happy and proud of you, and yeah, absolutely. I'm like, when I started getting the building, I was playing, I was like, I have the biggest beaming smile on my face. I was like, I probably look really dumb if I look in the mirror, but I was like, I can't help it. It's just cool to contribute to something. So, yeah, I think the scene goes on for a while, so a title screen probably is not going to happen. But, all that to say, thank you guys for tuning in. If anybody, I guess I'll reiterate while the scene is playing, though. Just to plug things, because it is also somewhat a call to action. So, if anybody, I mentioned it throughout the stream, but if anybody thinks this is interesting, or you happen to be a voice actor, or anything else, please fill out the application. It is under the Contact Us part of the website. Welcome back, Arcadius. It's the end. It's a prologue playthrough of the mod, so it's done for now. It's currently in development still. But, yeah, what was I gonna say? Please check it out. From what Sean was saying, really need some female voice actors in there, along with anybody who can do a pretty good old man voice. Seems like what they're in need of right now. But just try it for anything, If you have a demo, or even if you're like me, where you just had a Casting Call Club profile page, and you've done some auditions, and you've done some things, as long as you can point that to them, that might be good enough as well. Just, XLR, mic quality, standard stuff, the basic requirements. It's nothing too strenuous, but seems like everybody on Discord's really chilled too. Everybody on this project seems like really nice people, so yeah, feel free to stop by if you can. We could use your talent. So we'll see what happens with that. But regardless, I'm looking forward to seeing what else comes from this, and I'll be there. I'll make sure it's the best that it can be, to my own extent, right? As a playtester, I'm not director, but I'll do my best to make sure you guys enjoy this as well. As a fan of this series, as a fan of the Sky Trilogy in general being my favorite, you could be damn sure I'm going to do everything possible to make it the best it can be. So, yeah. All that mushy stuff over. It's cool. And that'll do it for now. What time is it? It is 1 in the morning? I thought it was midnight? That is a yikes. Time really flew. Oh, man. I guess it's a indication of how fun the mod was, to be fair. That's my second time playing it anyway, and I still enjoyed it. But either way, you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care. And I'll see you next time, whether it's me playing a different game or, you know, coming back with Chapter 1. Who knows how long that's going to take. I could come back with Chapter 1 instead of playing the other games, which I guess I was going to say, I am planning East 4 might be one of those, right? I'm feeling like East might be a good one to mess with, so I might be playing East 4. Could be Metroid as well. I want to keep up with that, too. Because we still got to do... I guess it'd be AM2R. Yeah. That was a choice, so... Might be East and AM2R. Might be both of those. Because they're both short games. They might go well if I do, like, you know, one session per week of each or something. But who knows? So, yeah. Either way, that'll do it for now. So, thank you guys so much for everything. I appreciate it. Once again, proud to be a part of this project. I think it's going to be something you guys will love by the end of it. But, yeah, that'll do it. So you guys have a good rest of your night. Take care. And I'll see you then. Later, dudes.